Heavenly Jewel Change C1-848. Volume 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Big Sis, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Heavenly Bao Empire Capital City, Heavenly Bao City, Official Roads. Heavenly Bao Empire is a small country in the western regions of boundless mainland, Haomiao-de-Lu. It isn't bound to any larger countries, and its environment and climate are extremely suitable for humans to live in. The weather was great today, the vast expanse of the sky seemed like a large blue crystal, with nary a blemish in sight. The only issue one might find would be that the clarity of the air caused the sunshine to be rather glaring on the eyes. Luckily, the official roads were lined with 100-year-or-older sycamore trees, their thick branches massed with leaves sheltering the wide roadways. This formed the famous boulevard which everyone in Heavenly Bao Empire knew about, stretching for nearly 100 li, 50 kilometers, into a forest. Heavenly Bao City had a very unique geographical location, in fact it could be almost described as second to none. This was because this capital city was totally surrounded by huge forests, and Heavenly Bao City was just like a brilliant jewel in the midst of the forest. Although Heavenly Bao Empire wasn't particularly strong, its capital city was still quite famous. The surrounding forests were called Stars Forest, because this was the only place in the whole continent where the stars trees grew. The heart of the stars trees were extremely valuable materials in making top-end bows. As such, with such an important natural resource, one could imagine the prosperity that Heavenly Bao City enjoyed. Currently, a youth who looked around 15 to 16 years old was walking along the boulevard, muttering to himself. To be a playboy is to train the mind, to have an affair is to train the heart, chasing after girls will prevent old age, flirting is therapeutic, having a crush on someone means your heart will always be young, being lovesick is the cure for insomnia. They often say that heroes are unable to cross the beautiful maiden barrier one, but what hero will think like this? Should the hero leave the beauty to some useless fellow? And what would the beauty think? Wouldn't she prefer to have the hero instead as well? Another saying is that rabbits don't eat the grass near their nests too, but why would rabbits do that? Should they let other rabbits eat the grass? Even the grass won't think like that, after all being eaten is being eaten, does it matter by whom? Why not let someone familiar eat them? Yet another saying is that if you have money, you can make the devil push the millstone for you 3, but the devil would think that it's a given thing, after all shouldn't labor of pushing the millstone be rewarded? Even money would think differently, after all, being given to the devil will not harm the devil, but if given to humans the scenario might be different. Ha 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 ha. The youth was tall, with broad shoulders, with a healthy strong look. He had black eyes and hair, and was dressed in a cloth shirt with its sleeves rolled up, showing off his arms. His skin color was a healthy sheen of bronze, and his features had a heroic spirit within. He might not be very handsome, but was overall pleasing to the eye. Just judging by outward appearance, the word simple and honest would be an apt description. However, the words that streamed out from his mouth were the total opposite of simple and honest. Of course, he only revealed his true colors when there was nobody else around. Sigh, not being able to cultivate heavenly energy is such a tragedy. In today's day and age, looking good is useless, only heavenly energy and heavenly jewels are king. Ah! Heavens! Earth! Gods! Why do you play me like this, letting I, Zhou Weiqing, be born with such a body with blocked meridians yet such a handsome face? Not letting me be a heavenly jewel master is such a waste of great talent. Of course, the handsome face he referred to was only of his own belief, and as he spoke the youth rudely gave the sky the finger. Of course, he wasn't the sort to just blame heaven. After pointing the middle finger he said comfortingly to himself, oh well, not being able to cultivate heavenly energy has its good side as well. That old geezer is already so strict, if I really awakened a heavenly jewel, maybe my life would be worse now by 100 times? At least now the old geezer has given up on me, and leading the decadent life of a rich official's son seems not a bad choice. I'll go take a bath now. As he spoke, his face revealed his trademark honest smile. Of course, those who really knew him, Zhou Weiqing's honest smile hid his true rascally nature. Even though Zhou Weiqing was unable to cultivate heavenly energy, his youthful body was still extremely healthy and strong. He was only 13 years old this year, and yet he looked like a youth of 15 to 16. At least in this, he was following in his father's footsteps. After walking about 5 li along the boulevard to the Stars Forest, Zhou Weiqing suddenly swerved into the woods. He had grown up in the woods, especially ever since he was 8 years old when he had tested out to have his meridians blocked and unable to cultivate heavenly energy. Zhou Weiqing's father no longer forced him to train, so his favorite thing to do was to run alone into the forest to play. There were no heavenly beasts in the Stars Forest, and it was one of the safest forests on the continent. After entering the Stars Forest, Zhou Weiqing could practically navigate his way around with his eyes closed, after all he knew the place like the back of his hand. After walking for about an hour, he finally heard sounds of running water as he neared his destination. Thinking about the sweet, clear lake water, Zhou Weiqing hastened his steps. It was a hot day and he was eager to relax in the cooling waters of the lake. Not far from the path in the Stars Forest there lay a lake, and its waters originated from an underground ice spring. It was only about 100 m in diameter, and was surrounded by large thick trees. As a result, not many people knew about this lake, but Zhou Weiqing had came across it by accident in the past. He had a natural liking for water, and since he had no friends, he spent a lot of time bathing and relaxing in the lake. Moving around a large tree, the ice spring lake was right ahead. Zhou Weiqing did not rush to dive into the waters, but first took off his clothes and laid them at the side, before squatting down at the edge of the waters to look at his reflection, muttering to himself, "Damn. I've become more handsome again." Just as he was reflecting on his own looks narcissistically, he suddenly heard a splash, causing him to look up, and the sight that greeted him caused him to gape in surprise. From the other end of the lake, someone else had just jumped into the water, causing the waters to splash out. As the rays of sunshine shone upon the lake, the refraction of light causing the area to seem to be bathed in gold. In the midst of the water ripples, a head of pink hair captured Zhou Weiqing's attention. The ice spring lake's water was pretty shallow, only a meter or so deep, and the young girl who had leapt into the lake had her back facing Zhou Weiqing, and the lake waters just covered her buttocks. Still, Zhou Weiqing was able to see her slim waist and alluring figure. This. With a light poo sound, 2 lines of blood streamed down from Zhou Weiqing's nostrils. Even though this fellow often had sexual fantasies, he was after all still a 13-year-old virgin boy, no matter how precocious. Seeing a naked young girl at such close proximity for the first time was so exciting to him that his nose started bleeding. Wow, this is so awesome. Zhou Weiqing quickly held his nose, but his eyes kept staring at the girl, completely forgetting how exposed he was to being found. He could only chant in his mind, "Turn around. Turn around." As if the pink-haired girl had heard his internal prayers, she actually slowly turned around. She seemed excited and her hands were on the top of the water as she turned towards Zhou Weiqing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Big Sis, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing's eyes widened as his dreams were about to come true. Just at that moment, a feminine voice shouted out, "Your Highness, be careful. There's someone here." Upon hearing the shout, the pink-haired girl acted like a startled little bird, quickly ducking into the water up to her neck, as she looked around in panic. Before Zhou Weiqing could react, he felt his body lighten, and the world spin around him. With a plopping sound, he landed on the ground. What happened? Although Zhou Weiqing was unable to cultivate heavenly energy, but he had been training under his strict father since young, and his body was in a fit condition, definitely stronger and more agile than any commoner, and he executed a roll on the ground before standing up. About 3 meters in front of him, a young lady of about 20 years of age stood glaring at him. She seemed rather plain-looking, and was dressed in leather armor with a sword in hand, with a bow made of starwood holstered on her back. Zhou Weiqing immediately recognized the symbols of starflowers etched upon her leather armor. It was reserved only for the royal household. Could this young lady in front of him be a royal guard? What really drew Zhou Weiqing's attention was the 3 jewels surrounding the lady's right wrist. The 3 jewels were a type of jade, and with Zhou Weiqing's good vision and the radiance of the jade, he could see clearly that it was about 30% waxy jade, 30% ice jade and 40% dragonstone jade. Even though Zhou Weiqing personally could not cultivate, but he knew that those 3 jewels on her right wrist were no mere ornaments, but a sign of power. In the boundless mainland, a person's actual strength could be determined in 3 ways, and if you stood out in any particular way, you could be considered a strong person. The 3 ways were heavenly energy, physical jewels and elemental jewels. Humans believed that they were the highest-ranked species in the world that the gods have created, and that the human body was truly a gift from the gods. There were many different types of cultivating methods, and the strength achieved from that was known as heavenly energy. Heavenly energy was divided into 4 large hierarchies: heavenly Jing energy, heavenly Su energy, heavenly God energy, and heavenly Dao energy. Each of those hierarchies were further divided into 12 levels. It was rumored that someone who had reached the highest level of the heavenly Dao energy was able to harness the energies of the universe, able to destroy and create and be extremely long-lived. In any case, no matter physical jewel masters or elemental jewel masters, the basics of everything was heavenly energy. Without sufficient heavenly energy, it did not matter how good the quality of the power jewels were. In the huge boundless mainland, when humans were born, they all had their own inborn power jewel. However, nobody could tell in advance what their jewel was, and only when heavenly energy had been cultivated till the 3rd level of heavenly Jing energy, would their power jewels be awakened. The cultivation of heavenly Jing energy was extremely difficult, especially the introductory stages. One had to have the talent to communicate with their own power jewels to be able to cultivate successfully. The first 3 levels of heavenly Jing energy was tantamount to being reborn 3 times, and less than 1% of the population could actually complete it. Once someone could complete the first 3 levels of heavenly Jing energy cultivation and awaken their power jewels, then they would finally break out of being a commoner and take the first step into being a powerhouse. As Zhou Weiqing had blocked meridians and could not cultivate, thus he was doomed to be unable to complete the first 3 levels and awaken his power jewels, and could only be an ordinary person. Power jewels had 2 forms after awakening. Those that appeared around the right wrist were known as physical jewels. Those that appeared around the left wrist were known as elemental jewels. Physical jewels and elemental jewels were inherently different. In general, those with physical jewels were strong warriors, and each physical jewel could not only strengthen the physical attributes of the physical jewel master, but also coalesce into a weapon or armor piece, which greatly strengthened the physical jewel master. On the other hand, those with elemental jewels were gifted with greater brain energy, and they could make use of their elemental jewels to control the various elements they were aligned to, and they could also seal skills into their elemental jewels. For both physical jewel masters and elemental jewel masters, the basic way to tell their strength was the number of jewels. For them, there was a max of 9 power jewels. Those who had 1 to 3 jewels were known as sure stage, 4 to 6 jewels were known as zoom stage, and 7 to 9 jewels were known as zone stage. Each stage also had an lower, middle, and upper level. As such, the Lady Royal Guard in front of Zhou Weiqing now was a upper level sure stage physical jewel master. Although sure stage was only the first stage, it would be a big mistake to underestimate the 3-jeweled upper level sure stage physical jewel master in front of him. After all, for a small country like Heavenly Bow Empire, the number of jewel masters numbered less than 100. This Lady Royal Guard in front of Zhou Weiqing was probably ranked within the top 50 strongest in the whole country. As such, you can see how rare a jewel master was. Having 3 physical jewels also meant that her heavenly Jing energy was cultivated to at least 10th level, possibly even already breakthrough to the Tiansu energy hierarchy. With her power, it would be easy for her to defeat 100 skilled normal soldiers. Physical jewels and elemental jewels were formed by different types of jewels. For physical jewels, they were all formed by different types of jade, which also meant different types of physical enhancements. There were 6 different types of jade and enhancements, namely, ice jade which boosted strength, waxy jade which boosted flexibility, yellow jade which boosted toughness, dragonstone jade which boosted agility, red jade which boosted coordination, and black jade which boosted stamina. All physical jewel masters' jade were a mixture of the different type of jades. With reference to the Lady Royal Guard, with 30% waxy jade, 30% ice jade and 40% dragonstone jade, it meant that if the physical enhancement from one jewel was 100, she would get boosted 30 flexibility, 30 strength, and 40 agility. It was quite a good mixture indeed. Feeling the anger in her eyes with some killing intent, Zhou Weiqing felt his back covered in cold sweat, and he exclaimed quickly, "Big sis, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? The Lady Royal Guard shook her wrist and drew her sword. Although she did not activate her 3 physical jewels, but her sword shone bright with heavenly energy. Her heavenly energy was still unable to be released from the sword, so she was likely still in the heavenly Jing energy hierarchy, as those who had broken through to heavenly Su energy would be able to release heavenly energy from their weapons. Of course, she had not even used her physical jewels, as they would increase the amount of heavenly energy expended. Of course, facing Zhou Weiqing, who was an unarmed commoner, it was definitely unnecessary to do so. With a cold flash, the tip of the sword was resting on Zhou Weiqing's throat. Just a small movement forward would end his life. Physical Jewel Master Big Sis, this is really a misunderstanding. Besides, I really didn't see anything. Please let me go. Zhou Weiqing looked pitifully at the Lady Royal Guard, and with his honest-looking features, it did seem very convincing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Big Sis, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The Lady Royal Guard was clearly bamboozled by his honest appearance, and the anger in her eyes lessened, and she said in a cold voice, "It is not up to me to let you go, Her Highness will decide on your punishment." Highness? Oh my god. Are you referring to Princess Tafuya? Zhou Weiqing said in shock. You recognize me? A proud, cold voice sounded out from behind the Lady Royal Guard. A note of anger in the voice was clear as well. With a flash in front of Zhou Weiqing's eyes, another person appeared beside the Lady Royal Guard, wet pink hair across the shoulders, with an alluring figure covered in a pink outfit, her fine features showing off a pair of deep blue eyes. Her young bosom was heaving with her anger and emotions. As their gazes met each other, they both exclaimed simultaneously, "It's you?" Zhou Weiqing was red in embarrassment, thinking to himself that he was in deep trouble now. He said abashedly, "Hello Princess Defuya, I didn't expect to see you here." To escape this crisis ahead of him, he tried his best to sound and look as sincere as possible. Unfortunately, this Princess Defuya was not so easily swayed. After a short surprise, her beautiful face twisted in anger and her fists gripped together. "So it's you, you piece of trash, how dare you follow me here to peek on me? Naya, kill him." The Lady Royal Guard Naya unhesitatingly stepped forward to obey the princess' instructions. Although she also believed it was an error, after all, how could this common boy follow the princess without her detecting anything? However, he had looked at the princess' naked body, and that was definitely punishable by death. Wait. Zhou Weiqing had not seen Princess Defuya many times, and hadn't spoken to her before, though he had heard of her proud nature. He did not expect her to suddenly order his death, and if he didn't speak out he would definitely be killed now. As Naya's sword slowed a little, Zhou Weiqing said quickly, "Stop, I'm her fiancé." Naya paused in confusion and looked towards Princess Defuya, only to see the princess' ashen face. "Who says I have such a trash fiancé? Furthermore, you are so wretched and disgusting, how dare you peek at me?" "Naya, kill him now, I will take responsibility." Defuya shouted out in anger, like a little lioness. She was especially infuriated for a reason. Just yesterday she had asked her father to dissolve this marriage, and today the Zhou Weiqing came here to peek at her. In her mind, Zhou Weiqing had heard the news of her request, and came here to do such indecent things. Furthermore, she had always looked down on him who was unable to cultivate, and naturally her anger grew further. Naya looked at the princess again, then looked towards Zhou Weiqing, and said hesitatingly, "You are Commander-in-Chief Niu's son, Viscount Zhou?" Zhou Weiqing had a helpless look on his face, and said self-mockingly, "Yes. I am Zhou Weiqing, the notorious dog son of the tiger father dog son pair 1, and also Princess Defuya's fiancé. I really did not mean to peep. I often come here to take a bath, and this was just a coincidence." The Lady Royal Guard Naya looked back at Princess Defuya, "Your Highness, perhaps this is really a misunderstanding. The Viscount did not mean to do so, furthermore he is your—" "Shut up." Defuya's brows were raised in anger, and with a step she pulled Naya away and stood directly in front of Zhou Weiqing. "I don't have such a fiancé. I, Defuya, aims to be an elemental zone, to be among the strong of the world. My husband has to be a hero who is above all others. How can such a despicable, shameless trash be worthy of me?" The fawning expression on Zhou Weiqing's face which he had put on for survival was slowly being replaced with anger. Even the most good-natured person had his limit, and his eyes bulged in anger as he swept Princess Defuya with his gaze. "So what if I look at you? According to Empire law, you are my fiancé. Even if I take you now, the Emperor himself wouldn't punish me. I may be despicable and shameless, but I'm despicable and shameless towards my own fiancé. What law can govern that? And you will still have to marry this despicable and shameless trash. What do you have to be proud of? You were just born into royalty and had the luck to be born with talent. If I wasn't born with blocked meridians, maybe you are now begging me to watch you bathe, even coming on to me. Such a brainless woman with your eyes on top of your head too, do you really think that I want to marry you?" After ranting, he turned around and walked away. Although this fellow was usually quite smooth and sly, but when his temper came, he was just as stubborn as anyone can be. If they were just comparing status, although Defuya was a princess, Zhou Weiqing was not afraid of her. Although he personally was considered a joke by most of Heavenly Bow Empire, but still his father was the one and only commander-in-chief of Heavenly Bow Empire's armies, and furthermore he was the strongest person in the whole empire, and could be called the pillar of the entire empire. The Emperor Di Fengling and Zhou Weiqing's father called each other brothers in private. This was also the reason why Zhou Weiqing and Defuya were promised to each other in marriage since birth. Zhou Weiqing's words struck a nerve in Defuya. Just as he said, although she did not want to marry this empire's joke, but she could not disobey her father's orders. In a sudden rush, her old grievances and fresh anger combined together and Defuya's face paled in anger. Raising her left hand, a sheen of red appeared around her wrist, and 2 jewels appeared. As compared to Naya, Defuya's 2 power jewels on her left wrist were 2 bright red rubies, and were her elemental jewels. Defuya was 16 years old this year, and was considered one of a rare geniuses in the royal family. Her heavenly energy had already cultivated to Heavenly Jing Energy 7th level, and she had already gotten her 2nd elemental jewel. Elemental jewels were different from physical jewels. Instead of getting physical boosts, they were instead able to control elemental energy. While physical jewels were various types of jades, elemental jewels were different types of colored gems, and their power and type meant different types of elemental affinities. For example, Defuya's red rubies signified a fire elemental affinity. Besides that, there were sapphires for water affinity, diamonds for earth affinity, tourmaline for wind affinity, emerald jade for light affinity, black pearls for darkness affinity, cat's eye gems for spatial affinity, and lastly green jade for life affinity. As such, it was much easier to differentiate what affinity that an elemental jewel master was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Big Sis, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Your Highness, no. Naya shouted out in horror, trying to stop Defuya. However, Defuya was too enraged, her right hand holding Naya away, and her left already pointed towards Zhou Weiqing. Although Naya was a 9th level Heavenly Jing Energy Hierarchy Sure Master, higher than Defuya by 2 levels, but without activating her physical jewels, and being afraid of harming Defuya, she was still stopped by Defuya's right hand momentarily, and in that short moment, Defuya released an attack towards Zhou Weiqing. Defuya's left wrist's first ruby released a bright light, and a head-sized fireball shot out, leaving a trail of fire behind as it slammed viciously into Zhou Weiqing's back and exploded. Zhou Weiqing cried in agony as the explosion threw him 5 meters before he landed on the ground in a roll. His whole back was a mess of burnt flesh and blood with a terrible scorched odor. Zhou Weiqing looked up with all his strength and looked towards Defuya, who was in shock. He had never imagined that Defuya would actually lift a hand against him so viciously. Defuya's face was pale in shock. After attacking in anger, she had realized what she had done. She knew how powerful her first ruby's fireball was, and was in a fluster. After all, Zhou Weiqing was the commander-in-chief's son, but now it was too late for regrets. As Defuya's personal royal guard, Naya was also shocked. She was covered in cold sweat. If the princess killed the commander-in-chief's son, Zhou Weiqing, who had been awarded the title of Viscount since birth, it might cause the whole empire to erupt in chaos. Yet, neither she nor Defuya were skilled in healing, and the two females were at a loss. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the fine skies turned dark, and lightning flashed above, followed by the loud sound of thunder. In a matter of moments, the skies had turned pitch black and the two ladies were struck by a sudden chill in their hearts. I didn't mean to, Defuya muttered to herself. Naya came to her senses, and pulled Defuya along while running, saying, Your Highness, the weather is turning bad. Let's hurry back to the palace and look for a life affinity elemental jewel master to save Viscount Zhou. She knew that the odds of Zhou Weiqing, who did not have any heavenly energy, surviving were minuscule. At this time, they had to leave the scene immediately, or if any other people spotted them, then they would be finished. Although there weren't many fire elemental jewel masters in the Heavenly Bow Empire, but at least it wasn't only Princess Defuya alone. As long as they weren't caught at the scene, there was still hope. Zhou Weiqing lay on the ground paralyzed, but he could hear the departing footsteps of the two. At this point, he felt like his whole body was soaked in magma, his blood felt like it was boiling, and every breath he took was a red mist. The impact area on his back did not hurt anymore, it was totally numb, but the fire venom was spreading through every inch of his body. If a life elemental jewel master had administered aid right after the attack, he might still be able to survive. However, now that the fire venom was invading his internal organs, his life was ticking away. Zhou Weiqing was by nature an optimistic person. After all, he was a Grand Marshal's son yet could not cultivate, yet he could maintain his life without falling into depression. He did not want to die, and he still had many things he wanted to do. Never in his wildest imagination did he think that he would die at the hands of his fiancée. In fact, he didn't particularly hate Defuya, but hated the heavens why they did not gift him with a body that could cultivate. If only he could become a jewel master, then everything would be different. The sheer hatred and malice in him seemed to coalesce around Zhou Weiqing. He swore viciously in his heart, Defuya, if I don't die today, one day I will make sure you kneel in front of me, and beg for me to take you as wife. Then I'll reject you like you have today. After swearing his last curse, Zhou Weiqing was on the verge of unconsciousness. Even the burning sensations were dimming. Is my life just going to end like this, was his last thought. All of a sudden, there was a loud sound of an explosion above him, causing the semi-conscious Zhou Weiqing to be shocked awake. He opened his eyes weakly, only to see a strange scene in front of him. A strange black gash split apart the air 3 feet away from him, as if a huge black eye opening in the air. Zhou Weiqing's mouth gaped open, and blood spurted out from his mouth. At this moment, a strange light emitted from the black opening. A ball-shaped object, as large as an infant's fist, black as coal but with green, blue and silver colors swirling around it, shot out. Zhou Weiqing's blood, which had spurted out of his mouth, just happened to land upon it. Suddenly, a burst of unbelievable cold burst forth from the black object, dashing into Zhou Weiqing's body in a flash. His body started to shudder as the previous burning sensation vanished, and he felt as if he had been suddenly thrown into an ice cellar. He was jolted awake, and suddenly everything seemed crystal clear to him. The black pearl seemed to be attracted by something within his body, and with a swoosh, it flew right into his mouth. Zhou Weiqing felt a sudden cold in his throat, then his whole body seemed to turn into ice, and his senses were all sealed suddenly, and he blacked out. The opening above Zhou Weiqing slowly closed, and just as suddenly as it had appeared, the dark skies stilled and cleared, and the sun shone brightly once again in the star forest, the rays of sun once again returning to the ice spring lake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Weird Black Pearl, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Stars Forest, Ice Spring Lakeside. Zhou Weiqing's body was lay on the ground in a T-shape, deeply unconscious. At the same time, his body was undergoing a strange change. A layer of black light appeared around his body. Despite the bright sunlight in the sky, the darkness emitted from within his body covered it like a cocoon. The torn flesh of his back from Defuya's fireball was starting to heal up at a speed discernible to the naked eye. What was most shocking was that while his flesh was healing, his bones, muscles, internal organs and even meridians were being infused with a layered dark gray energy. It was a nearly indescribable gray color, giving an impression that was even colder than the black cocoon surrounding Zhou Weiqing, yet still filled with a strange vibrancy and life. However, as this layer of gray slowly spread out from within his body to replace the layer of black covering him, there was a strange change in the vegetation around his body. One could clearly see the vegetation getting infected by the gray, starting from Zhou Weiqing's body and spreading out in a 5-meter radius, causing a quick withering in the vegetation as Zhou Weiqing's body healed faster. There seemed to be an evil influence in the air. The dark gray mixing with the black light started getting thicker and thicker, and the atmosphere grew colder, domineering, evil and demonic, the 4 different auras surrounding Zhou Weiqing's body. He started to shudder slightly as 3 rays of light emitted from within the black cocoon, flickering above his body. The 3 rays of light were the green, blue and silver colors from the black pearl he had swallowed earlier. The warm rays of the sun were not able to enter the surrounding of Zhou Weiqing's body, and on his forehead, a black word King slowly appeared. On his skin, a layer of black tattoos slowly formed, below that a layer of gray, similar tattoos could also be seen. The 2 layers of tattoos seemed to have formed a 3D image, and they covered his whole body all the way to his face even. This phenomenon carried on for almost an hour, until all the colors slowly faded away, sinking back into Zhou Weiqing's body, and the tattoos on his body also disappeared consequently. The healthy bronze skin color of Zhou Weiqing seemed a lot paler than before, and his facial features seemed to be a lot more handsome now. His back, which had been torn apart by the exploding fireball, was now totally healed, with not a scar to be seen, as if he had never been injured there before. After a while more, Zhou Weiqing's fingers twitched, as he slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but shiver in a sudden chill. Although he didn't know what had happened as he was unconscious, he still felt a chill in his whole body after awakening. His heart was cold, and that icy feeling was extremely uncomfortable for him, causing almost an indescribable emotion in him. I'm not dead? Zhou Weiqing sat up in a sudden start. He felt his body was a lot lighter than usual, and he hurriedly lifted his hand to touch his back, and on feeling the whole, smooth skin, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Was that all just a dream? Zhou Weiqing looked around him, and then spotted the tattered remains of his clothing, as well as the circle of shriveled dead plants around him. It was not a dream after all. Giving himself a facepalm, Zhou Weiqing's memory slowly returned as clarity returned to his mind. That weird black pearl seemed to have entered my body? Quickly, Zhou Weiqing recalled his last memory before fainting. At that time, he had felt a gust of cold rushing into his belly, and he had passed out from the cold and had no further memory. As for the dead vegetation around him, he subconsciously passed it off as collateral damage from Defuya's fireball. As Zhou Weiqing was born with blocked meridians, although he was a noble, but he only attended an ordinary commoner school which did not give explicit lessons on the powers of jewel masters, hence he made such a judgment error. If the first skill on Defuya's elemental jewel was that strong as he had imagined, she would not simply be just an ordinary genius. Furthermore, to be able to deal that kind of damage, that fireball would have blown him into smithereens. What on earth was that black pearl? Although his judgment was fully accurate, but one thing Zhou Weiqing knew for sure, he had been critically wounded by the fireball, and it was the black pearl which had healed him. Is my moral character that good? Did a karmic miracle just happen to me? Zhou Weiqing grew more excited as he thought. Although he had quite an optimistic character that could dismiss the misfortune of his birth, but being born in such a prestigious family, he naturally had a strong desire to be strong. As he swiveled his neck looking around, he immediately locked onto the huge star tree beside him as a test target. The reason for Star Tree's name was because their leaves were shaped in a 5-corner pentagon manner, just like a star. A 100-year star tree was considered full-grown, and its wood was extremely strong and tough, yet did not lack in flexibility. That was why it was renowned as one of the best materials for crafting bows. Zhou Weiqing moved towards the chosen star tree, and waving his fist around, he slammed his fist into the thick trunk with all his might. Pang! Ah! The first sound naturally was the sound of his fist hitting the tree, and the latter was like a cat which had its tail stepped on, an almost inhuman screech. Zhou Weiqing had been afraid of pain since he was young. The thick star tree stood immobile, yet he was hopping up and down clutching his right fist. The intense pain in his right fist made it almost numbing, and the surface skin of the fist was scraped badly, the sheer pain causing him to hop around for almost 10 minutes before getting slightly better. F***ck. The young fellow cursed as he blew on his fist. Damned, looks like pies dropping from heaven is not something that will happen to me. TL, sudden windfall. Luckily, he was still young, and the strength of his fist wasn't that huge, so he did not harm the bones of his fist. After the pain subsided, he draped on the remnants of his clothing and his outer robe from the side of the lake, before departing crestfallen. Unknown to him, about 15 minutes after he had left the scene, on the star tree that he had struck with his fist, where some of his blood had been left after his skin had scraped away. The surrounding tough bark of the star tree started to rot, and thin layer of dark gray air seemed to dissipate into the air. 3 days later, this 50-plus-year-old star tree vanished totally from the forest. Of course, this would never be known to Zhou Weiqing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Weird Black Pearl, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Back on the Star Forest's boulevard, Zhou Weiqing grew angrier and angrier as he thought about what happened. Although he had managed to survive by some miracle, but his impression of his fiancée had already dropped to rock bottom. If he had not chanced upon the Black Pearl, he would probably have perished in the forest then. Defuya, just you wait. One day, I will have my revenge and make you regret this day. Zhou Weiqing said viciously. He had never hated anyone so much, even those who had mocked him since young, at least they had never taken direct action against him. Yet, Defuya had been so vicious towards him. Furthermore, the reason for doing so was in fact just a misunderstanding. Clearly, Zhou Weiqing was someone who could hold a grudge. As he neared Heavenly Bao City, Zhou Weiqing slowly calmed down. He was wearing only an outer robe with nothing inside. Luckily, he still had a few pieces of gold in the robe. His father was very strict with him, so he did not have a huge allowance. Should I go home? Zhou Weiqing stopped to think. No, I definitely can't go home like this. That damned Defuya will certainly complain to her father the emperor about me peeping on her. If that old fellow hears about it, then it won't be just a simple beating for me. Thinking of the stern fierce eyes of his father, he couldn't help but shudder. He had grown up to many a beating. Any time he got into any kind of mischief meant a beating from his father. This time, if his father knew about him peeping at the princess bathing, he wouldn't be able to defend his actions. For his own safety, he better not go home. However, if he did not head home, where could he go, especially with only a few pieces of gold? Zhou Weiqing was in a dilemma. Although he was tall and well-built, he was still a 13-year-old kid, and did not have any particular professional skill he could live on. Even if he ran away from home, how could he survive for more than a few days outside and alone? For a time, Zhou Weiqing looked extremely gloomy. Despite his misgivings, he continued shuffling towards the gates of Heavenly Bao City. Why are there so many people ahead? Just as the city gates were up ahead, Zhou Weiqing suddenly realized there was an uncommonly large crowd at the side of the gates, almost several hundred people, and there were soldiers guarding the perimeter. What is going on here? Filled with curiosity, he quickly walked over to have a look. Luckily, although the area was crowded, it was not tightly packed, and he was able to squeeze his way to the front to look. Just ahead of the crowd, here was a row of long desks surrounded by people. Behind the desk was a notice with the large words "Military Recruitment" displayed clearly. Below that was written, "To protect the borders of our empire, Heavenly Bao City is now recruiting 3,000 fresh troops. Looking for healthy males of 16 to 26 of age, with priority to those with great inborn strength or heaven energy. Country first then home, to join the army and protect your country and home is the manly thing to do." The heavenly energy referred to here was those who were level 1 or 2. If someone was able to cultivate to level 3 and awaken their power jewel, they would not need to join via this recruitment, and could directly apply to military schools or even jewel master schools, which would mean a much brighter future. Normally, jewel masters' power jewels were awakened before the age of 16, if not, it was likely that it would be impossible to do so in the future. Thus, the recruitment here was for ordinary soldiers. Join the army? Looking at the notice, Zhou Weiqing was highly tempted. Of course, if he signed on to the army, he wouldn't need to go home. He would be fed and paid, and perhaps he could forge a name for himself in the army, lest his old man kept calling him a useless bum. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. This fellow was still very young, and caught up in the moment of excitement, he did not think things through and consider the difficulties of joining the army. After all, he was at an age where impulses ruled decision-making. Furthermore, after being called useless and trash every day, and with his father being so strict with him, he did not want to stay at home anymore. Having made up his mind, Zhou Weiqing squeezed to the front and told an old recruiting soldier, "Big bro, I want to apply. Although there were several hundred people in the surrounding crowd, but the actual number of applicants weren't actually high. After all, Heavenly Bao City was the prosperous capital city of the empire, and the living standards of the commoners here were much higher than the norm. Also, since Heavenly Bao Empire was a small country, there were frequent border clashes with the other small surrounding countries. As a result, joining the army was quite a dangerous occupation. As such, it was not a normal occupation of choice for most people, let alone the nobles of the land. There were around 20 soldiers in charge of recruitment sitting behind the desks, and they were all veterans, having at least of the rank of squad leader or higher. The one which Zhou Weiqing was currently facing looked to be around 30 years of age, and though he was just sitting there, his tall and strong physique was clear. From the lazy look that was currently on his face, those who had been in the army long enough would easily recognize an experienced and slick soldier. "Hey brat, you want to join the army?" Seeing that someone finally approached him, the squad leader was overjoyed. After all, there were 20 soldiers here, and Zhou Weiqing had chosen to approach him, letting him feel that he had a lot of face. "Yes. I want to join the army," Zhou Weiqing exclaimed clearly. Looking at all the squad leaders dressed smartly in their armor giving off an awe-inspiring aura, further firmed his resolve to join. The squad leader nodded in satisfaction and asked, "That's great, which branch of the service do you want to join?" Although Zhou Weiqing's father was the commander-in-chief of the army, but he personally did not know much of the inner workings of the army, and he asked weakly, "What's the difference?" Of course there is a difference, although the treatment of all basic soldiers are the same, but the requirements, tests, and training of the various branches are quite different. For example, those in the light infantry would be more focused on stamina. On the battlefield they are the busiest, having to run around everywhere. With higher stamina and being good at running, it will improve their chances of survival on the battlefield. In fact, most of the other branches all started out from light infantry. Many of the recruits do start training in the infantry. Of course, there are also other basic branches, like wagon supply units, logistics, army cooks, etc. However, most of those do not have much future advancement. As he went on speaking, his mouth twisted in scorn as he mentioned the latter. As soon as he heard about survival on the battlefield, Zhou Weiqing's earlier enthusiasm was somewhat extinguished. Oh yes, joining the army would mean having to fight on an actual battlefield, and he did not have that much skills. If he were to die as cannon fodder in a fight, that would definitely not be worth it. Officer bro, can I consider a bit more? Being afraid of death was human nature, especially for someone like Zhou Weiqing who was only 13 years of age, even though he looked like he was 16. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Weird Black Pearl, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. What? Are you playing with me? The squad leader suddenly stood up angrily. His 1.9M frame towered over Zhou Weiqing, giving off an intimidating aura as he grabbed Zhou Weiqing's cuff and brought his angered face closer. No, what I meant was that I need more time to think what branch I should apply for, Zhou Weiqing said quickly with a bitter smile on his face. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Zhou Weiqing certainly did not want to get beaten up. In truth, if he had revealed his background, it was likely that all of them would be kneeling in front of him right now. However, although Zhou Weiqing's character was sly and cunning, but he had always been extremely obedient towards his father's instructions. Since young, his father had always drilled into him that a real man will work and live on his own merits, and not just depend on his family background. As such, although Zhou Weiqing had one of the highest-ranking noble backgrounds in the empire, he had never used it to take advantage of anyone, unlike Princess Defuya. In fact, even if Zhou Weiqing really reneged on applying, the squad leader couldn't do anything about it. Too bad he was young and inexperienced and had been scared into agreeing without knowing that. Upon hearing Zhou Weiqing's reply, the squad leader sat back down with a satisfied smile, crooking his head to look at him before saying, "Alright, hurry up and decide and then fill up this form and you can take your test. Let me tell you brat, you are very lucky as this is the first of recruitment so we're still rather lax in our testing. Otherwise, do you think joining the army is that easy?" Zhou Weiqing asked a sullen expression. Officer bro, can I ask, on the battlefield which unit branch can stand at the back and will not have much contact with the enemy? Zhou Weiqing had his own thinking. After all, every boy dreamed of being a hero when they were young. He was not willing to just join logistics or to be a cook. If he had to be a soldier, he had better be a proper one. If not, if his father heard about it, he would likely be beaten to death. He himself also didn't want to throw face. But then, as a soldier who would have to enter the battlefield, Zhou Weiqing still wanted to look for a role that would be relatively safer. After all, in his mind, safety was always number one. To him, being afraid of death was a natural human state, and he wasn't so heroic that he could just stare death in the face. The squad leader's eyes glinted with a sly look, and said quickly, "That's easy, of course that would be archers." Archers are generally put in the backlines, even if they had to fire from the front, but when both sides clash they would retreat back behind to fight. Unless the entire army is wiped out, otherwise archers usually will not have direct contact with the enemy. Upon hearing that, Zhou Weiqing was delighted and immediately said, "Great, this is great. Of course, why didn't I think of our Heavenly Bow Empire's most well-known unit? Officer bro, I want to be an archer." Archers were usually positioned behind the other close combat units for protection, this much he did know at least. The squad leader saw that his cunning plan had succeeded, and gave a laugh of delight before standing up and grabbed his pen. "Name, age?" "I'm called Zhou." Zhou Weiqing almost gave out his actual name before catching himself in time. "I'm called Little Fatty Zhou. 16 years of age." Although Zhou Weiqing was only 13 years old, but he had after all been born in a noble family and was the only son. As such, he had some knowledge of the worldly ways of the world, at least a bit more than an ordinary kid. Since he had already decided to join the army, in order to hide the fact from his father, he decided to give himself an alias. It was his kid nickname, which hadn't been used for more than 10 years. It was unlikely that his father could discover him from it. "Little Fatty Zhou? You're not fat at all though," the squad leader muttered to himself while writing down the details. He did not doubt for a second that Zhou Weiqing was younger than his proclaimed age of 16. Very soon, the registration was complete, and he passed the form to Zhou Weiqing and pointed to a corner of the area and said, "Okay, go over there to take the test for archers. As long as you pass the test, you will be an official soldier of our empire." "Thank you, officer bro." Zhou Weiqing happily took the form. In his mind, this was the best possible outcome, joining an actual combat unit which would not put him in too much danger. Perfect. Rushing excitedly to the test area, there were about 4 to 5 soldiers there dressed in black and gray uniforms, with light leather armor, custom protective wrist guards, head adorned with a large hat to cover the sun, with a longbow on their backs, and a quiver of arrows slung on each side. This was the normal equipment for archers, and did seem rather valiant looking. Currently, there was no one taking the test, but the few archers were standing at attention. Zhou Weiqing knew how strict his father was by nature, and if he was so fierce towards his own son, naturally his army had to have strict discipline as well. As such, even though Heavenly Bow Empire was quite small, with an army strength of a few tens of thousands, but they were all very elite and were more than able to hold their own against enemies of similar or higher numbers. Zhou Weiqing knew that his father had never lost a battle, and was very well renowned in the surrounding countries. "Hi big brothers, I'm here to take the test." Zhou Weiqing handed his form over to one of the archers, who looked at him and said, "Little bro, well done, congratulations on choosing to join us, the units with one of the best prospects in the army. Here, take this to try pulling it." The archer unlimbered his bow and passed it to Zhou Weiqing. Zhou Weiqing took the long bow and examined it closely. It was made out of high-quality star wood, was around 1.8 m long and 0.9 m wide. The front of the bow frame was in a circular arc, while the back was straight. The center grip was about 4 centimeters wide, getting gradually thinner towards the ends which were wrapped up in sinew. This sort of long bow had been developed over the ages, across years and years of wars, from the various mixed materials of ancient times in the boundless mainland to crossbows which were less than 1.2 m long, having a max range of less than 200 m and effective range of less than 100 m, and a much lower penetrating power. As time passed, bows gradually were developed to be larger, especially with the discovery of top-grade materials like starwood, allowing the use of longbows to be more widespread. This longbow, which was common for the archers of Heavenly Bow Empire, was extremely deadly. Even the most ordinary ones had a max range of less than 400 m, an effective range of less than 250 m, almost double that of the old crossbows. Their firing rate was as high as 10 to 12 arrows per minute, which was also better than the crossbow. In the hands of a skilled archer, the accuracy was way higher. Since the longbow was lighter due to its material, it was also easier to wield despite its increased range and damage, suitable for both skirmishes and direct clashes, and thus its appearance had meant crossbows had been rendered obsolete. It could be said that the longbow was the king of the battlefield for ranged weapons. The sheer rate of fire of the longbow could cause the effect like an artillery barrage. When their own infantry were charging forth, the archers in the backline could fire upwards in a high arc to hit the enemies. This was also the weakness of light cavalry where the mounts were not armored. Fired at max range, the sharp arrows could even pierce through light armor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Weird Black Pearl, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Of course, there were also shortcomings of the longbow, namely that the archer had to have a strong body and constitution, have great skill on many different fronts, as well as the ability to cooperate well with each other. This meant a long time spent training and fighting together before an archery unit was mature. The importance of archers in an army was undisputed, especially so for Heavenly Bao Empire. In fact, when Zhou Weiqing's father was younger and still a commander, he led troops of archers in a model battle of success for archers. At that time, their opponent was the Khalese Empire on their southern front, whose army was mainly made of cavalry. At that time, Admiral Zhou had chosen a gentle slope which the Khalese army would pass by and set up an ambush. At that time, Heavenly Bao Empire's archer troops consisted of only 2,000 men, divided into 3 units. The unit covering the left used trees and trenches as cover, and the unit covering the right had a river as a natural barrier cover. The last unit was behind the other two and personally led by Admiral Zhou himself. In front of each unit, there were around 150 dismounted heavy cavalry troops equipped with heavy tower shields in a protective formation of 6 rows. With such a formation numbering mostly archers, and facing more than 3 times their number in enemy cavalry, they had won in a convincing slaughterfest. This was also the battle that propelled Admiral Zhou to fame, and brought him into the upper echelons of the Heavenly Bao army ranks. Knowing his father's history, when Zhou Weiqing held the Bao, he couldn't help but feel a rush of passion and excitement. As his father's son, he had been trained with a longbow previously, but holding such a longbow which had been on the battlefield just felt different. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Weiqing held the Bao in his left hand, while expertly using his thumb, index, and middle finger to pull back the drawstring, using his strength to unwaveringly draw the Bao into a perfect crescent, taking aim in front. The soldier's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in praise, "Nice. Little bro, you have used a Bao before, right? Very standard actions, but let's see how your accuracy is." For us archers, as long as we have good accuracy, we are extremely important in the army. With such a proper posture, how could Zhou Weiqing not be accurate? After all, as long as Zhou Weiqing's father was at home, he took pleasure in torturing his son with training. Although Zhou Weiqing was not able to cultivate, but in terms of training in different weapons and combat, he definitely had the best possible training. Even when the admiral was out at work, he would still assign training for Zhou Weiqing to complete, and would even check afterwards. If he failed the check. As a result of that, Zhou Weiqing not only knew how to shoot, but was also very accurate, which was also one of the reasons why he had been so happy to choose to join the archer unit. After all, Heavenly Bao Empire was renowned in the region for its archers, and Admiral Zhou had definitely given him a lot of training in that area. After taking the position for a while, Zhou Weiqing slowly put down the Bao, not even out of breath and his back straight. He was after all still 13 years old, and although his strength was no weaker than an ordinary adult, he still could not sustain that position for too long. "Alright, that's enough. Little bro, from now on you are one of our brothers in the archery battalion. Our battalion is part of the 5th Regiment of the Army, and the 5th Regiment has a total of 10 battalions out of which 4 are archers, and we are of the 3rd Battalion. In Boundless Mainland, the formation of armies in the various countries were pretty much the same. 10 men to a squad. 10 squads, 100 men, to a company. 10 companies, 1,000 men, to a battalion. 10 battalions, 10k men, to a regiment. 10 regiments, 100k men, to a field army group. Of course, Heavenly Bao Empire's army did not consist of field army groups, its entire army was made up of 5 regiments, totaling 50k soldiers. Ah? Is that it for the test? Zhou Weiqing asked in surprise. The archer replied with a laugh, "Why? Did you think it would be harder? We're recruiting fresh troops, not picking a son-in-law. As long as the recruit is healthy and in good shape, and is able to draw the longbow, it is considered a pass. You foolish youngling, probably just reached 16 years old, right, and you will continue growing in stature, so there won't be any issues there. More importantly, all the recruits will be having a 3-month basic training. Of course we will not be sending fresh recruits into the battlefield. Alright, now go over to that side to collect your equipment. Little bro, let me tell you that you are extremely lucky to be able to enter our 3rd Battalion. You will know why when you see our battalion commander who is personally giving out the equipment over there." As he spoke, he put a tick on Zhou Weiqing's form before returning it to him. The archer gave Zhou Weiqing directions to the temporary battalion headquarters, which was situated not far from the field. It had likely not been set up for long, and there were still wagons delivering goods there. Was he about to become a real soldier now? Since young, Zhou Weiqing had been scolded by his father for being a useless bum, and he had never felt such a sense of accomplishment as today. Even though the test earlier had been extremely simple, but he had passed it on his own merits. Zhou Weiqing thrusted his chest forward in pride as he strode towards the battalion headquarters. As he entered the headquarters, the form in his hands was his entrance permit across the various sentry checkpoints, and with the directions from the sentries he was able to easily find the 3rd Battalion's headquarters. In front of a large warehouse there was a sign which read, "New recruits report here." Zhou Weiqing was so excited by now, and hurried towards the warehouse and raised his hand to move aside the curtain to get in. In an unbelievable coincidence, just as he raised his hand forward, someone was walking out at the same time. It was summertime at the moment, and the curtain on the headquarters was extremely thin, and was mostly just to ward off mosquitoes. Due to Zhou Weiqing's excitement, his actions were very large, and in grabbing the curtain, he also grabbed onto something round, soft, yet springy. Zhou Weiqing subconsciously squeezed, and at the same time there was a loud hum from the other end before he was kicked away. The kick was not that heavy, but Zhou Weiqing was still knocked back 7 steps, almost landing on his butt. The curtain was shoved aside and someone strode out. It was a beautiful young girl, looking to be around 16 years of age, around 1.7 m in height and very slender. She had a head of blue hair tied in a ponytail, and was dressed in a suit of black uniform, which Zhou Weiqing recognized as the uniform of a battalion commander. Of course, she was not wearing the armor which would complete the whole battalion commander gear. Princess Defuya was already very pretty, but was no match in comparison to this young lady who was a whole level ahead in terms of looks. Her skin was as fine and smooth as milk, and her most dazzling feature was her pair of large enchanting light blue eyes which were gentle and nigh perfect. Her features were blemishless, giving anyone who looked upon her an impression of being as gentle as still water. As he looked upon the young girl, Zhou Weiqing was stunned as he realized he knew her. Although he had only seen her once from far, but she had definitely left an impression on him then. The reason for that was because the girl in front of him was Heavenly Bao Empire's top genius on the young generation, and was also known as the top beauty of the empire. Her name was Shangguan Binger. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Battalion's Commander Chest Muscles Are Not Bad. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing had only seen Shangguan Binger once, and that was during her award ceremony. The countries in Boundless Mainland had very similar titles for nobles, the 6 titles in order of nobility from low to high: Lord, Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke. Of course, for different countries, the various noble titles might have varying amount of power. Shangguan Binger was born from a common family, but she had been awarded a title of Lord at the age of 12, Baron the next year. This year she was 15 years old, older than Zhou Weiqing by 2 years, but her noble title was already the same as him at Viscount. However, in comparison, her title was truly earned by herself, unlike Zhou Weiqing's titles, which were only because of his father. Even though Princess Defuya was a rising star in the royal family, she paled in comparison to Shangguan Binger. Although Shangguan Binger was a year younger than the princess, she already possessed 2 sets of power jewels. Furthermore, she had both elemental and power jewels. At the age of 12, Shangguan Binger already managed to cultivate to level 3 heavenly energy and awakened her twin power jewels, which were known as heavenly jewels. Such a phenomenon was much rarer than giving birth to twins in families. Especially in such a small country like Heavenly Bao Empire, where the number of heavenly jewel masters they have are honestly really pathetic. The reason why Shangguan Binger is held in such regard by the empire, given the rank of Viscount at such a young age, is because she is actually the 2nd heavenly jewel master in the whole empire. And the 1st heavenly jewel master is actually Zhou Weiqing's father, Admiral Zhou. Although Zhou Weiqing's father was a heavenly jewel master, but the class was still a mystery in Zhou Weiqing's heart. As he had blocked meridians since young, Admiral Zhou looked down upon him and thus never discussed anything regarding heavenly jewel masters. The only thing that Zhou Weiqing knew was that on the surface, heaven jewel masters seemed to be the combination of a physical and elemental jewel master. However, while there were definitely many similarities, there was actually also a lot of differences in terms of cultivation, promotion of heavenly jewel masters. In fact, even the look and abilities of their jewels also differed in some ways as compared to the individual elemental or physical jewel masters. However, he had no idea what the differences actually were. All he knew was that heavenly jewel masters were known as having much greater strength in comparison. Many a time had he daydreamed that he was a heavenly jewel master. The one and only time that Zhou Weiqing had seen Shangguan Binger previously was the day that she had been awarded with the title of Viscount. The one who had awarded her the title was the Emperor himself, and at that time Admiral Zhou had brought him along to view the procession. As such, even though he had seen Shangguan Binger before and could recognize this top beauty of the empire at a single glance, she did not recognize him. Unfortunately, right at this very moment, the facial expression on this top beauty was extremely ugly. Her perfect features were ice-cold, brow furrowed in anger, and her hands were clasped protectively in front of her chest. At this time, Shangguan Binger was rather despondent. She had just been walking out of the headquarters when the youth in front of her had suddenly recklessly grabbed the curtains, and had even grabbed her sensitive areas. In fact, from a young age, no male had ever touched any part of her body. She had no idea who her father was, and had been brought up single-handedly by her mother. In fact, if she had not been protecting herself reflexively from the grasp just now, the kick on Zhou Weiqing would have been a lot harsher. Zhou Weiqing also awoke to reality at this point, and recalling and associating the words of the archer earlier, he realized that this top beauty in front of him was clearly his superior officer, the battalion officer of the 3rd Battalion, the very officer who was supposed to issue him his gear. Also, looking at Shangguan Binger's face and actions, it was clear to him where he had grabbed earlier. In the Star Forest earlier, he had only seen the naked back of Princess Defuya and had been exceedingly excited. Now, he had actually touched Shangguan Binger. Could this be his lucky day one? In this one single day, he had had ambiguous relations with the two of the most famous young ladies in the whole empire. Thinking about where he had grabbed earlier, once again, twin rows of blood spurted out of his nose. Although his face was arranged in an honest expression, that nosebleed betrayed the dirty thoughts he was currently having. Who are you? Looking at Zhou Weiqing's nosebleed, Shangguan Binger's expression got even angrier, and she drew her sword and shouted in rage while pointing it at him. Ah! It is a misunderstanding, I'm a new recruit. I'm here to report and get my new equipment. Zhou Weiqing quickly waved his form in front of her. Shangguan Binger took a swift step forward towards Zhou Weiqing, grabbing the form from him to take a look. Her face softened a little, as she knew that it truly had been a coincidence previously, though she was still very angry at Zhou Weiqing. Why are you bumbling around clumsily for? With a chang sound, Shangguan Binger sheathed her sword. The killing intent in her eyes had disappeared, but her tone was still cold and angry. After all, what girl would be able to keep her temper after being grabbed that way? Zhou Weiqing had been observing her expressions, and was very impressed in his heart. Look at Shangguan Binger. She was born from a common family, and clearly her moral character was way better than the princess. The grievance she had suffered was no smaller than Princess Defuya's, but the reaction was just so different. If only she was my fiancée instead, how great that would be. Follow me inside. Shangguan Binger pushed aside the curtain and re-entered the headquarters. Zhou Weiqing was about to enter, when someone sidled up next to him. Only then did he realize that a male soldier had actually been following Shangguan Binger out of the headquarters previously. He was wearing light armor covering the vital spots of the body, and with a helmet with a yellow feather. This was the mark of a company leader. Previously, all of Zhou Weiqing's attention had been focused on the alluring Shangguan Binger, and he had not noticed his presence. A voice sounded out in his ear, as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Hey boy, how was the feeling like, Zhou Weiqing was at this point gloating inwardly, and he subconsciously praised out loud, the battalion commander's chest muscles are not bad. The company leader had only been teasing him, with a bit of envy mixed in. Little did he expect that this young rascal would actually reply him out loud. This seemed rather at odds with his honest outlook. Regarding Zhou Weiqing's reply, he could only think of one phrase: how intrepid. A cold light flashed, and Zhou Weiqing felt the ends of his hair stand up suddenly as the curtain in front of him was suddenly cut into two. In front of him, at the doorway, with her sword quivering in her hands, Shangguan Binger stood glaring coldly at Zhou Weiqing. If you talk some more rubbish, I'll make sure you become an eunuch. Battalion commander, I'm so sorry I was wrong. Zhou Weiqing had regretted his words earlier the moment they had left his mouth. After all, he had been so loud and Shangguan Binger was so close. He hurriedly admitted his mistake with an apologetic smiling face. Shangguan Binger gave an angry humph, before turning back to head into the headquarters. The company leader, seeing the situation, gave Zhou Weiqing a big thumbs up before he ran off quickly. Although Shangguan Binger did not put on any airs and had a very good temperament, as soon as combat started she was definitely more valiant than anyone else. He did not want to end up becoming an excuse for her to vent her anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Battalion's Commander Chest Muscles Are Not Bad. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Little fatty Zhou, come here. Shangguan Binger's severe voice came from within. Zhou Weiqing was blank for a while, before remembering that it was addressed to him, and hurriedly proceeded inside. The huge building was filled with all sorts of army supplies, mostly meant for archers. Shangguan Binger did not sheath her sword, instead slamming it down onto a table, before saying to one of the logistics soldiers, give him a set of equipment and then get him to scram. There were more than 10 logistics soldiers in charge of taking care of the equipment and also giving it out. They had not witnessed the earlier debacle, and were really curious why the normally kind battalion commander was acting so angry. One of the veteran soldiers quickly took out a set of archer's equipment and handed it over to Zhou Weiqing. Zhou Weiqing quickly took his equipment and looked through it. There were 2 sets of army uniforms, including socks, shoes and clothes, as well as a set of leather armor, a longbow which was even taller than Zhou Weiqing, 2 quiver of arrows and a large hat. In the whole army, only the archers were issued the hat, and its purpose was not to block the wind, but rather to shade them from the glare of sunlight. After all, archers needed good vision in order to aim, and if they were in a position where they had to stare into the sun, it would adversely affect their aim. As such, all of the archers were issued such a hat to shade their eyes and increase their aim. The veteran soldier then gave Zhou Weiqing 3 gold coins, telling him, "This is your first year's pay. You have 1 day leave to return home and settle everything. Gather back here by noon tomorrow. Remember, do not abuse your army supplies. When you gather back here tomorrow you will need to be dressed in your uniform. Understood?" Understood. If not for what happened with Shangguan Binger earlier, Zhou Weiqing would probably be very excited with receiving his equipment. However, he was still immersed in the memory of the field just now, thinking in his head that he would not be washing his hands for a while now. According to the normal procedures, Shangguan Binger should be saying some encouraging words now as a battalion commander. However, at this moment, how could she? The only thing she could do was to glare menacingly at Zhou Weiqing, who was rather spooked by the glare and did not dare to stay for long, grabbing things and rushing out of the headquarters. Shangguan Binger looked at his retreating back, and thought to herself, little fatty Zhou, just you wait, I'll make you pay for that." If Zhou Weiqing knew what Shangguan Binger was thinking, that despicable rascal will certainly answer, "Sure, I'll let you touch me back anywhere. Or perhaps even, my chest muscles aren't as developed as yours." As he exited the headquarters, Zhou Weiqing noticed that there wasn't anyone around, and looking around he spotted an area with a toilet signage, which had a strange symbol he did not recognize. He hurriedly grabbed his gear and rushed to the toilet, which was a lot cleaner and pleasant smelling than he had expected, though it only had 1 cubicle and a wooden door. Zhou Weiqing found a clean spot to place his equipment, then removed his clothes. Earlier on, most of his clothes had been destroyed besides his overcoat, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Since he had already gotten his army uniform, he decided to change into it as soon as possible. Removing his overcoat, he was now totally naked. He was in no rush to change, but stood there relaxed to take a piss. At this time, he heard the door opening. Zhou Weiqing was still urinating, and he subconsciously looked back, only to see Shangguan Binger walk in. As Shangguan Binger entered the toilet, the first thing she saw was Zhou Weiqing's naked butt, and he was still shaking his tool after finishing up. That sight sent her into a shock, and that was the moment that Zhou Weiqing turned around. Their gazes met, and 2 shrill shrieks sounded out at the same time. The weirdest thing was that Zhou Weiqing's despicable scream was even more exaggerated than Shangguan Binger's. Shangguan Binger's lovely face was red with embarrassment, and she backed out in a flash. Zhou Weiqing hurriedly shook his tool to finish up, and put on his uniform quickly, thinking that he was done for now. Holstering his longbow onto his back, shouldering the quivers and putting on the hat, he took quick steps toward the exit, thinking to himself, "I better make a quick run for it and hope for the best." "Stop!" Shangguan Binger shouted in anger towards Zhou Weiqing, her face pale in anger. "You perverted flasher! Just wait there and I'll deal with you." As she said that, she rushed towards the toilet. It was truly another unbelievable coincidence. The reason Shangguan Binger barged in without checking was because that toilet was actually for her personal use, hence the unknown symbol on the signage, which actually referred to the battalion commander's personal use. After all, she was a girl, and also as a heavenly jewel master it was safe to say that she was the hope of the empire, and it was easy for the regiment commander to give her some simple special benefits like a private toilet. In the first place, she had actually been heading for the toilet when Zhou Weiqing groped her, thus the long delay. After he had left, after she had finally calmed down, she had then heading out to the toilet again. Who knew that she would once again bump into him in such a circumstance to see him in his birthday suit? As such, she was not only both embarrassed and angry, but also confused. Added on to that was her need to use the toilet, although she wanted to beat Zhou Weiqing savagely, but she really needed to finish her own business first. Wait here? Zhou Weiqing thought to himself. Only a fool would wait here, maybe your anger will have dissipated by tomorrow. This fellow totally disregarded his battalion commander's orders, and ran off quickly with his bow. Quickly exiting the camp area, he dashed off into Heavenly Bow City. By the time Shangguan Binger came out from the toilet, the pervert, in her eyes, Zhou Weiqing, was already long gone. This made her gnash her teeth in hate to no avail. After returning to Heavenly Bow City, Zhou Weiqing looked for an inn to stay for the night, and got some pen and paper to write a letter to his father. "Father, you always said that I'm useless, and I do feel that way myself, so I will not stay at home to trouble you further." As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is incomparable to traveling 10,000 li. I've decided to go out and make a living traveling by myself, to make a name for myself. Also, please help me break off my engagement with Princess Tafuya. After all, I am just a useless trash while she is a genius. I do not want to hold up her life, especially since she does not like me at all. That's all I have to say. Do take care of mother and do not try to look for me. You know I'm more afraid of death than anyone. I'll come back alive and kicking, so don't worry about me. After writing the letter, he went out to look for a shop providing delivery services, and paid for the letter to be delivered home tomorrow. After which he headed for a blacksmith's shop. Since he was about to become a soldier, his priority was definitely his own safety. As mentioned in his letter, he was more afraid of dying than anyone else. Today was his only free day in a while, so he decided to prepare himself properly before he had to return to the camp tomorrow. Having grown up in Heavenly Bow City, Zhou Weiqing was extremely familiar with its layout. As he was still young, and had spent his life being scolded severely at home, leaving home this time gave him the enjoyable feeling like a bird let out of its cage. The feeling of homesickness will currently not be felt yet. Before long, Zhou Weiqing had entered the nearest blacksmith shop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Battalion's Commander Chest Muscles Are Not Bad. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Hi officer, what would you like to order? The manager of the shop immediately greeted Zhou Weiqing upon seeing his army uniform. In Heavenly Bow Empire, although the profession of blacksmith was not considered low, but it was still far from a soldier. Here, the most respected profession besides jewel masters were the soldiers of the army. After all, the mere 50k strong army of the Heavenly Bow Empire had withstood countless invasions from surrounding countries, and thus they were greatly beloved by the citizens. Although Zhou Weiqing looked very young, but he still looked very smart in his army uniform. Zhou Weiqing asked, "Are you the boss here?" "Yes, I am. Our shop might not be very large, but we are a time-honored brand in Heavenly Bow City, and have a good reputation. Whatever you wish to order, I'll give you a discount since you are defending our country." Zhou Weiqing grinned, and lifted his hand to pluck off the hat off his head, looked out the window carefully, before moving closer to the boss and whispering mysteriously, "Boss, I'm from the 3rd Archery Battalion of the 5th Regiment of the Army. I'm actually here on a secret mission from my battalion commander to forge something. If you do this well, needless to say you will be well rewarded." The boss hesitated for a moment, looking over Zhou Weiqing in evaluation. Although this archer looked very young, but he had an honest face and did not look like a cheat. Zhou Weiqing continued in a low voice, "Don't you know our 3rd battalion? As soon as I mention our battalion commander you should understand, it's our empire's top beauty, Viscount Shangwan Binger herself. You can go ask around and check for yourself." Upon hearing the name Shangwan Binger, the boss' eyes brightened immediately. "Officer, what does Viscount Shangwan Binger wish to forge?" To the commoners of the empire, Shangwan Binger was like a legend. After all, she was also common-born, and was known as the goddess of commoners. This unsuspecting boss never expected that anyone would use her name to cheat someone, otherwise that person would be spurned with scorn by everyone. How would he know that the person in front of him was also a viscount? If Shangwan Binger actually found out that Zhou Weiqing was actually making use of her name, who knows if she might just castrate him? Zhou Weiqing said, "I need a extremely durable, strong but light metal to forge something. And it needs to be in a rush. I need it by today. Money is not a problem, but I need it to be hastened immediately." As such, he took out the gold coins he had and laid them on the table. Although Zhou Weiqing was not able to cultivate from young, but his thinking was definitely much more cunning and wily than anyone of his age. The reason why he used Shangwan Binger's name was because he could not afford to wait for the usual time that such a forging order would take. The boss immediately nodded and said, "No problem, we happen to have a valuable titanium alloy which has to be refined by a fired jewel master. Although the price is high, it suits your requirements perfectly. It costs around 10 gold coins per kg of the alloy, but since this is for Viscount Shangwan Binger, I'll give it to you at cost price of 7 gold coins per kg. How's that?" As soon as Zhou Weiqing took out his gold, the boss had believed his tale. Upon hearing the words titanium alloy, Zhou Weiqing's eyes brightened. He had heard of the metal before, as his father had a suit of armor forged with titanium alloy. It was extremely tough and durable, yet extremely light and easy to maneuver in, and was considered one of the best materials for forging equipment. As such, he was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Great, that's it. I want to forge this." As he said that, Zhou Weiqing handed over his hat to the boss. The boss was confused momentarily. "Isn't this the hat for archers?" Zhou Weiqing nodded, saying, "Exactly, we are looking to forge it like the hat. Just imagine, on the battlefield, the danger that we archers face are usually from enemy arrows. If the hats were made out of titanium alloy, the arrows that the enemy rain down upon us will not be able to hurt us. Furthermore, I require that a handle made from thick canvas be created inside of the hat. In that way, I can also hold it in my hand like a shield. Upon hearing Zhou Weiqing's explanation, the boss was very impressed by the feasibility of the plan. However, titanium alloy was so rare and expensive, how could it be issued to all archers? Actually, Zhou Weiqing had thought about such an idea a long time ago. In the past, when he was bored at home, he used to spend some time coming up with weird, crazy ideas. Earlier, when he had been applying to join the army and the squad leader in charge had told him that archers were the safest unit, he knew that it had been bullshit. As the son of Admiral Zhou, how could he not know about the dangers of the archer units, especially those of Heavenly Bow Empire, which had one of the highest turnover rates? Due to the fact that the damage-dealing capability of the archers were so high, they were also often focused heavily upon by enemies. Exchanging fire between archer units were also highly common. The only reason Zhou Weiqing still chose to join the archer unit was because he already had a few ideas on how to increase his safety, and it was also true that they would not engage much in melee combat. He already had such an idea to turn the archers' hats into a shield at the age of 11. To use it in the battlefield would be extremely easy. When they were under fire from the enemy, he would just need to crouch down and huddle in a little with his head down, and the enemy arrows would likely all be blocked by the hat. Of course, such an idea would not be easy for commoners to think of. Only someone like Zhou Weiqing, who was inborn with such a fear of death, and had such a sly, cunning way of thinking, would be able to come up with such an idea. At that time, he had wanted to tell his father about the idea, but every time he looked at the stern face of his father, he just could not speak up. Who knows if his father would approve or reject his idea? After all, trying to outfit titanium alloy hats to the whole army of archers would be impossible. Respect. This must be Lord Viscount's idea. How creative. Alright, we will take up this job. I'll get everyone on it and rush it out by tonight. I'll also only charge you the cost of the materials and not the service charge, so it should come up to around 6 gold coins per kg of titanium alloy. This was the great part about tricking someone, not needing to ask for a discount, and the boss had automatically given one. Zhou Weiqing was rather proud of himself. As for the boss thinking such a sly idea came from Shangguan Binger, he didn't care. After all, safety first was his motto. Boss, do you have any completed products made out of titanium alloy? Preferably for defense. Zhou Weiqing had never heard of being able to get titanium alloy at the price of 6 gold coins per kg. As far as he knew, the usual price was 10 to 12 gold coins per kg. Since he would be going onto the battlefield in the future, he wanted to prepare as much as possible. You've asked the right person. I have a set of internal armor made out of titanium alloy, and stitched together with the sinew of the heavenly beast magic tenacious snake. It's light but extremely durable, definitely more than enough for archers. As he said that, the boss walked to the back of the counter and took out a silver shining internal armor. Zhou Weiqing grabbed it in his hands and shook it open. It was a half-body armor, able to cover the entire top half of the body up to the hands. It was so extremely light, less than 2 kilograms in weight. That was the benefit of the titanium alloy. Zhou Weiqing was euphoric to see such an item. Great, this is great, I want this. I estimate that this should be slightly more than 1 kg, but boss, don't worry, I won't let you suffer a disadvantageous loss. I'll count this as 2 kilograms. Here's another 12 gold coins. As he said that, Zhou Weiqing grabbed 12 coins and laid them down on the table at lightning speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Battalion's Commander chest muscles are not bad. 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The boss stared aghast at Zhou Weiqing. Officer sir, this. You can't count it like this. It took 2 experienced blacksmiths more than half a year to complete this, not to mention the cost of the sinew of the magic tenacious snake. He had priced this internal armor at 60 gold coins, which was nearly 20 years of an ordinary soldier's salary. Zhou Weiqing widened his eyes in surprise, saying with an honest expression on his face, Boss, didn't you say it was 6 gold coins per kg earlier? You also said you won't be charging me for the service. I'm buying this as a gift to our battalion commander. You wouldn't be so stingy, right? You should have sincerity when running a business. How about this? If you really need to increase the price, I can't argue, but I don't have enough money at this time. After I gift this to our battalion commander, I'll get her to reimburse you the remaining amount. Is that okay? After all, our battalion commander is a pillar of our state. For her safety, I'm giving up the pay that I have saved for a few years. I really have nothing left already. As he continued his story, this despicable rascal gave a look of pity and with tangled emotions. Upon hearing that this was a gift for Shangguan Binger, the boss had a bizarre expression on his face. Meeting up with Zhou Weiqing really made him feel like weeping, but he had no tears, and he finally gave up with a sigh. Alright. Since it's for Lord Viscount, then I have nothing to say. But officer sir, do remember to look for me next time when you have any other bulk orders. Zhou Weiqing was laughing in his heart, and didn't dare to stay any longer. Thanks so much. I'll come back later tonight for the hat. Oh yes, please add layers of cloth around the hat so that it looks just like a normal hat, if possible make the brim of the hat larger so that there will be more protection. After saying that, Zhou Weiqing grabbed the internal armor and left, feeling so pleased with himself. After leaving the blacksmith, Zhou Weiqing turned around a corner into a quiet alleyway. He then took off his outer uniform, and wore the body-fitting internal armor. Although it was still a little large for him, but the elasticity of the sinew was very good, so he could tighten it a little, and after putting back his uniform, the internal armor was unnoticeable. Such a great item. Sigh, unfortunately titanium alloy is unable to conduct heavenly energy, and is also unable to be enchanted with any further attributes, otherwise in addition to its unique qualities, its price would be sky high. Zhou Weiqing sighed with feeling. Titanium alloy had a lot of great points, but it was not perfect and had its own flaws as mentioned. Those flaws alone made it so that it was not a prime weapon for jewel masters, thus lowering the price. After settling his things, Zhou decided to head towards the Stars Forest to retrieve a treasure he had hidden there. That was the most valuable thing he had in the 13 years he had lived. Just as Zhou Weiqing was joining the army to become a cunning archer, in the palace of Heavenly Bow Empire, another nervous atmosphere was prevalent. Father Emperor, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. Princess Defuya was kneeling down in chagrin, sobbing. In front of her, a middle-aged man of around 40 dressed in a gold robe was pacing back and forth, a golden crown on his head, his complexion as clear as jade. The aura of a man used to be in power was tangible in the air, causing the servants around to barely be able to breathe. At this moment, his brow was furrowed and his eyes were full of anger. On hearing Princess Defuya's words, he stopped suddenly and shouted in anger, "Let me tell you. If Weiqing is alright then that's fine, but if he really died from your actions, you will have to accompany him in death." When Defuya had returned to the palace earlier, she became more and more afraid as she thought about what happened. After a while, her reason finally overcame her fear, and she told her father, Emperor Di Fengling, what had happened. At first, she kept swallowing her words haltingly, but as soon as Di Fengling heard that it was regarding Zhou Weiqing, he immediately called the guard Naya over for questioning, until he finally got all the details straight. As soon as he knew the truth of the matter, he flew into a rage, and immediately sent the 4 life elemental jewel masters to go with Naya to find Zhou Weiqing and heal him. Defuya stared in shock at her father. She had not expected Zhou Weiqing to have such importance in her father's heart. "Father Emperor, he is just an official of yours, but I'm your only daughter." Di Fengling had 1 son and 1 daughter. The daughter of course was the 16-year-old Defuya, and she also had a younger brother. Di Fengling was a great and illustrious leader, and after having a son and ensuring his health, he decided not to have any more children. The reason was simple, he did not want his children to end up fighting over his throne in the future, so he would just groom his only son with all his effort instead. Di Fengling said in anger, "You still know you're my only daughter? In the past, at our borders with the Khalid's Empire, if not for Big Bro Zhou risking his life to save me, using his body to shield me from the enemy arrows, you would not be alive right now." At that time, Big Bro Zhou was hit by 26 arrows, and it took the combined might of our 4 life elemental jewel masters a whole month to be able to rescue his life. For the past 20 years, Big Bro Zhou has risked his life countless of times, shedding blood and tears in his deeds of valor over countless battles. Without him, there would be no Heavenly Bow Empire, and would you be a princess then? As a member of the royal family, you aren't putting any effort into improve our empire, instead always daydreaming about a Prince Charming riding into your life. Let alone today Zhou Weiqing probably saw you by accident or coincidence, even if he peeped on you on purpose, so what? You are his fiancée, to put it in blunt ugly terms, even if he. It's also nothing. But you actually attacked him, and with your elemental jewel skill. I can tell you that I'm not joking, if Weiqing really dies, you will have to accompany him in death, else I can't answer to Big Bro Zhou. Defuya was really afraid now, especially since Di Fengling had twice said that she would be buried together with Zhou Weiqing. She knew that her father had made up his mind no matter how much she didn't want to believe it. "Your Majesty." At this moment, 5 people entered the room, bowing to Di Fengling. It was the 4 life elemental jewel masters he had sent out. "How is it? How is Weiqing?" Di Fengling asked worriedly. The leader of the life elemental jewel masters said respectfully, "Do not worry your majesty, we did not manage to find Viscount Zhou, but upon careful examination of the area, we found his footsteps leading away. We can conclude that Viscount Zhou managed to leave safely." Di Fengling's brow furrowed. How is that possible? Weiqing is an ordinary person without heavenly energy, enduring a blow from a fire elemental jewel, I'm afraid. The Jewel Master said, Viscount Zhou is Admiral Zhou's son after all. Perhaps, the Admiral gave him some defensive items that could save his life. Di Fengling's expression finally eased up, and he turned to De Fuya and said, Get up, follow me to the Admiral's mansion to apologize to Weiqing. At this point, how could De Fuya dare say anything in contrary? Although she was scolding Zhou Weiqing in her heart, but she still got up and followed her father, feeling like she was being wronged. Of course, Zhou Weiqing did not know what sort of trouble he had brought to the capital city. The next dawn, he had an enjoyable breakfast in his inn before shouldering his longbow and heading towards the army camp. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, The Secrets of Heavenly Jewel Masters, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The camp was just outside the city gates, and Zhou Weiqing walked into the camp excitedly, touching his brand new internal armor and his freshly custom-made 1 kilogram hat. It seems it had totally forgotten what trouble he had gotten himself into yesterday. As he entered the camp, he bumped into someone familiar. It was the company leader who had asked him how the feeling was like. However, at this time, this fellow's face was all serious, and he held out a hand to stop Zhou Weiqing. You're little fatty Zhou, right? Zhou Weiqing gave a honest smile, yes. Company leader big bro, I'm little fatty Zhou. The company leader said with a stern voice, What big bro? In the army, there is only our posts and ranks. I'm Mali, company leader from the 5th Regiment, 3rd Battalion, 4th Company. From now onwards, you are a member of my 4th Company, understood? Zhou Weiqing replied, Understood. Although he said that, but in his heart he was slandering the company leader, Mali? Donkey? Company leader donkey? TL, Mali is the name, sounding similar to Mao Lu, which means donkey. Company leader Mali did not know that a moment of solemnity had caused that rascal to give him such a nickname that would follow him throughout his entire military career. Follow me. Mali turned and headed towards the main tent. Zhou Weiqing followed him rather perplexedly, wondering why the company leader would personally look after him. After all, he was just a fresh new recruit, normally a squad leader would be handling him. After all, a company leader was leading 100 men, and for Heavenly Bao Empire, whose army was rather small, they were considered as mid-ranked officials in the army, while a battalion commander like Shangguan Binger was already considered a high-ranking general. Mali brought him deeper and deeper into the camp, into a more desolated area, before finally entering a small tent at the very edge of the campsite. Zhou Weiqing followed him in. The tent was only 10 meters or so in size, and there was only 1 bunk in it, without any other decorations or equipment. Mali stood in the tent, saying, Before the recruitment ends and we head to the recruit training, you will be staying here. This time, our 5th Regiment will be recruiting 1,000 men, and our 3rd Battalion alone will be recruiting 100, and I estimate will probably take at least half a month to finish recruitment. Zhou Weiqing said in surprise, Wow, company leader, the treatment of our soldiers are so good, we all have our own personal tents? Mali laughed, saying, Of course not, this is specially for you. You rascal, I can't help you here, you'll have to take responsibility for your own actions. Alright, you just rest for now. The army mess is at the left quadrant of the camp, and should be very easy to find. When it is time for us to head for the recruit training, someone will inform you. With that, he turned and left the tent. After Mali had left, Zhou Weiqing had a very bad feeling about the current scenario. He took off his longbow and quiver and left them on the floor before exiting the tent as well. Previously, he had not examined the area closely. Now, with a wary heart, he took a more detailed survey of his surroundings, and realized that the closest tent to him was 50 meters away. It could be said that his tent was on the very edge of the camp. Could it be that his real identity had been discovered? That shouldn't be possible. He had been so careful. Suddenly, an beautiful but angry face flashed into Zhou Weiqing's mind, and his heart sank, muttering to himself, Shangguan Binger, that chick is the top genius in the empire, she shouldn't be a big-boobed bimbo and be so fussy and vindictive against me, right? Zhou, little fatty. At this time, an angry voice which clearly was with teeth gritted sounded in his ear. The voice was as enchanting as an oriole's chirp, but the tone in it did not bode well for Zhou Weiqing. Zhou Weiqing spun around quickly, to see Shangguan Binger dressed in army fatigues with a dark purple longbow on her back. Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she was not wearing any armor, allowing the dark purple fatigue she was wearing to further accentuate her curves. Coupled with the longbow on her back, she was a lovely picture of a valiant warrior. Unfortunately, the expression on her lovely face was extremely black, almost as if she were about to spit out fire. Clearly she had heard him say the words, big-boobed bimbo. Ugh, what sort of luck is this? Zhou Weiqing sighed in his heart, quickly putting on his signature honest smile. Lord Battalion Commander. I was just praising you. On your growth development. Having been caught red-handed, even the glib Zhou Weiqing had no idea how to talk his way out of this one. Shangguan Binger was furious. She had originally asked company leader Mao Li to assign Zhou Weiqing to this isolated tent so that she could take some revenge on him. At first, she was feeling a bit guilty about it, questioning if she was being too hard on him. After all, Zhou Weiqing was just a new recruit, and while he was infuriating, his previous misdeeds had all been accidental. But after listening to his words just now, how could she still be fooled by his honest outlook? Private Zhou, attention! She shouted loudly. Zhou Weiqing hurriedly stood at attention. There was no comparing the two of them. After all, Shangguan Binger was not only his commanding officer with a much higher rank, she was also a heavenly jewel master. As the saying goes, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Shangguan Binger reached out with her right hand and took out a horsewhip from around her waist, and glared in Zhou Weiqing coldly, saying, Private Zhou, for insulting a superior officer, your punishment is 10 whips. The penalty will be administered by Shangguan Binger. Little fatty Zhou, turn around now. Zhou Weiqing looked mournfully at the whip in Shangguan Binger's hands, crying in his heart. He did not imagine that he would be whipped on the first day in camp, but now he was under her command and he could only turn around with an unwilling, heavy heart. Shangguan Binger gave an angry HRMPH. With a quick stride she was behind Zhou Weiqing, and paw resounded as it whipped across Zhou Weiqing's back. Aha! Zhou Weiqing's shrill scream sounded like he was being castrated. His whole body fell onto the floor face first, rolling around in agony. Shangguan Binger looked at the whip in her hands questioningly, thinking hesitatingly, was it that painful? I didn't use any heavenly energy in that blow. This little fatty Zhou looks so stout, who knew he is so frail? Zhou Weiqing's acting was actually so realistic, his body writhing around in pain as he rolled on the ground as if he was about to die. If we were talking about getting beaten up, who had more experience than him? Since young, he had been punished by beatings countless of times by his father, and he was fully experienced in all sorts of trickeries when he was being beaten. When Shangguan Binger whipped him, he had already dove forward in perfect timing to reduce the impact on his back, and then acted out the scenario to use his pain to win sympathy. He had a lot of experience using this tactic, and was extremely skilled in pulling it off, to the point where it was almost second nature. In truth, this rascal was gloating in his heart. After all, he was wearing the titanium alloy internal armor. Added to the fact that Shangguan Binger had not used any heavenly energy, he pretty much did not even feel anything. As such, his act of pain was only a subconscious act that he had performed, and since he had started with it, he might as well milk the situation. Looking at little fatty Zhou's pain, Shangguan Binger couldn't bring herself to hit him a second time. After rolling around for a while, Zhou Weiqing finally quietened down, but still lay there twitching, as if he couldn't make it already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, The Secrets of Heavenly Jewel Masters, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Shangguan Binger fed in anger, little fatty Zhou, I'll administer the remaining 9 whips another time. With your weak physique, how can you be a proper soldier? Before the recruit training starts, this battalion commander will be giving you some personal tough training. If you can't finish it, just get lost from here and don't throw our 3rd battalion's face. I'll come and find you after lunch. After saying that, she spun around and stalked off. Zhou Weiqing watched her leave, after which he leapt to his feet, the sly expression on his face gone. There is such a difference between people's personalities. From now on, I shall not anger this battalion commander already. Compared to Defuya, she is such a kind soul. Honestly, he had not imagined that he would be let off so easily. He could easily foresee that if the person administering the beatings had been Defuya, he would definitely have to suffer all the remaining 9 blows. Zhou Weiqing had clearly seen the expression on Shangguan Binger's face after the first blow, that she couldn't bear to hit him a second time, and he had a very good impression and liking of her. Of course, for this rascal, that liking caused him to slyly think back of the feeling in his hands from the previous day, causing him to drool again. Soon it was noon. The lunch in the army was nothing special, it was simple and only meant to ensure stomachs were filled. Since Zhou Weiqing wasn't used to any special treatment or foods at home, he was fine with just filling his stomach with the standard fare. Of course, he was eating at the ordinary soldier's mess. The officers had a separate mess area. By the time he got back from lunch, he saw that Shangguan Binger was already standing outside his tent waiting for him, dressed in the same outfit as earlier in the morning. Zhou Weiqing was secretly thinking how great it would be if she were his girlfriend waiting for him. Of course, it was just a passing thought. Zhou Weiqing's greatest strength was that he knew his limits. He would not really expect that the top genius in the empire would fall in love with such a trash who could not cultivate like him. Greetings, Battalion Commander. Zhou Weiqing quickly walked up towards Shangguan Binger and gave her a smart salute. Although Shangguan Binger had a very kind nature, but she was also very intelligent. In the morning, after she had left Zhou Weiqing after the whipping, she realized that she had been fooled. After all, she had not used much strength, how could he be in such pain? That rascal had clearly been acting. He might look very honest, but that little fatty Zhou was definitely not a good person. If she did not punish him for that, she would not be able to assuage her anger. To think that the first man to ever touch her body was such a rascal, Shangguan Binger almost couldn't control her anger. Little fatty Zhou, let me ask you, to an archer what is the most important? Shangguan Binger asked solemnly. Zhou Weiqing answered unhesitatingly, speed, strength, and accuracy. Shangguan Binger heard his swift and accurate reply and was rather surprised. Very good, you're right. From your conduct this morning, your physique is in bad shape and not up to standard for an archer. As such, from now onwards, I will be conducting special training for you. Upon hearing that, Zhou Weiqing's face changed. Lord Battalion Commander, can we start later? I just ate lunch, and need an afternoon nap. Shangguan Binger said angrily, do you have the qualification to bargain with me? A soldier has to follow orders. I hope you remember that point, or you will never be a good soldier, let alone an officer. I'm going to prepare some things. The special training will start in an hour. After Shangguan Binger left, Zhou Weiqing laughed and said, although this girl acts tough, but her heart is really soft. She has given me an hour of rest, haha, in front of this young master there is no point acting. Alright, I'll go take a nap. Afternoon naps are a good habit, good for the complexion. When Shangguan Binger returned in an hour carrying a heavy duffel bag, all she heard was the snoring sounds of little fatty Zhou. Shangguan Binger was both amused and vexed at the same time. This little fatty Zhou rascal really just ate and slept. Couldn't he tell that she was using her rank to take revenge on him? It was unbelievable that he could still sleep so soundly. Little fatty Zhou, wake up. Shangguan Binger shouted loudly outside the tent. She naturally would not enter his tent. What if that rascal was sleeping naked? The snores continued. A sly light flashed in Shangguan Binger's beautiful eyes, and she suddenly shouted loudly, fire! Fire! A loud screech resounded from within the tent, preceding Zhou Weiqing rushing and stumbling clumsily out of the tent. Luckily, although he was disheveled, at least he was still clothed. Where? Shouted Zhou Weiqing as he rushed out, face was filled with panic. Shangguan Binger said exasperatedly, are you so afraid of death? By now Zhou Weiqing had finally fully woken up, and looking around, he realized that there wasn't any sight of flames around and immediately knew that he had been tricked. His face full of indignation, he said, it's human nature to be scared of death, those who aren't scared of death are fools. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. Having said that, he actually turned around and headed back to his tent. You wretch, stop right now. Shangguan Binger realized that every time she faced little fatty Zhou she would always fall into a rage. Battalion Commander, is there anything else? Zhou Weiqing asked impatiently. Special training. Shangguan Binger gritted her teeth as she looked at the rascal, and she lifted her hand and threw the duffel bag into Zhou Weiqing's arms. She had already decided that no matter what, she would teach him a lesson today and assuage her anger. Zhou Weiqing felt his hands filled with a sudden weight, and upon opening the bag, he saw it was filled to the brim with rocks, weighing about 20 kilograms in total. Immediately, he didn't dare to act anymore and said with a pitiable expression, Battalion Commander, this is too harsh, right? Shangguan Binger said coldly, as an archer, your speed and strength are far from passable. If you don't get a large amount of physical training, how can you survive? Zhou Weiqing said, but shouldn't being accurate at shooting be enough? Shangguan Binger asked suspiciously, is your archery very accurate? Zhou Weiqing had some confidence in his archery, and immediately nodded. Shangguan Binger said, okay, if your archery is more accurate, or at least equal, to mine, then you won't have to undergo my special training. Take your equipment and follow me. Zhou Weiqing shouldered his bow and brought his quiver, and followed Shangguan Binger out of the camp. Once they were out of the camp, Shangguan Binger stopped, and pointed towards a large tree, whose trunk was about as thick as a human, about 200 yards away. See that tree? To be a passable archer, you need to be able to shoot a human figure at least 200 yards away. Your target now is the center of the tree trunk. Go ahead. Zhou Weiqing took down his longbow, and took out an arrow of around 90 centimeters long from his quiver, knocking it to the bow. He drew the bow and took aim. The tree at 200 yards away was but a slim figure, before releasing the arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, The Secrets of Heavenly Jewel Masters, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. With a swooshing sound, the arrow flew out and embedded itself firmly with a thud into the tree trunk, just a little left of the center mark. The shot was already considered quite accurate. In the 3rd Battalion, it was mostly only the company leaders who could do so well. Although the passing mark of 200 m accuracy on a human-sized target was true, but the number of soldiers who could actually pull it off was not many. Ha ha! I hit! Zhou Weiqing waved his bow at Shangwan Binger smugly. He actually did not have a 100% confidence in hitting the target. For his skill it was likely he would hit 7 out of 10 times, which was one of the reasons why he chose to join the archer unit in the first place. Is that even counted as a hit? I asked you to hit the center of the trunk. I can shoot more accurately than you even using my feet. Shangwan Binger said scornfully. Zhou Weiqing immediately seized upon her words, using your feet? Prove it. If you can use your feet to shoot the center of the trunk, I'll listen to you and do the training, but I'm your battalion commander, you're supposed to listen to my commands anyway. Give me your bow and arrow. Shangwan Binger said with some anger. Zhou Weiqing handed over his longbow and arrow, and Shangwan Binger said coldly, watch this. As she said that, she kicked off her army boots, revealing a pair of white soft feet. Before Zhou Weiqing could react, she used her foot to grasp the bow's handle, her right leg moving back to raise the whole bow up. Next, she supported herself upside down with both hands, and used the other foot to grasp an arrow from the quiver. What made Zhou Weiqing gape in awe was that Shangwan Binger's reverse side body was arched in a bow shape, right foot in front, left foot knocking the arrow to the bowstring and pulling it in a crescent shape. Her shapely buttocks were almost pressed upon her own head, and her long legs were right in front of Zhou Weiqing. Her right foot released the string, and with a swoosh, the arrow shot out like lightning. Zhou Weiqing followed it with his eyes, to see the arrow slam into the tree trunk, right smack in the middle. That was possible? That skill of using her legs to shoot was unbelievably graceful. Zhou Weiqing praised in his heart. She is truly worthy of being the top youthful genius in the whole empire. What Shangwan Binger displayed earlier was totally her body's flexibility and control, and she did not use a single bit of heavenly energy or her heavenly jewels, but followed Zhou Weiqing and only used ordinary physical abilities to shoot the arrow. With a flip, Shangwan Binger righted herself to stand in front of Zhou Weiqing, before throwing him back the bow and quiver. She said quietly, now are you convinced? Zhou Weiqing looked at her earnestly and said, Battalion Commander, I think that the next time if you are wearing a dress, you shouldn't use such a skill, else you will reveal everything. But really, your legs are very beautiful. He also had a sentence he kept to himself, your buttocks are really shapely too. Shangwan Binger had seen his dazed look earlier and thought he had been impressed by her. Little did she expect that he would say something like that, making her eyes blaze in anger again, her face flushed in embarrassment. What is your head is filled with, always thinking such dirty thoughts? Now, immediately, without delay, carry this bag and run around the camp until I say stop or I'll change the training to sparring with me. I'll run now. Zhou Weiqing said with a wronged look, and he shouldered the bag and started running slowly. Unfortunately for him, no matter how pitiful he acted now, in Shangwan Binger's eyes he had a provoking look that made her want to hit him. Faster. Shangwan Binger gave him a kick to the behind, before wearing her boots and following him. She would personally oversee his running, and not give him a chance to slack off. Zhou Weiqing turned his head to look at Shangwan Binger, and realized that she now had 2 bright red gems around her wrists. Are those heavenly jewels? Zhou Weiqing looked on in wonder. Although running while carrying a weight of 20 kilograms was not easy, but he could still handle it for now. Towards heavenly jewels, he had a lot of natural curiosity and yearning, and he couldn't help asking, Battalion Commander, are those your heavenly jewels? I've heard that heavenly jewel masters have both physical and elemental jewels. Your elemental jewels are of the fire alignment rubies? The 2 red gems were indeed very similar in look to the fire elemental jewels of Defuya. The only difference he could see was the brightness of the glows. Compared to Defuya's jewels, the jewel Shangwan Binger's left wrist were much brighter, almost twice so. Also, as compared to the more costly feel of the rubies of Defuya, the 2 red jewels on her wrist now had a more softer, agile look that gave a comfortable, peaceful feeling. Shangwan Binger said, if you run faster, I'll tell you. Although she was angry with little fatty Zhou, she did not have any guarded feelings against him. As a heavenly jewel master, she could tell that Zhou Weiqing did not have any heavenly energy within him. At this point, Zhou Weiqing did not bother trying to slack off anymore, and hurriedly picked up the pace. Although it would be more difficult, but his curiosity about heavenly jewels overcame all of that. Shangwan Binger said, heavenly jewel masters are different from individual physical or elemental jewel masters. It isn't just as simple as having both types of jewels. You seem to know the basics of physical and elemental jewel masters, can you tell how mine differs? As she said that, she showed the jewels on her right hand as well. Around her right wrist were 2 jade jewels, both light green and translucent emeralds. Dragonstone Jade. Pure? Zhou Weiqing said in surprise. Dragonstone Jade were considered high-grade for jewel masters, as they signified an improvement in agility. But this was not what gave Zhou Weiqing the surprise, instead it was the sheer purity of the gem. He could see that Shangwan Binger's physical gem had no other jades mixed in, and was purely the agility-type Dragonstone Jade. Shangwan Binger said, the physical jewels of heavenly jewel masters differ from those of physical jewel masters in terms of purity. That is to say, heavenly jewel masters only have one type of physical enhancement, for example mine is agility. However, the amount of enhancement is equivalent to 1.5 times that of a normal physical jewel. All these knowledge are taught in jewel master schools. Purity, so it was purity. Zhou Weiqing was suddenly enlightened to the difference between physical and heavenly jewel masters. Although there was only one attribute that was enhanced, but a difference of 150% for every level meant that for the same level, no matter what physical attribute heavenly jewel masters were boosted by, a normal physical jewel master could never be of a match. Shangwan Binger continued, as for my elemental jewel, it isn't a ruby as you mentioned. My element is not fire, but wind. Actually, she had no need to explain everything to Zhou Weiqing. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of happiness looking at that fellow's shocked face. Wind? But wind elemental jewels should be green tourmaline. Zhou Weiqing was once again surprised. Shangwan Binger shook her head and said, similarly, heavenly jewel masters' elemental jewels are also different from ordinary elemental jewel masters. This elemental jewel of mine is also a tourmaline, but it is the rarest of all tourmalines, a red tourmaline, also known as king tourmaline. This is another difference between heavenly jewel masters and elemental jewel masters, although both are wind elementals, but my king tourmaline's wind attribute is about 1.5 times that of an ordinary tourmaline. It's the same for other attributes. In simple terms, heavenly jewels are always the highest grade of elemental jewels. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, The Secrets of Heavenly Jewel Masters, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Wow, so fierce? Does that mean that a single jeweled heavenly jewel master is stronger than a two-jeweled physical or elemental jewel master? Zhou Weiqing said in shock. Shangwan Binger said, in terms of raw strength, yes. However, heavenly jewel masters also have a tougher time cultivating than ordinary physical or elemental jewel masters. Throughout the whole mainland, physical or elemental jewel masters who are able to cultivate to the 9th jewel are still quite plentiful. However, we still have not heard of any heavenly jewel master who has been able to cultivate to the maximum. In fact, heavenly jewel masters should be considered a different profession altogether. Legend says that the strongest heavenly jewel masters can train up to 12 jewels. Such a level is already against nature's law, able to change anything in the world. As she continued speaking, her eyes revealed a yearning for such a level. 12 jewels, so heavenly jewel masters could actually cultivate up to 12 jewels, and not the 9 of the ordinary physical or elemental jewel masters. Only after listening to Shangwan Binger's elucidation, did Zhou Weiqing finally realize how strong his father was. After all, his father was an 8-jewel heavenly jewel master. As such, Zhou Weiqing asked probingly, I hear that our heavenly Bo Empire's Admiral Zhou is also a heavenly jewel master. Is he very strong? Without hesitation, Shangwan Binger said, of course he's strong. Admiral Zhou is the person I respect the most. His level is considered strong even in those large countries, let alone in our heavenly Bo Empire. His Majesty once said before, even all the jewel masters in our heavenly Bo Empire together would not be able to defeat Admiral Zhou alone. After all, Admiral Zhou has already cultivated up to 8 heavenly jewels, and is a mid-level Tian zone. In the whole mainland, he is still considered a first-class expert. Furthermore, Admiral Zhou's elemental alignment is one of the 4 top elemental alignments. Although Shangwan Binger was praising his father, Zhou Weiqing somehow could not be overjoyed. The reason was simple. After his burst of exertion running quickly, his stamina was almost drained bare, he was totally drenched in sweat and panting, even speaking was too difficult now. Hurry up. The whip appeared in Shangwan Binger's hands, and looking at Zhou Weiqing's face streaming with sweat, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. This rascal actually had quite a good physical condition. After running so long with the load he was still able to persevere. It was clear that the pain he showed earlier in the morning after the one whip was all acting. Battalion Commander, I can't continue anymore, let me rest a while please. Zhou Weiqing wiped the sweat from his face, looking at her pleadingly. Unfortunately, this time Shangwan Binger had already resolved to not fall for the same trick again. Her beautiful face turned cold, and her whip lashed out like lightning to land on Zhou Weiqing's buttocks. The pain caused Zhou Weiqing to shudder, and his slowing footsteps picked up speed again. His internal armor did not cover his buttocks after all. On the other hand, Shangwan Binger, who was running alongside Zhou Weiqing, was almost like a ghost, her feet lightly touching the ground, and every step she seemed to float almost 10 meters, her running seemed almost effortless. Her physical jewel attribute was to increase agility and speed, and her elemental jewel was also the fastest attribute, wind. It could be said that she had the perfect combination of attributes for an agility-type heavenly jewel master. If she ran at her top speed, even a 4-jewel physical jewel master would not be able to catch up with her. Ah! The pain is killing me. Upon getting the whipping, Zhou Weiqing subconsciously followed the momentum to try and fall down again. However, just as he was about to do so, a slim fine foot appeared in front of him, the toes hooking his chest and stabilizing his falling body. Following which, another whip fell upon his buttocks, causing him to yell in pain again. "Try acting some more," Shangwan Binger said with gritted teeth. She had barely used any strength on her first blow as a test, and just as she had expected, that fellow had failed the test miserably, proving he was acting all alone. In front of Shangwan Binger, Zhou Weiqing did not even have the chance to fall down. She was like a purple shadow following him. As soon as he slowed down, a whip would land. As soon as he pretended to fall, he would be stabilized, followed by another whip. This time, he had really gotten the worst of it. His buttocks were burning in pain, and his body was getting more tired by the second, and his lungs were like on fire, but he still could not slow down at all. Battalion Commander. I was wrong. Sweet talking was Zhou Weiqing's specialty, and he was no stranger to admitting his mistakes. After all, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Alas, once bitten twice shy. After being fooled so many times, Shangwan Binger was not falling for his tricks once again. "Now you know you're wrong? It's too late," Shangwan Binger said angrily. After 15 minutes, Zhou Weiqing's army uniform was already totally drenched in sweat. After all, he was carrying 20 kilograms weights while running. Furthermore, he was only 13 years old. How could he withstand such a high-intensity workout? His vision blurred and blacked out, and his body fell forward once again. Shangwan Binger's foot reached him again as usual, but this time although she had hooked him up, but before her whip could fall once again, Zhou Weiqing's body continued falling down. Shangwan Binger blanked for a moment, then with a flash she was behind him, supporting his body down onto the ground with her foot. Only then did she realize that this fellow had actually really fainted this time. "Oi, hoi. Little fatty Zhou." Shangwan Binger nudged his body with his foot twice. The tourmaline on her left wrist flashed, and a pale red glow flew out to land on Zhou Weiqing's wrist. She did not want to touch him, and thus used her energy to check his pulse. He really fainted? Shangwan Binger's heavenly energy was already at the 8th stage of heavenly Jing energy, although she was only using her heavenly energy from her elemental jewel to check Zhou Weiqing's physical condition, but it was clear that this time he was not acting and had really fainted from exhaustion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Immortal Deity Technique, Heavenly Jewel Awakens, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Admiral's Mansion. In the parlor, 2 men sat at the head seats. One of them was the current emperor of Heavenly Bao Empire, Di Fengling. On the other side was a sturdy man who was like an iron pagoda, looking around 50 years of age, with bronzed skin that seemed to shine with a healthy glow, with a squarish face, a set of tiger-like eyes, straight nose and squarish mouth star. Although he was seated, anyone could easily see his tall, large frame. The muscles that seemed hard as rock were accentuated by his uniform, and his eyes were full of energy. The black irises seemed to glow from within. This man was the pillar of Heavenly Bao Empire, Admiral Zhou Shuanyo ***, also Zhou Weiqing's father. Admiral Zhou was similar to Shangwan Binger. He was also born from a common family, and he grew up taking care of water buffaloes for a living, which was the reason for his name. Of course, no one dared to laugh at his name. Anyone who did so was already dead. "Your Majesty, look at this. Someone sent it to me this morning. It's that little brat's handwriting." Zhou Shuanyo handed Di Fengling a letter. "Big bro Zhou, are you making this up to comfort me?" "I've made up my mind already. If anything happens to Weiqing, Defuya will accompany him in death," Di Fengling said firmly. He had brought Defuya to the mansion yesterday to apologize personally, but had then heard that Zhou Weiqing had not returned, and immediately sent a large number of men to search around the city to no avail. Zhou Shuanyo said gravely, "Your Majesty, how would this official dare lie to you? You shouldn't be tricked by that brat's honest appearance. He's actually more cunning than anyone. Even I have been tricked by him many times. My guess is this time he knows that he has gotten in serious trouble and is afraid that I'll beat him up. That's why he doesn't dare to run Homestar. He has described it so beautifully. Going out and making a living by traveling, I call bullshit. It's more likely he doesn't dare to come home. We can just ignore him." Di Fengling said with a bitter smile, as long as Weiqing does not come home safely, I can't be at peace. This situation is Defuya's fault after all, big bro. If Weiqing returns home you must not beat him. After all, this child, such a poor thing, he didn't ask to be born with his meridians blocked, you shouldn't make things more difficult for him already. Zhou Shuanyo gave a sound of displeasure, saying, tiger father, dog son. But that little rascal knows his own limits at least. He's right, how can he be a match for Her Highness the Princess? In my opinion, we should do as he says and call off the engagement. Di Fengling's face changed, how can that be? Defuya is now part of your Zhou family, and will die as a Zhou family ghost. Big bro, you know that kings do not say things lightly. There should be no more discussion of this matter. If I look down on Weiqing just because he isn't a jewel master and break the engagement, how can I have the face to call you bro? When Zhou Weiqing regained consciousness, he found himself back in his own tent. As soon as he awoke, he felt that his whole body was in pain, and his body was unbearable with the stench of sweat. His legs hurt especially so, feeling like they were made of lead, and any movement was as if 1,000 needles were jabbing into him, causing him to moan in pain. Shangwan Binger, you just wait, someday I will press you under me and ravage you. After resting for a while, Zhou Weiqing managed to crawl up from his bunk. As soon as he sat up, he saw that beside the bunk lay 2 large bowls as well as a handwritten note. In the 2 large bowls, one of them held 3 large steam buns, and the other had 2 dishes of food, one fried vegetables and the other was stewed meat. Zhou Weiqing had expended all his energy in the afternoon and was starving, so he immediately helped himself to the food, thinking, at least she has some conscience. The steamed buns and dishes are still warm, and the taste is quite good, it definitely did not come from the normal soldier's mess. As he ate, Zhou Weiqing looked at the note, which only had 4 words on it, we will continue tomorrow. Damn it, it hasn't ended. I just touched you once. Zhou Weiqing said in exasperation, then wretchedly squeezed the steamed bun in his hands with all his mind, as if trying to remember the feeling in his hands. Zhou Weiqing made short work of dinner, then quickly left the tent, enduring with great difficulty the pain while taking a bath. Although this rascal was cunning and afraid of death, but he had one good point at least, he loved to be clean. He also washed his clothes. Do not think that because he was of noble birth he did not know how to do household chores, in fact it was the opposite, he was experienced in all the various household chores from cooking to cleaning, mainly because of his strict father. In the Admiral's mansion, Zhou Weiqing stayed alone in a little courtyard. After the age of 6 he was forced to be self-reliant, with no servants to wait upon him, although everything he needed was supplied. Because of this, Admiral Zhou and his wife got into many fights, but Admiral Zhou was stubborn about it, and in the end the Lady Admiral could only get the right to teach Zhou Weiqing to do the chores personally. After cleansing himself in the uniform, Zhou Weiqing changed to a fresh set of uniform and returned to his tent. By now, the entire camp was quiet. After returning to his tent, Zhou Weiqing opened the cloth bag that he carried with him. Inside were the sundry goods that he had bought after leaving the blacksmith, including powdered cooking condiments, lamp oil etc., though they were trivial items but still necessary for living. The thing he was most worried about becoming a soldier was not being fed well, so he bought those condiments so it would make it easier for him to make some food if necessary. As for the lamp oil, that would come in handy right now. Zhou Weiqing took out the rice bowl that he had washed, and poured some lamp oil into it before taking a few thin threads twisted together and soaked them in the oil for a while before making it into a wick. He then lighted it, thus creating a temporary lamp, lighting up his small tent. After doing that, he stuck his head out of his tent and looked around to ascertain that he was alone, before bringing his head back in. He then reached into his shirt carefully and took out an oilcloth bag that was kept there. Luckily I wrapped it carefully with this oilcloth bag. I sweated so much today, if it had been ruined then I'd be in deep trouble. He carefully opened the bag to reveal an old book resting inside. It wasn't even made of paper but was bound together using high-quality goat leather, was around 2 inches thick and was around several tens of pages long. It definitely looked primitive in nature, and the edges were all frayed. On top of the book were 4 large words, the immortal deity technique star. Asterisk, literally means not dying or undying. I used immortal in place here. This was the treasure that Zhou Weiqing went to retrieve in the Stars Forest yesterday. It was something he had found when he was 10 years old and Admiral Zhou had thrown him into a deep old patch of forest to train his survival skills. He had found it on a skeleton then, and hadn't told anyone else even Admiral Zhou, but hid it in a small hole in a tree within the Stars Forest since then. As he opened the cover to reveal the first page, it showed a small line of words, Immortal Deity Technique General Principles. Those without strong willpower cannot learn this, those who do not have the will to die learning this cannot do so. Immortal Deity Technique is actually definite death deity technique, but it is to turn the impossible into the possible, using the 36 large death acupuncture points as cultivation points, retrieving life from death. If not careful it will mark certain death. Be careful, be careful. Those who can break through the 36 large death acupuncture points will be able to receive and use the energy of the world, to live as long as the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Immortal Deity Technique, Heavenly Jewel Awakens, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Originally, when Zhou Weiqing got this Immortal Deity Technique, he was scared off by the general principles, and thus never dared to start learning it. He had only merely glanced at the contents of the Immortal Deity Technique. To cultivate heavenly energy, one had to have a training art, and using the training art to cultivate heavenly energy, absorbing the heavenly energy from the surroundings to strengthen one's body and improve their internal heavenly energy. Heavenly energy was split into 4 large stages: Heavenly Jing energy, Heavenly Su energy, Heavenly Shen energy and Heavenly Dao energy, and each stage was again split into 12 different levels. This Immortal Deity Technique was one such training art, but it was extremely unique and differed greatly from the normal training arts. Normal training arts, no matter what class, were usually various styles of meditation or training the body, all different ways to stimulate the inner talent to absorb the surrounding energy as a foundation. However, the Immortal Deity Technique had carved a totally new path of cultivation instead. It could be said that at the very core of the technique it was very simple, to break through the body's great acupuncture points. There was no real need to absorb heavenly energy from the surroundings through meditation or body training. Every time one broke through a death acupuncture point, his internal heavenly energy would raise a level. Collecting heavenly energy would be for the purpose of breaking through the death acupuncture points. As such, it could be said that this training art was extremely simple, yet extremely hard to actually cultivate. If he could break through all 36 of the body's death acupuncture points, then his heavenly energy could break through to the 36th level, which would be the Heavenly Shen energy stage, thus entering the last stage of cultivation. After all, his father Admiral Zhou, as the Empire's top expert, was only at the 32nd level of cultivation, the Heavenly Shen energy stage 8, and he had not been able to advance for the past 5 years. When Zhou Weiqing was young, Admiral Zhou used to look for many different training arts to let him try cultivating, and at least throughout all the many arts that he had attempted using, none of them would ever pass by the important death acupuncture points in the body. That was the main reason why Zhou Weiqing had not dared to start trying out this training art. However, after all these years, almost every year Admiral Zhou would examine his body, but still there was no sign of his blocked meridians improving upon his growing older. At this rate, he would continue being a trash forever. Zhou Weiqing had struggled with this decision for a long time, the decision whether or not to start learning this Immortal Deity Technique, and it was not only till today that he had finally made his decision and firmed his resolve. Admiral Zhou was a Heavenly Jewel Master, and it was usually hereditary. Most descendants of Heavenly Jewel Masters would also likely have Heavenly Jewels, as long as they could awaken it. However, on examining Zhou Weiqing's body, it was found that several of his blocked meridian passageways were actually passing through a few death acupuncture points. That was the reason why Admiral Zhou had never dared to use his own heavenly energy to try and force open Zhou Weiqing's meridians, despite his aspirations that his son succeed him. At that time, Zhou Weiqing had thought that if he could master this Immortal Deity Technique and break through those death acupuncture points, he could also solve his blocked meridian issue and start cultivating heavenly energy. Today, after listening to the secrets of the heavenly jewels from Shangguan Binger, the desire to become a heavenly jewel master far surpassed the pain he was feeling in his body now. He had made up his mind to at least try out this Immortal Deity Technique. If he did not even try, how could he be reconciled to his fate so easily? He knew clearly that he did not have much time left. If humans did not awaken their power jewels by the age of 16, they would forever lose the chance of doing so. By that time it would mean he would forever be a trash, and who really was satisfied being so forever given a choice? Even though Zhou Weiqing was afraid of death, but he was even more afraid of being a trash forever. Taking a deep breath, the usual honest look on Zhou Weiqing's face had disappeared, replaced with a look of serious determination. Making use of the dim light from his makeshift lamp, he turned the next page of the old manual. The second page of the manual depicted the first of the death acupuncture points to breakthrough for the Immortal Deity Technique. On the old lamb leather it was inscribed, the human body has 52 single acupuncture points, 300 double acupuncture points, 50 outside meridian special acupuncture points, and a grand total of 720 acupuncture points. Of which, 108 were vulnerable points, and 72 were non-lethal and 36 were fatal, the death points mentioned previously. Immortal Deity Technique First Part, Upper, Lower Limbs Training Arts. First death acupuncture point, clavicle point. The clavicle point was situated at the upper part of the shoulder. The page depicted clearly how to break through the clavicle point, including pictures and labels to distinctly show the points. The clavicle acupuncture point was a double point, one for left and right each. Zhou Weiqing tried pressing softly on his own left acupuncture point, and felt his whole left side go numb for a while, scaring him. It was indeed formidable. It must be known that for the 36 death acupuncture points, there were stronger and weaker ones, and after flipping through the Immortal Deity Technique, he found out that the later ones were all much stronger. The technique was split into 4 parts. The first part were the points on the limbs, consisting of 5 points. The second part was the back, consisting of 8 points. Third was the frontal chest portion, consisting of 14 points, and the last was the head area, which consisted of 9 points. It could be said that it was from easy, relatively, to tough. Even so, even the easiest clavicle acupuncture point brought such a feeling. This made Zhou Weiqing shudder in fear. Could these death acupuncture points really be broken through? After hesitating for a while, he finally firmed his resolve again. As the saying goes, if it's meant to be yours, it will be yours. If he could pull it off, he could finally have a chance to be a heavenly jewel master. If he did not try, he would be a trash forever. To no longer be a trash. This was the conviction in his heart that let Zhou Weiqing finally take his first step to his life of cultivation. He concentrated quietly, and started cultivating according to the immortal deity technique. Focusing his consciousness to his clavicle acupuncture point, he started sensing his whole body quietly. The toughest part of any foray was always the starting point, the first step. In this case, the most difficult first part was to sense the very weak internal heavenly energy within his body, and start focusing the energy to breaking through the acupuncture point. According to the manual, the clavicle point was the easiest to break through out of all the 36 points, and the true key was whether or not he could survive this. Once he survived the breakthrough, he would have gotten past the critical first stage. After an hour, the fatigue and sore pain was causing Zhou Weiqing to be unable to maintain his calm. He also couldn't sense any hint of internal heavenly energy at all. However, although he was afraid of death, but he also had a mental fortitude in him. As long as he decided to do something, he will definitely follow through to the end. 2 hours passed. It was already late at night by then, and only the occasional cricket sound would interrupt the absolute silence of the night. Am I really fated not to be able to cultivate? Even this immortal deity technique seems impossible for me? Zhou Weiqing was on the verge of giving up. It was already 2 whole hours, and his back and waist was already aching badly, and his feet going numb, from sitting still for so long, yet he still could not sense any heavenly energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Immortal Deity Technique, Heavenly Jewel Awakens, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. All of a sudden, just as he was thinking of giving up, he suddenly felt an icy feeling in his lower gut, the exact description in the manual. He could sense the heavenly energy. Zhou Weiqing rejoiced in his heart, and hurriedly focused all his attention at the lower gut area, gingerly feeling the stream of cold there and guiding it upwards. What seemed to surprise him was that, after the stream of cold had appeared, it started growing more and more obvious, unlike what was described in the immortal deity technique of it only being a tiny trace. As soon as it reached his chest area, it had since grown into a small ball. The whole process seemed very smooth, and it appeared that it was about to reach the clavicle death acupuncture point. I must succeed. Zhou Weiqing screamed in his heart. He was at the point of no return now, and he gritted his teeth and willed with all his might, causing the stream of cold to viciously smash into his left clavicle acupuncture point. Zing! As soon as the cold stream rushed into the point, Zhou Weiqing felt as if his entire left side was struck by a bolt of lightning, losing all sensation there. Moments later, the numbness started to spread from his left side to the right, and soon his entire body had lost its feeling except for his head. A violent, maniac air seemed to burst forth from his left clavicle acupuncture point, running amok through his body. However, at this point, Zhou Weiqing did not feel any pain, but instead felt his consciousness start blurring, and with that FWAH sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not know that in cultivating heavenly energy, pain was actually not the scariest thing, but what was happening to him was indeed. Numbness usually signified that cultivation had gone terribly wrong. The principles outlined earlier had stated that the immortal deity technique could be likened to a certain death technique, and it certainly seemed that way. However, in the cultivation world, a lot of things also depended on luck, and it could be said that success usually comes only to 1 in 10,000 people. It seemed obvious that Zhou Weiqing was not such a person. Failing to break through the death acupuncture point, there would only be one result: death. This poor fellow did not know what he was about to face, and was still trying his best to carry on. He only felt like his left clavicle acupuncture point felt like a funnel point, funneling out all his life energy from his body. At this point nearing death, he did not feel any pain but instead felt a sense of pleasure. As his consciousness started fading away, Zhou Weiqing still had hopes that he had gotten lucky. Have I succeeded? At this point, a small stream of cold erupted from his lower gut again, as if a large ice ball had shattered in his stomach, splitting apart into countless shards of ice arrows, shooting into his various meridian passageways crazily. A second ago, Zhou Weiqing was still floating around in pleasure, and the next moment, it was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The numb sensation was replaced by an unbelievable cold. At this point, his heart was overwhelmed by a strong sense of bloodlust, his eyes turned bloodshot instantly, his short black hair all standing up, and his body seemed surrounded by a grayish-black aura. The energy gushing out from his clavicle acupuncture point had stopped with the appearance of the black aura. If we were to liken the breaking through of the point as Zhou Weiqing puncturing a hole in a football, then the black aura had sealed the hole. Zhou Weiqing's body began shaking uncontrollably. The cold was not from the surrounding, but rather from deep within the bones. It permeated his bloodstream, down to the marrow of his bones. All he could feel was waves of cold emitting out from his body repeatedly, and along with the cold he could clearly see a black, gray layer of dust forming around his skin. The extreme cold caused him to lose control of his body, and he fell down to the ground. His mouth opened involuntarily, and every breath he took caused a gust of black-gray airstream to gush out from his body, and it seemed like the outer layer of his skin was soon covered with two sets of tattoos, black and gray. Zhou Weiqing starting to learn the immortal deity technique was tantamount to suicide. After all, a 1 in 10,000 chance was certainly not high. Still, though he did not seem to have much luck on the innate talent training side, but he seemed to be extremely lucky in other ways. And this luck stemmed from the black pearl that he had swallowed in the Star's Forest. If successfully training the immortal deity technique was a 1 in 10,000 chance, then swallowing the black pearl was a unique chance that could only happen once. Due to him activating the immortal deity technique, causing his clavicle acupuncture point to break open, it somehow also stimulated and awoke the black pearl which had been lying dormant in his body. The scenario happening now was indeed caused by the black pearl's awakening. Originally, when the black pearl entered his body, it only exerted a subtle influence in improving his body slowly, but when he started on the immortal deity technique this night, it had triggered the energy within the pearl in advance. An unspeakably evil presence seemed to swell up in his body. The ice-cold feeling was actually the black pearl's immense energy which was invading every corner of Zhou Weiqing's body without any hesitation. It was indeed domineering. If it were anyone else, perhaps he might have self-imploded by now, but Zhou Weiqing's body was greedily absorbing the energy of the black pearl in a frenzy. In fact, this was the true reason why the black pearl had chosen to enter his body after appearing in this spatial region. At that time, it had been drawn to Zhou Weiqing's anger and unresigned will after he had been struck down by Defuya's fireball. It had just broken through the spatial dimensions into this world, when Zhou Weiqing had coincidentally spat out a mouthful of blood onto it. Zhou Weiqing's blood itself contained a dark energy, which was also aligned with the black pearl's own energy, and thus it had chosen Zhou Weiqing. As for why Zhou Weiqing's blood contained the dark alignment energy, it was simple, because Admiral Zhou's elemental jewel alignment was darkness. Since Zhou Weiqing was of the Admiral's bloodline, he naturally inherited the same alignment, as such he was able to attract and fuse together with the black pearl. However, the energy within the black pearl was too domineering. Besides the darkness attribute, it also contained several other elemental attributes, of which included the spatial attribute which it had used to arrive in this world, along with many other hidden attributes. The sheer amount of energy in various elemental attributes mixed together and entering his body was now changing Zhou Weiqing's internal elemental attributes, which was the reason why the pain he was experiencing was so strong. It was definitely a much greater suffering than the muscle fatigue and soreness that he had been experiencing earlier. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Immortal Deity Technique, Heavenly Jewel Awakens, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Although Zhou Weiqing was afraid of death, but his willpower was also a lot more tenacious than most, he had to thank his father for that. If his father had not given him such a tough training and treatment from young, he would certainly not have turned out this way. As the minutes passed, Zhou Weiqing felt his body turning hot and cold randomly, at times feeling all numb and sore, at times unbearably itchy, causing him to roll around in the tent uncontrollably. Layers of black-gray dust kept seeping out from his skin, spreading around in the tent until it was almost fully permeated in it. His eyes were turning more and more bloodshot, and his consciousness was fuzzy from the pain. In his mind's eye, he seemed to see a strange image, or perhaps to say a strange creature. It was a huge black tiger, fully pitch black without any other colors. Its whole body was also covered with a black-gray aura, and its bloodshot eyes filled with death. A green-blue airstream also swirled around its body, but the strangest thing was its tail, which wasn't a usual tiger's tail, but instead was a large scorpion's tail. What was that creature? Zhou Weiqing was filled with surprise and uncertainty. He was no fool. In fact, he was a very intelligent person. If by this time he did not realize that the changes in his body was due to the black pearl that he had swallowed, he would not be Zhou Weiqing. However, all of this was not under his control and he could only lie back and accept it. What he did not know was that the block meridians that had plagued him for 13 years was now cleared out by the domineering black-white energy swirling around his boy, and the impurities of his body were also being quickly expelled in his body as he withstood the extreme pain. He was going through a whole body remolding that was the benefit of cultivating the first 3 levels of heavenly energy. There were only two companies consisting of 200 soldiers stationed at this camp outside of the Heavenly Bow City. One company was archers and the other was infantry. After all, they were only here for recruitment purposes, thus 200 soldiers were sufficient. As the battalion commander, Shangguan Binger was the highest-ranking officer in the camp, and her tent was situated right in the middle of the camp. At this moment, she was seated cross-legged on her bed cultivating heavenly energy. No matter elemental, physical, or even heavenly jewel masters, heavenly energy was the basic core necessity. If you wanted to level up your jewels, you needed to cultivate heavenly energy first. All of a sudden, Shangguan Binger's eyebrows twitched. A pale green airstream emitted from her mouth before being sucked back slowly through her nose, and her hands slowly rested back down onto her knees, and her eyes opened. What is that aura? Such cold, elemental and physical? Heavenly Jewel Master? There's a Heavenly Jewel Master awakening in the camp? With a swoosh, Shangguan Binger got out of bed swiftly, her eyes uncertain. As a Heavenly Jewel Master, her senses were 10 times sharper than a normal person's, especially towards fellow Heavenly Jewel Masters. When Heavenly Jewels awakened, there was usually a loud burst of energy, as both physical and elemental jewels formed. Towards such a phenomenon, it would induce a strong reaction in Heavenly Jewel Masters in the vicinity. Of course, the range of this was limited, at least Admiral Zhou, who was in the Admiral's mansion, could not sense it. Pausing a while to regain her composure, Shangguan Binger concentrated her focus on the source of the aura. Quickly, her gaze locked on upon one direction. She had determined clearly that it was definitely a Heavenly Jewel Master awakening, and rejoiced in her heart. The whole Heavenly Bow Empire only had 2 Heavenly Jewel Masters, Admiral Zhou and herself, and to a country, especially one so small like Heavenly Bow Empire, every Heavenly Jewel Master was a huge deterrent star. The reason why Kali's Empire was always suppressing Heavenly Bow Empire was because they had 3 Heavenly Jewel Masters. If not for the fact that Admiral Zhou's cultivation level was higher than them, Heavenly Bow Empire might already have been wiped out by Kali's Empire. After all, the Kali's Empire had lusted after their territories for quite a long while, especially the Star's Forest. Shangguan Binger did not stop moving as she thought. She knew that it was very dangerous for Heavenly Jewel Masters when they were awakening. If they were not careful, their bodies could be destroyed by the immense energy brought about by the twin jewels awakening. One of the reasons why there were so few Heavenly Jewel Masters was also because of this reason. Almost 3 out of 10 Heavenly Jewels would perish from that reason alone. As such, she needed to find the person who was awakening immediately and do her best to assist and ensure success. Following her senses, Shangguan Binger quickly found the source. As she passed through the various tents in the camp and reached the small tent on the outskirts, she couldn't help but pause, numbed in surprise. It's him? How can it be him? Isn't that the tent where little fatty Zhou fainted in exhaustion this afternoon? In actuality, she did not hate or have a sense of disgust towards Zhou Weiqing. It was just a coincidence that Zhou Weiqing had angered her so many times that she had decided to punish that rascal once. In her eyes, Zhou Weiqing was just a small soldier in her battalion, one who was outwardly honest but inwardly sly and cunning, and there wasn't anything strange about him. After seeing him faint from fatigue earlier that day, she had already decided to reduce the weight of the stones tomorrow. Of course, the reason why she was doing this was not just to punish Zhou Weiqing, but also she was impressed with his talent in archery. If Zhou Weiqing knew this, who knows what he would think. Shangguan Binger was very kind by nature, and although she was dazed outside of the tent by shock for a while, but she quickly recovered herself. After all, Zhou Weiqing was her subordinate, without mentioning the fact of the benefits to her battalion for bringing up a Heavenly Jewel Master. Personally, as a Heavenly Jewel Master, since both were members of Heavenly Bow Empire, she would definitely help Zhou Weiqing. As such, she did not hesitate any further, and sped towards Zhou Weiqing's tent. Before she even entered the tent, Shangguan Binger already felt a large burst of ice-cold airstream. Even for her at the 8th stage of heavenly energy, she could not help but shiver with the cold, as if her whole bloodstream was frozen. She quickly circulated her heavenly energy to resist against the cold. What a strong burst of energy! In the day she had not noticed that this fellow had any sign of heavenly energy. How could he awaken his power jewels at night? Could it be that in this short period of time, he had raised 4 stages of heavenly energy? Heavenly Jewel Masters were different from elemental or physical Jewel Masters. They had to raise to stage 4 before their jewels awakened as compared to 3 stages for elemental or physical Jewel Masters. As she thought about all that, Shangguan Binger was filled with confusion. What made her even more surprised was the extreme cold that chilled to the bone. Even a water elemental Heavenly Jewel Master would not emit such energy. Even their ice powers would only be icy cold, but not this sort of dark coldness. Could it be that his elemental attribute was darkness? When comparing Heavenly Jewel Masters, the elemental attribute of their elemental jewels was a large factor in determining strength. Amongst all the attributes, the strongest attributes were darkness, light, spatial and life. These 4 elements were considered the 4 great attributes. Not only were they extremely rare, but they were also much stronger than ordinary attributes. Amongst them, darkness attribute was considered the most mysterious. If this little fatty Zhou was really darkness attribute, then his future prospects was extremely promising, and he might even exceed her. Upon thinking about this, Shangwan Binger dared not prolong any further, and immediately entered the tent. As soon as she entered, the first thing she saw were a pair of deep red bloodshot eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Tourmaline Sacrifice, Alexandrite Cat's Eye, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. What sort of eyes were those? When Shangwan Binger stared into the pair of bloodshot eyes, she was suddenly dazed, and a sense of cold 10 times stronger than outside the tent assaulted her. In the pair of bloodshot eyes lay many negative emotions, ice-cold, evil, violence, demonic, and many others she couldn't identify. Even though her heavenly energy level was not very high, but she was after all a heavenly jewel master. Even so, when she saw the pair of eyes, she felt the world spinning around her, as if her soul was being sucked away by those evil orbs. During that moment of being stunned, a great strength was applied onto her, and Shang Gong Bin Air felt her body instantly enveloped in an unyielding embrace. A lady's inborn protection of her body caused her to clear her mind a little, and as she opened her eyes, she realized that the owner of the pair of bloodshot eyes was indeed little fatty Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Weiqing's body seemed to have grown larger by a full size, all his muscles had expanded considerably, and the surface of skin was glowing with a demonic black-gray tattoo. He seemed to be giving off an unruly and wild aura. The army fatigues he had been wearing had long since been vaporized, only the shiny inner armor was left, supported by his tough muscles. Luckily, the snake's sinew was extremely tough and flexible, and the inner armor had not been destroyed by his enlarged body. "Let go of me," Shangwan Binger said angrily, trying to make use of her heavenly energy to break free of Zhou Weiqing's embrace. However, at that instant, an evil light flashed in Zhou Weiqing's eyes, and he lowered his head and kissed her on her lips. Shangwan Binger felt a surge of icy cold energy invade her body, and the heavenly energy she had been gathering seemed to freeze up and she was unable to manipulate it. What caused her to sink into fear and despair was that within that ice cold, there was a unique animal desire within, that made her whole body to go limp and aching. As her body turned colder, her inner heart suddenly started feeling hotter. The base human desires were sparked by the energy breathed within her. Sacrificial offering. In that instance, although Shangwan Binger's consciousness was not very clear anymore, but she subconsciously thought of the two words. It was a legend, which said that there were a bunch of unique heavenly jewel masters. Though their numbers were few, but they were among the strongest of all the heavenly jewel masters. However, they were the very embodiment of evil. When their heavenly jewel awakened, they would generate a unique attribute alignment which was above other elemental attributes. This attribute was called the evil attribute, and this evil attribute would ignite their own body, causing them to be overcome with bloodlust during their jewel's awakening. At this moment, they required a sacrificial offering to appease the evil attribute and stop it from destroying their bodies. The sacrificial offering would usually be the person closest to them, which was likely their closest kin, friends, or even lovers. As such, once they had gone through the sacrificial offering and successfully awakened their heavenly jewels, they would have the evil attribute added to their elemental attributes, becoming a heavenly jewel master who was way above average. However, in doing so, the one close to them who was used as the sacrificial offering had no other outcome but death, sometimes even being raped brutally before being killed. This was not under the control of the awakening heavenly jewel master. In fact, many of these heavenly jewel masters had committed suicide after awakening and realizing what they had done. Even those who did not commit suicide would experience a serious change in personality, becoming a deviant in the heavenly jewel master's ranks. Such a group were considered the most terrifying, definitely not people to be trifled with. Shangwan Binger had never in her wildest dreams ever imagined that one day this would happen to her. Actually, this was because she had not been careful. After all, she was only 15 years old. Although she had felt the large energy fluctuation inside the tent earlier, but she had naturally assumed that little fatty Zhou who was just awakening his jewels could not compare with herself who already had 2 heavenly jewels. As such, she did not even activate her jewels before entering the tent, and had been caught by surprise and subdued by Zhou Weiqing instantly. This is it, this is the end. Am I just going to die like this? Mommy, mommy. Shangwan Binger's last moments of lucidity was to think of her mother, and 2 rows of tears streamed down her cheeks. The next moment, her body, as well as that of Zhou Weiqing who was embracing her, were both enveloped in a bout of crazed desire. The black-gray airstream emitted out crazily from Zhou Weiqing's body, and seemed to form a huge cocoon, surrounding and covering his and Shangwan Binger's body. Shangwan Binger's clothes were torn into shreds and tossed out of the cocoon one by one, and loud, heavy gasps and pants, as well as pained yet happy moans resounded from within the cocoon. Creaks and groans issued from Zhou Weiqing's bones unceasingly, and his internal vital organs were wriggling around. The blood flow in his body was almost 5 times the usual speed while his body was being remolded by the evil yet miraculous power. The black tattoos on his skin were now more dense, and green, blue, silver lights were now interlacing the black cocoon. After an unknown amount of time, everything settled down, and the red bloodlust in Zhou Weiqing's eyes seemed to be even stronger. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with the desire to devour the innocent lamb in his arms. It was as if the black pearl wanted to swallow the king tourmaline. However, just at that point, he saw the 2 gentle, beautiful blue eyes of Shangguan Binger. No, I can't devour her. That was Zhou Weiqing's last thought, and the next instant he was holding her body tight, and both their bodies started trembling strongly. Zhou Weiqing then fainted from the pleasure of his jewels awakening, and everything seemed to fade away as the jewels formed around his wrists. When Shangguan Binger came to, the first thing she noticed was a queer smell. Then as she started to regain full consciousness, the pain in her body caused her to moan out loud. What happened to me? Her memories were vague from the time where her consciousness had been fading, and as she opened her eyes dazedly, she realized she was lying on a solid chest. In the next instance, she started to shudder uncontrollably as she realized that both she and the body below were totally naked, and pain was also coming in waves in her lower body. As she struggled to support herself and climbing away from Zhou Weiqing, her memory started to return slowly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Tourmaline Sacrifice, Alexandrite Cat's Eye, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. I actually became the sacrifice for his heavenly jewel awakening. Tears started to flow from her eyes. She never expected that her first time would be taken in such a dubious manner, by such a man. Kill him, I have to kill him. As she tried to gather her heavenly energy, she woefully realized that she only had a shred of heavenly energy left, and she wasn't even able to summon her heavenly jewels. Without any other choice, she started to look around for a sharp weapon. And, at this time, Zhou Weiqing made a sound as he started to wake up, mostly because when Shangguan Binger got up she just happened to land on his arm. As he opened his eyes in a daze, the first thing he saw was the naked Shangguan Binger, and instantly his eyes widened. Shangguan Binger froze in place, her eyes filled with anger and killing intent, and she glared at him. However, to her utmost surprise, Zhou Weiqing's surprise quickly eased away, and he even closed his eyes immediately, muttering to himself, "That scared me to death, I must be having a wet dream. I must continue dreaming, who knows, something might happen between the two of us. I'm going to kill you." The 5 words seemed to be squeezed out from Shangguan Binger's gritted teeth. By now, she had found the sharp weapon she had been looking for, as she struggled to move her body and draw an arrow from the quiver lying there, then lunged with it towards Zhou Weiqing. When Zhou Weiqing heard her cry, he had already cleared his head and came to, just in time to see Shangguan Binger lunging at him. In shock, he quickly flipped his body around, at a much faster speed than ever before, and instantly flipped away from the bunk and dodging Shangguan Binger's blow. After launching this attack, Shangguan Binger's last shred of energy was drained, and she couldn't attack any further. This is real? Zhou Weiqing stared in shock at Shangguan Binger. As his mind cleared, this time he really wasn't acting but was really shocked by the scene in front of him. What he saw was not just the naked Shangguan Binger, but the fact that her soft skin was almost covered fully with ugly green-purple bruises, and her long legs were still bloodstained. Zhou Weiqing's first thought was that he was doomed. He had finally remembered some of what had happened last night, but his last clear memory was seeing a strange tiger with 2 pairs of wings on its back and a scorpion's tail, after which he had lost control of his body and lapsed into semi-consciousness, immersed in inhuman agony. However, the feeling had changed later on, as if he had found a relief outlet, and a comfortable feeling had replaced the pain. The various energies rampaging through his body had slowly straightened themselves out, and the pain had vanished. At that time, he still remembered a flash of clarity, and what he saw at that point was indeed Shangguan Binger below him, moaning. Although Zhou Weiqing was rather cunning and a little dirty-minded, being precocious for his age, but he did not have a bad character. Having met with such a scenario, his entire mind blanked out. Sullying her, and even with such violence, no matter how Shangguan Binger took revenge on him, he would not have any complaint. Shangguan Binger struggled again to get up, tears flowing down her cheeks. With much difficulty, she raised the arrow in her hand, and once again stabbed down towards Zhou Weiqing. Ting-a-like metallic sound rang out as the arrow struck Zhou Weiqing's chest area, and was blocked by the titanium alloy inner armor. Shangguan Binger did not have much strength left, and her exertion actually caused her to fall back into Zhou Weiqing's arms. Zhou Weiqing subconsciously embraced her soft, bruised body. Shangguan Binger's stabbing caused him to fully wake up. I'm so sorry, I really did not mean to, it was not intentional, I don't know how that happened. Although I know I am not worthy of you, but if you don't mind, I will take responsibility for everything, and take care of you." When Zhou Weiqing said that, he was being very serious, and had none of his usual bantering. In the past at home, only when he had committed a serious mistake would he use such a tone. Shangguan Binger's body stiffened in Zhou Weiqing's arms. At this moment, as she was in his arms with her head turned, her gaze just happened to fall upon his left wrist. What she saw was a rose-red elemental jewel that looked similar to a ruby. The reason why it was similar was because the color was exactly the same, but there were some very unique markings on the jewel, markings that seemed to be like a narrow cat's eye. Yes, in fact, this was the very characteristic of a cat's eye jewel. As a Heavenly Jewel Master, Shangguan Binger was extremely sensitive to Heavenly Jewel Master's elemental jewels. Even though she was in immense grief at the moment, it still didn't change her instincts. The reason she had stiffened suddenly was because she had noticed this strange jewel. In her memory she could not remember an elemental jewel with such an attribute. Heavenly jewels consisting of cat's eye did exist, it symbolized one of the 4 great attributes, the spatial attribute. However, an ordinary elemental jewel master with the cat's eye jewel would have it in a dark yellow color, this was universal. As for heavenly jewel masters with the cat's eye jewel, it would usually be the prime quality chrysoberyl cat's eye. Chrysoberyl cat's eyes were a light gold with an inner pale jade green glow, not the rose-red color that Zhou Weiqing's was showing. Shangguan Binger raised her hands to try to wipe off her tears in order to see clearly. However, this made Zhou Weiqing, who was holding her, misunderstand, and he thought that Shangguan Binger was trying to hit him again. Although Zhou Weiqing was wearing the titanium inner armor, it only protected his upper body. Shangguan Binger was after all a heavenly jewel master. The innate fear of death he had made him subconsciously let go of Shangguan Binger, and with a roll he had dodged into the edge of the tent. Shangguan Binger fell down onto the bunk again, and the pain caused her to curl up. This also caused her to recover from her shock and her anger to return. Zhou Weiqing had taken off his outer clothing when he started cultivating last night, as such when his jewels were awakened, only his underclothes were torn apart. As such, now that his fear of death mode was activated, he grabbed his pants and coat, flipped around and ran out of the tent at a much faster speed than usual. It was now the first glimmer of dawn, and the first signs of light were just showing in the outside skies. As soon as he was out of the tent, Zhou Weiqing donned his clothes in a jiffy and ran. He knew he had done much wrong to Shangguan Binger, but nevertheless he was just running for his life now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Tourmaline Sacrifice, Alexandrite Cat's Eye, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. As soon as he started running, Zhou Weiqing quickly realized the change to his body. Compared to the past, it seemed as if his body was 10 times lighter, and every step he ran was 5 to 6 meters. The aches in his body from the previous day's run was totally gone. Zhou Weiqing then remembered the true origin of everything that happened last night, and groaned inwardly, oh no. He had left the Immortal Deity Technique manual in the tent when he ran out just now. The dismay was soon replaced by happiness though, as he thought to himself, did I master the Immortal Deity Technique? At this point, he had already ran out of the army camp, and ran in a single direction. At the same time, he focused his attention on his clavicle acupuncture point. Zhou Weiqing realized that his clavicle acupuncture point seemed to have become like a whirlpool, but it was no longer like yesterday where it was drawing his energy in, but instead it was now drawing it from the world outside. It was truly unique and amazing. When he concentrated upon the whirlpool, Zhou Weiqing immediately felt the energy suction power strengthen, and strands of cold energy flowed unstoppably into his body from the environment, finally entering his dantian. He also quickly realized the other changes in his body. When he focused on the clavicle acupuncture point, 3 other acupuncture points also gave him a similar feeling. First were the ones on both wrists. Although Zhou Weiqing had not fully memorized the whole Immortal Deity Technique, but he had gone through the first few pages many times and remembered clearly that this was the second death acupuncture point in the first section, the Taiyuan acupuncture point, which when focused would disrupt the 100 meridians, causing internal injury. Taiyuan acupuncture points was similar to the clavicle acupuncture points, being a double point, each on a wrist. Besides the Taiyuan acupuncture point, there were also the points on the outer knee, the Zhu Sanli point, and the Sanin Jiao on the ankles. These 4 large death acupuncture points were now similar to his clavicle acupuncture points, each having generated a whirlpool which was now constantly drawing energy from the atmosphere. Zhou Weiqing knew that this was all the contribution of the Black Pearl, and it was the one which helped him break through the 4 death acupuncture points. In one fell swoop, he had almost completed the whole first section of the Immortal Deity Technique, without only one last point to go. His heavenly energy had also shot up to an impressive 4th stage. This fellow had rather thick nerves asterisk. A while ago he was still full of regret and pain from hurting Shangguan Binger, and now he was full of excitement from the successful cultivation of the immortal deity technique. Asterisk TL, literally translated to thick nerves, it's a Chinese phrase that is rather difficult to translate to an English meaning. It has connotations of being undiscerning or uncaring or naive to a relatively minor degree, depending on the context used. Can be used in a good or bad sense. Heavenly energy fourth stage, doesn't that mean I have awakened my power jewels? Zhou Weiqing quickly realized the implications, and looked down at his wrists. As soon as he did so, he suddenly stopped running, raising his hands in front of him, cackling insanely out loud. Ha ha. Wahahaha. Heavenly Jewel. I finally have heavenly jewels, I'm a heavenly jewel master. Wah, now who can say I'm a trash? This bout of insane laughter caused him to almost spit out saliva all around. Years of repressed feelings were suddenly released, and he couldn't help but to express the sheer joy he was feeling. On Zhou Weiqing's right wrist was a white pearl, glittering and translucent, as if it were an ice crystal. There were no impurities at all, it was the pure jade of a heavenly jewel master, but it was different from Shangguan Binger's dragonstone jade, and was instead the icy jade, which gave him a pure strength boost. On his left wrist was a strange and unique jewel. It was totally dark blue in color, yet on top there was a bright marking which was glowing in white and seemed to move along when Zhou Weiqing moved his wrists, always ensuring that the white marking was always facing the top. As compared to when Shangguan Binger saw the rose-red cat's eye gem, what Zhou Weiqing saw was a dark blue cat's eye gem, and within the bright markings there was a trace of gray. What kind of attribute is this elemental jewel? Could it be of the spatial attribute? Zhou Weiqing knew that cat's eye gems usually signified the spatial attribute, however although he wasn't as clear as Shangguan Binger on the various jewels, but he also knew that the cat's eye gems were not usually of this color. Furthermore, Admiral Zhou was of the darkness attribute, as his son, he should have inherited that attribute, yet why did his turn into this strange cat's eye gem? Unfortunately I'm not able to go back and ask Shangguan Binger. It looks like my plan to join the army has failed, I better run first. As for Shangguan Binger, when I'm stronger in the future, I will find a way to repay and compensate her. After all, I'm also a heavenly jewel master now, who knows maybe next time we can actually be together? Had ha. As his thoughts ran along, Zhou Weiqing was suddenly filled with regret. Shangguan Binger's body was so bruised, what had he done to her that would be hated by both man and God? As he scolded himself, he also thought slyly, what a shame, if only I had been awake to experience that. Just as Zhou Weiqing was about to move off again, he suddenly felt a cold feeling at the back of his neck, and a sharp pain, and his whole body froze on the spot. Little fatty Zhou, you sullied my body and now you want to run away? A voice full of anger and hate caused Zhou Weiqing to shudder in fear. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. I'm not running, I'm definitely not running. Battalion commander, let's talk things through, don't be so fast to take action, let me explain myself. Shangguan Binger came around from behind Zhou Weiqing, the arrow in her hand pointed at Zhou Weiqing's throat. Although she was still disheveled, but her body was now covered by the army uniform that Zhou Weiqing had washed yesterday. Shangguan Binger was after all a heavenly jewel master, and her physique was much stronger than any ordinary human. If an ordinary girl had been abused like she had been yesterday, even if she didn't die, she would have been bedridden for at least half a month. However, Shangguan Binger was boosted by 2 heavenly jewels, and after recuperating for a short while, she had restored some heavenly energy and was able to move. Seeing that Zhou Weiqing was about to escape, how could she content? She quickly grabbed the clothing left in the tent to cover herself before giving chase. When she spotted Zhou Weiqing, that fellow had his hands raised, cackling gleefully to himself, and Shangguan Binger had also hesitated a while when she sought his wrists again, which was why she was late to subdue that rascal. Show me your left hand. Shangguan Binger said coldly. Her once beautiful and gentle eyes now had streaks of blood within them, and they were filled with a cold, angry light. If not for the fact that the jewel on his left hand was so shocking to her, she would probably have stabbed down with the arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Tourmaline Sacrifice, Alexandrite Cat's Eye, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly raised his left hand in front of Shangguan Binger. After closely examining the elemental jewel on Zhou Weiqing's right wrist, Shangguan Binger was clearly shaken, the hate-filled eyes seemed to be in a trance. Alexandrite. Alexandrite Cat's Eye. It really is Alexandrite Cat's Eye. Why? Heaven, why do you mock me so? Why did you let him have Alexandrite Cat's Eye jewel? She said with an ugly tone. Changing the topic was undoubtedly one of the best ways to quell anger, and Zhou Weiqing quickly seized the opportunity to ask softly, Battalion Commander, what's this Alexandrite Cat's Eye jewel? How come I've never heard of it? Shangguan Binger said in a muttering manner, Alexandrite is a very special gemstone, belonging to the chrysoberyl family of gems. Under daylight it shows as a blue-green color, the most beautiful of which would be the color of emerald jade. At night, under lamp or candlelight, it appears to be rose-red or purplish red. As such, it is known as the emerald of the day, ruby of the night. In the world of gemstones, it is the rarest gemstone. And when the alexandrite has the cat's eye markings, it becomes an alexandrite cat's eye jewel, and is the world's most valuable gemstone, 100 times more valuable than even diamonds. Zhou Weiqing had never heard of alexandrite cat's eye jewels, but as he examined it closely, sure enough its color changed as the sun rose further, the dark blue color slowly turning into a rich green, and the cat's eye markings also seemed more obvious. You mean to say, this elemental jewel of mine is alexandrite cat's eye jewel? But, what attribute is that? Zhou Weiqing asked curiously, even momentarily forgetting the arrow at his neck. Shangguan Binger was still in a dazed mode, and she said, Alexandrite being the elemental jewel can only happen to heavenly jewel masters. Besides being of higher quality and having a stronger elemental attribute, there is also one more possibility for heavenly jewel masters, to have multiple elemental attributes. When a heavenly jewel master has 2 or more elemental attributes, then his elemental jewel will be an alexandrite. Zhou Weiqing blinked and said, Does that mean I have more than 2 elemental attributes? Isn't that better than having a single attribute? Shangguan Binger raised her head slowly, the dazed look in her eyes vanished, replaced with a rather complicated look. She shook her head, and the arrow in her hand moved a little, the pain at his throat silencing Zhou Weiqing and causing him to shiver. It's not 2 or more attributes, but 4 or more attributes. Alexandrite cat's eye is a legend amongst elemental jewels. When it appears it means that the heavenly jewel master has more than 4 elemental attributes. Zhou Weiqing looked at Shangguan Binger, stupefied, and he started laughing. I'm a legend? Having been a trash for 13 years, yet suddenly turned into a heavenly jewel master of legend, even though he was facing death, the sudden change still made this rascal proud of himself. Shangguan Binger's feelings now were extremely complicated. Even if Zhou Weiqing was just an ordinary heavenly jewel master, she couldn't kill him now. After she had chased him out of the tent, her emotions has settled a little. She was clear that the events that occurred yesterday was truly an accident. When Zhou Weiqing's heavenly jewels awakened yesterday and he had required a sacrifice, she had just happened to stumble in. According to what she knew, under that circumstance, Zhou Weiqing had lost control of himself and the usual result should have been her death. However, she managed to survive, which meant that Zhou Weiqing's willpower was extremely firm, and had managed to hold back at the last second, sparing her life. Although he had committed a grave sin against her, but he had actually not been fully in the wrong. After all, he had not been conscious when doing so, and had been controlled by the evil attribute when his heavenly jewel awakened. But could she really just let it go like that? Shangguan Binger was really not reconciled, not willing to let the matter rest just like that. Which young girl did not dream of romance? In her heart, she had often daydreamed about what her future husband would be like: handsome, modest, gentle, upstanding moral character, preferably a heavenly jewel master, a man who was deeply in love with her, and treated her and coddled her like she was precious. Only then would she give herself to him on their wedding night. Alas, at this moment, all her daydreams and fantasies had evaporated, and her innocence had been ruined in such a muddled fashion by such a honest-looking person who was actually so sly in nature, this rascal who had such an ordinary appearance. Not to talk about love between them, there was barely any affection. She really felt like ignoring everything and just killing him, but reason and logic told her that if she killed him just like that, she would never be able to reverse it. He was after all a heavenly jewel master, and one with a legendary innate talent, having the alexandrite cat's eye jewel. For her country, she could not kill him. In the future, he could possibly advance to one of top, or even possibly the top heavenly jewel master in the whole mainland. How could she just ruin such a future talent like that? Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Binger tried her best to calm herself down, and she sharply withdrew the arrow in her hand, and shouted harshly, "Get lost, get out of my sight now." With no more threat to his life, Zhou Weiqing suddenly felt like he was granted amnesty. "I'm getting lost right now." As he said that, he started running off toward the distance. "You wretch! Come back here, I asked you to get lost back to camp." Shangguan Binger saw that the rascal was trying to run away, and instantly got angry again. With a flying kick, she caused him to stagger, but also causing her own lower body to ache in pain. That rascal always seemed to make her angry so easily. Zhou Weiqing dropped his head down as if he were being wronged. "Don't be angry, I'm going back to the camp now, okay? I promise, no matter how much you trample on me, I won't resist." Just now, in that instance when Shangguan Binger drew back the arrow in her hand, Zhou Weiqing felt a strong stabbing pain in his heart, an extreme heartache. She was really too kind, he had treated her like that, but she still spared his life. In that moment, Zhou Weiqing found that he had fallen for Shangguan Binger. If we were to say that previously, he felt unworthy of her, but now he would no longer have such a feeling. After all, he had also become a heavenly jewel master, furthermore one with the legendary Alexandrite cat's eye. He truly believed that if he worked hard in cultivating, one day he would be worthy of her, and he vowed silently that he would always take good care of her. Of course, no matter what, Zhou Weiqing's mind also always had some dirty thoughts. While he was deeply touched, this fellow was also thinking, if one day I bring Shangwan Binger home as my wife to show dad, I wonder if that dad of mine who never smiles would show any shocked expression. Looking at Zhou Weiqing leaving with a pitiable expression, Shangwan Binger suddenly seemed to collapse like a deflated balloon, and she sat down on the floor, the arrow dropping to the ground, and hugged her knees sobbing out loud. She had never been a particularly firm girl, and such a massive change in events caused her to be overwhelmed with emotion and to break down and cry. Zhou Weiqing had not gone very far, and hearing Shangwan Binger cry, he stopped in his tracks. He gingerly walked back, first taking up the arrow on the ground and throwing it further away, before carefully squatting down beside her. He did not know how to comfort her, and could only squat at the side in company. At the same time, he was thinking to himself, she is truly worthy of being called the top beauty in the empire. Even when she's crying, she's so beautiful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Point Covenant, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. After crying for half a day, Shangwan Binger still had not stopped. Zhou Weiqing looked at the brightening skies, and couldn't help reminding her, Battalion Commander, isn't it time to head back? If we don't head back, we might be discovered by others. Shangwan Binger naturally knew that this fellow had come back just now, and she raised her head, looking at him with her tear-stained face, none of your business. I thought I asked you to get lost? Zhou Weiqing was exceptional at reading expressions and cues, and he could tell that after the long cry, the anger and hate in Shangwan Binger's eyes had considerably lessened. Although her voice was still severe, there was no longer any killing intent. I'll get lost immediately now. Seeing that Shangwan Binger had stopped crying, Zhou Weiqing took off and ran away. Although her anger had lessened considerably, but it was still likely she would give him a beating. Looking at Zhou Weiqing fleeing in a sorry state, Shangwan Binger bit her lip before standing up slowly and returning to the camp. When Zhou Weiqing returned to his tent, he was given a fright. Previously, when he had just awakened, he had been distracted by Shangwan Binger as well as the threat to his life, and had not looked around at the scene in the tent closely. Now, in the daylight, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, feeling glad it was the kind Shangwan Binger last night. The tent was a total mess, with torn clothes strewn everywhere, mostly the purple clothes that Shangwan Binger had been wearing last night as well as her underclothing. There was blood on the mattress, showing how crazy last night had been. Zhou Weiqing quickly gathered up the mess around, then wrapped them in the bag he had earlier. He then carefully tore out the bloodstain on the mattress, folded it up and stowed it away carefully. This was after all a symbol of their consummation and he wanted to keep it. If Shangwan Binger was willing to accept being with him in the future, he would give it to her. Of course, whether she would accept it or not was another matter. After he had finished clearing up, Zhou Weiqing had broken out in cold sweat, as he had not been able to find his immortal deity technique manual. It had likely been taken by Shangwan Binger. It was not that he was unwilling to give it up, but he was actually afraid that Shangwan Binger would follow him in trying to learn it. When he was cultivating the immortal deity technique last night, he had realized how domineering the technique was, how nigh impossible it was to learn it. If it had not been for the Black Pearl helping him, he would probably have died long before Shangwan Binger had came. No, this would not do. He had to find a chance to warn her not to train this technique. Although, even if she wanted to learn it, it would likely be after 2 to 3 days, since she had to recover first. As Zhou Weiqing looked at the jewels on his wrist that had not disappeared throughout the whole time, he was slowly overcome by a bout of sleepiness, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. As the recruitment was still going on, and furthermore Shangwan Binger had assigned him to such a remote area to punish him, thus he was not disturbed by anyone. Zhou Weiqing slept all the way till the sun was setting. And, so comfortable. He stretched lazily, hearing a soft creaking sound from his bones, and he felt a comfortable feeling, as if he was fully suffused with strength and free of inhibitions. As he looked down, the heavenly jewels were still around his wrist, doing a slow orbit. Why am I unable to retrieve the heavenly jewels back into my body like others do? How do I do that? Since Zhou Weiqing had been considered a trash since young, he had not studied in a jewel master school, and thus only had a very basic understanding of the profession, and as a result he now did not know what to do. Never mind, I shall not care about that now, time to eat first before thinking further. After sleeping for a whole day, coupled with his exertions last night, he had totally been awoken by his hunger. Putting on the army uniform, he he covered his arms with the sleeves to hide his heavenly jewels, before running to the mess to have a large meal. Having filled his stomach, he was now filled with spirit. Zhou Weiqing was pleasantly surprised to find out that he seemed to have grown in stature. He was originally around 1.7 m tall, which was already extremely tall for his 13 years of age. However, after last night, he seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller, and his entire body's muscles also seemed to have developed further. Besides feeling heart pain for Shangguan Binger, his mood today was actually pretty good. He had finally gotten his own heavenly jewels that he had dreamed of for so long. Not to mention his legendary elemental jewel, even an ordinary heavenly jewel master status would let him be extremely satisfied. If not for Shangguan Binger, he might have just gone home immediately to tell his dad this good news, and also let Tafuya, who had always looked down on him, know that he was already a heavenly jewel master. Zhou Weiqing returned to his tent in a good mood, but as soon as he opened the flap, his heart was suddenly alarmed, and he shouted out, "Who's there?" That sense of alarm was totally subconscious, and he didn't even know what was happening. At this moment, the sky was darkening, and he did not have vision into the tent. However, Zhou Weiqing's expression quickly changed into a fawning one as he saw the person in the tent. With a foolish grin on his face, he said, "Oh, it's you, Lord Battalion Commander, why are you here?" As he said that, he only stepped one foot into the tent, the other foot was refusing to step in. How knows what Shangguan Binger came here to do? Shangguan Binger had by now changed to a set of blue attire, which was very matching to her azure hair. Zhou Weiqing saw that his uniform had been folded neatly onto his bunk, and when he entered the tent, she had been staring at the bunk blankly. "Come in," Shangguan Binger said coldly. Zhou Weiqing looked around, just verifying that she had no weapons on her, before entering the tent gingerly. Still, he didn't dare to step too far in, just near the entrance, and he looked at her in a bashful expression, almost as if he had been the one taken advantage of. Looking at that rascal's expression, Shangguan Binger blushed, scolding in her heart, "How could I have been taken advantage of by this damn rascal? Where's the cloth?" she asked curtly. "What cloth?" Zhou Weiqing did not understand. Shangguan Binger was flushed red in embarrassment, and she glanced at the bunk. Zhou Weiqing instantly understood, and said carefully, "I kept it, as a memento." Shangguan Binger's shapely bosom rose and fell more rapidly. "You, give it here." She was afraid she would not be able to control herself and kill that rascal. Zhou Weiqing reluctantly took out the few pieces of cloth that he had kept carefully, and passed them to Shangguan Binger. Of course, she couldn't bear to look at such a shameful thing now, so she quickly stashed it away. Little did she know that the sly rascal Zhou Weiqing had kept a piece still. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Point Covenant 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Shangguan Binger pushed Zhou Weiqing away, and headed to the entrance to open the tent flap, allowing the cool fresh air to enter. She took deep breaths as she calmed herself down. It had been a day, and with the help of heavenly energy, her body had mostly healed. However, how could the wounds of the heart heal so easily? After thinking about things for a whole day, finally her reason overcame her anger, and she decided to come look for Zhou Weiqing. Little fatty Zhou. As she closed the tent flap once again, she turned back around to face Zhou Weiqing. "Yes." Upon hearing her call him, Zhou Weiqing quickly replied. The lowered-eyed, puppy dog look he had on made her want to give him a beating. Taking another deep breath, Shangguan Binger said solemnly, "Remember, yesterday never happened. If I hear any rumors spreading, you know the consequences." "Ah?" Zhou Weiqing widened his eyes as he looked at her. At this moment, although he put on an expression of obedience, but inside he was feeling rather pleased. He knew that Shangguan Binger wouldn't kill him, and looking at her beauty now, he couldn't help but think that she had been under him last night, and his heart was aflame. "Did you hear what I said clearly?" Shangguan Binger said, pouting. "I heard clearly. But, Battalion Commander, I. Zhou Weiqing put on a hesitant look. "You what you? Why are you mumbling? If you have something to say, say it." Shangguan Binger said exasperatedly, and couldn't help but to step forward and give him a kick. Zhou Weiqing immediately shook his head. "I better not say, I'm scared you will hit me." "Say it." "I won't hit you." People were curious by nature, and after all Shangguan Binger was merely 15. Although she was still angry with Zhou Weiqing, but she still wanted to know what he wanted to say. Zhou Weiqing looked at her secretly, then said in a low voice, "You really won't hit me? Are you going to say?" Shangguan Binger's face turned cold. "Alright, I'll say, okay?" Zhou Weiqing had an aggrieved face, almost as if he was the sacrifice last night. Battalion Commander, it was also my first time, how can I forget about last night? Although you won't take responsibility for me, but I won't blame you. But, I still can't help but to remember you. Battalion Commander, don't look at me like that, I'm scared. I'm just speaking the truth. Ah. Help. Murder. As Zhou Weiqing said the first line, Shangwan Binger had already realized that this rascal was not going to say anything good. As expected, the more she listened the angrier she got, and at the end, her beautiful face was green and white from anger, and with a flash she was beside him, pinching the meat at his waist. She gave a hard 180-degree turn. Instantly the screams like that of a pig being butchered sounded out. Shangwan Binger raised her hand and covered Zhou Weiqing's mouth. She did not want her other subordinates to know that she was in this rascal's tent so late at night. If you speak any more rubbish, I'll castrate you. Shangwan Binger was both angry and embarrassed, and she finally threatened him. Zhou Weiqing was immediately silenced, his hands carefully covering his lower body, looking at Shangwan Binger with an alarmed expression. This time he was really afraid of that threat. You, sit down. Shangwan Binger was really glad she did not bring her sword along, or she really couldn't guarantee that this rascal would still be alive. Zhou Weiqing sat down on the bunk. This time he was well behaved. Although he liked to look at her angry look as he teased her, but he also knew that he could not overdo it. Furthermore, they had a lot of time together in the future. It was likely this would be his only joy to look forward to in his army life. Little fatty Zhou, let me ask you. How much do you really know about Heavenly Jewel Masters? Shangwan Binger sat cross-legged at the other end of the bunk, keeping a meter distance between Zhou Weiqing and herself. Basically what you told me yesterday. Zhou Weiqing said without hesitation. With a piak sound, a leather book was thrown at him. Zhou Weiqing fumbled to catch it, and found that it was his Immortal Deity Technique manual. Tell me what happened last night? In the day, I did not sense any heavenly energy at all from you. Why did you manage to awaken your heavenly jewel at night, and furthermore being one of multiple elements? Don't tell me it's because you learnt this Immortal Deity Technique. That thing, although it isn't absolutely impossible, but it's nigh tantamount to suicide. With just that technique, no matter how lucky you are, it's not possible for you to jump 4 levels of heavenly energy from a totally start point of 0. Zhou Weiqing said, it might be because of this weird black pearl that I swallowed. Before I joined the army, I was playing around in the stars forest. After a while, I got tired and fell asleep in the forest. Who knew, the sky then suddenly darkened, and I found that I couldn't move at all. A crack opened in the sky, and this black pearl surrounded by green, blue and silver colors emerged from the crack and flew into my mouth. At that time, I just felt my whole body turn cold, then I fainted. When I came to, I didn't find anything wrong with my body and returned to the city. As I reached the city, I just happened to see the army recruitment, and so I joined. Last night, I really was trying to learn the Immortal Deity Technique, and was breaking through the first death acupuncture point, the clavicle point, and I managed to break through it. However, I immediately felt my whole body go numb and unable to move. Then a strong burst of cold emerged from my dantian, and I seemed to see this winged black tiger before I lost consciousness. I don't know what happened after that. When I woke up, I saw this naked girl in front of me, and after that, I realized that 4 of my death acupuncture points had successfully broken through. Shut up. Shangwan Binger said with a livid face, and with a wave of her hand, a green light flashed in front of Zhou Weiqing, and with a BAM sound, a crack appeared in the bunk right in front of him. That scared him into silence. If that blow had been a few inches to the front, the little bird in his pants would no longer be there. After a vicious quick glare at Zhou Weiqing, Shangwan Binger lapsed into deep thought. She had never heard of such circumstance that Zhou Weiqing had described, but with this rascal's mode of talking, could she believe it? But, if she didn't believe what he said, there was no possible way to explain what happened yesterday. Furthermore, when he had been talking just now, she had been looking into his eyes, and she realized that that fellow had a genuine look in his eyes, and it seemed that his words were at least relatively believable. What's your origin? Shangwan Binger asked solemnly. She wasn't just asking for her own curiosity, but more importantly because of his unique legendary elemental jewel. Such a person, even though he had an unbelievable innate talent, but if he had an unknown origin, she wasn't sure if she should teach him the cultivation ways. Zhou Weiqing hesitated a moment, then said, Binger, do you want to hear the truth or have me make up a story? Hearing him address her by her name *, Shangwan Binger sweat dropped, and said angrily, call me battalion commander, and of course I want to hear the truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Point Covenant, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing gave a bitter smile and said, but, if I were to say the truth, I'm afraid I won't be able to join you in the army. Actually, I am of quite high birth status, and my family is considered rich, but from young, my father has always been angry with me for being a trash. I was angry and decided to join the army, to walk my own path and forge a name of my own before returning home in glory. Binger, no. Battalion Commander, can you trust me this once? Please don't ask me what's my origin. I swear upon my life that I'm not a bad person, and I will always treat you well in the future. Who wants you to treat me well? Shangguan Binger's anger was once again ignited, but she also realized that when Zhou Weiqing was saying that previously, his expression was unprecedentedly sincere. Without knowing why, her heart softened a little. Okay, I will not ask you about your origin, but from now on, I'll have a 3-point covenant with you. You have to swear upon your heavenly jewels, then I'll start training you in the cultivation methods of heavenly jewel masters. Are you okay with that? Zhou Weiqing nodded repeatedly. Yes, I am, definitely. The thing he needed most now was the cultivation method of heavenly jewel masters. Furthermore, it was Shangguan Binger who would be teaching him. How could he not be willing? As for making oaths, he had never really cared about such things. Shangguan Binger's expression finally cleared a little, and she said, firstly, you must swear that you will always be loyal to Heavenly Bow Empire. No matter what level you reach in the future, you will always be part of Heavenly Bow Empire. Zhou Weiqing immediately nodded his head, and made the oath. After all, he had already made a similar oath a few years back in front of his father and King Delingfang, and he didn't mind doing it again. Secondly, from now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to show anyone that you are a heavenly jewel master. Unless it is a matter of life and death, otherwise you cannot even reveal your jewels. Ah? Not allowed to use my powers? Then why am I training for? Zhou Weiqing asked in puzzlement. Shangguan Binger said exasperatedly, you fool, do you think that having the legendary Alexandrite cat's eye is really a good thing for you now? If any other country hears about this, they will send countless assassins to kill you off. Before you have reached a certain level of power, you must hide your true power. Zhou Weiqing saw the light, and hurriedly said, you still care for me, I will make the oath. As he said that, he quickly made the oath. Shangguan Binger looked at him coldly and said, lastly, no matter what your future power level is, you can never force me to accept you against my will. Zhou Weiqing was taken aback. You are afraid that I will overtake you in power level and force you to be with me? Yes. Shangguan Binger said solemnly. Zhou Weiqing's face changed, the ever-present smile on his face vanishing. Shangguan Binger, what kind of person do you take me for? Yesterday was my fault indeed, but I did not plan or do it on purpose. Having taken advantage of you, I will definitely find a way to repay you in the future, but you can't insult my character. I Zhou. Little fatty Zhou, no matter how bad I am, I will never ever resort to forcing a girl into submitting to me. I swear, no matter what, unless it is of Shangguan Binger's own free will, otherwise, little fatty Zhou, will never ever force her to do anything against her will. Looking at Zhou Weiqing's anger, Shangguan Binger was slightly apologetic, but she also heaved a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, this rascal might be irritating, but he does have his own good points. Alas, she did not know that, this rascal Zhou Weiqing, although he was sincere in swearing the oaths, but he also gave himself an escape route. After all, he had sworn the oaths under the alias Little Fatty Zhou, not his real name Zhou Weiqing. As their eyes met, Zhou Weiqing saw the sorrow hidden in the depths of Shangguan Binger's eyes, and instantly softened. After all, no matter what, it was his responsibility. He had taken the most valuable thing to a girl from her. Battalion Commander, don't be angry anymore. In the future I'll listen to everything you say. If you ask me to steal a chicken, I definitely won't go touch a dog asterisk, I'll do whatever you ask of me. Asterisk TL is a Chinese idiom literally translated to steal chicken touch dog, basically meaning petty crimes. Zhou Weiqing is just making a pun here. Looking at the care in Zhou Weiqing's eyes, then listening to his crazed words, Shangguan Binger's cold face finally softened as she couldn't help but laugh. Who asked you to steal chicken touch dog? What do you think I am to you? Seeing that Shangguan Binger had laughed, Zhou Weiqing was excited. He was about to carry on when he heard Shangguan Binger say with a straight face and solemn voice, alright now, sit properly. Now I will teach you everything I know about heavenly jewel masters. You must remember to work hard and cultivate. Hearing that she would be teaching him the arts of cultivation for heavenly jewel master, Zhou Weiqing instantly sobered up, and nodded seriously. Shangguan Binger said, we humans pride ourselves as an intelligent race, and we call our bodies as heavenly bodies. Through cultivation, we are able to activate our innate talent, and the energy gained is called heavenly energy. Heavenly energy is the basis of everything, no matter physical, elemental or heavenly jewel masters, all of us need heavenly energy to do anything. For ordinary physical and elemental jewel masters, their first power jewel is awakened when they reach the third stage of heavenly energy. The next two jewels only require 2 levels of heavenly energy each in order to awaken. However, from then on, each jewel will require another 3 levels of heavenly energy, all the way till all 9 jewels are awakened. However, for us heavenly jewel masters, we need much more heavenly energy in order to support our heavenly jewels. For heavenly jewel masters, we require 4 levels of heavenly energy to awaken our first jewels. This is also the reason why I previously knew you were already at the 4th level of heavenly energy. From then on, every heavenly jewel needs another 4 levels of heavenly energy to awaken. Which is to say, for us heavenly jewel masters to master the highest amount of 12 jewels, we need to cultivate our heavenly energy to the highest heavenly Tao energy stage, 12th level, before we can do so. This is why it is so difficult to cultivate as a heavenly jewel master, and our cultivation process is also called 12 heavenly jewel change, or heavenly jewel 12 changes. Zhou Weiqing was concentrating earnestly on listening. He was very eager for any information on heavenly jewels, and as he listened to Shangwan Binger's explanations, his gaze never left her. When she spoke up to this point, Shangwan Binger lit up the oil lamp that she had brought, lighting up the dark tent. Looking at her beautiful features so close to him, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but quaver in his heart. He was only 13 years old after all, and his self-control was not very strong, especially since he had already had that sort of connection with her previously. His heart was beating fast like a caperang monkey and a mind wandering like a galloping horse. Luckily, the knowledge of heavenly jewel masters was very attractive to him, allowing him to not show his thoughts. Shangwan Binger continued saying, I examined your immortal deity technique earlier. You said that after last night, you already managed to break through 4 death acupuncture points? Zhou Weiqing nodded. Shangwan Binger furrowed her brow, saying, Did you know that once you have chosen and started training a cultivation method for heavenly energy, you can no longer change it? Since you have already started on the immortal deity technique, you have no choice but to carry on with it. This technique is extremely unique, also rather dangerous. I'm unable to change cultivation methods? Zhou Weiqing asked in surprise. Shangwan Binger nodded, saying, Yes, but you do not need to worry so much. Although this technique is very domineering, but the most difficult stage is actually breaking through the first death acupuncture point. You have already broken through 4 of them. I believe the ones later should be relatively easier. Furthermore, if what you said previously is true, the black pearl that you absorbed has the ability to protect you. However, when cultivating, it always gets more difficult as your level is higher. You have to prepare yourself for that. Zhou Weiqing nodded, and said positively, I will definitely continue working hard in cultivating. His chance had finally come, and he swore that he would never go back to being a trash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Profound Secrets of the Immortal Deity Technique, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Listening to Zhou Weiqing's firm tone, Shangwan Binger suddenly generated a strange thought in her mind. This fellow has some of his own good points, at least he is diligent and knows how to exert himself. Furthermore, he has that legendary Alexandrite cat's eye. Since he has already taken advantage of me, with his status as a heavenly jewel master, perhaps he is at least somewhat worthy of me. She then shook her head strongly, scolding herself in her heart. What am I thinking about? No matter what, I need to observe this little fatty Zhou's disposition. His moral character being so irritating is a big problem. I can't just observe a day or two to make up my mind. Little fatty Zhou, remember this, when you are cultivating heavenly energy, you can just do so in accordance to your immortal deity technique. However, whenever you are attempting to break through death acupuncture points, you must make sure that I am there with you to protect you. You must not try to attempt it on your own. Zhou Weiqing was more than happy to have it that way, and he immediately said, Hey. Understood, thanks Battalion Commander for your care and concern. As he said that, he leaned forward. Seeing that he had resumed his normal ways after barely 2 minutes of being serious, Shangwan Binger was overcome with helplessness. Little fatty Zhou, sit properly or I'm leaving. Zhou Weiqing quickly sat back upright, resuming the serious look he had on previously. Unfortunately, though someone meeting him for the first time would be fooled by that, but Shangwan Binger, who had a few days of experience with him, knew for sure that this rascal would have strange thoughts no matter what outward expression he was showing. Just now I talked about the basics for both as heavenly jewel masters as well as ordinary jewel master. Now I'll teach you the basic usage of the physical and elemental jewels. It's already quite late now, so I'll first show you how to keep and release the jewels. The method is split into 2 parts. To keep your heavenly jewel back into your body is called receiving, while to use the jewels is called releasing. Both receiving or releasing require heavenly energy. When we have cultivated our heavenly energy to the first stage, it will gather in your dantian, which is in your lower abdomen. You need to use your will to manipulate your heavenly energy and meld it with your heavenly jewels, then guide them to either receive or release. You can start practicing that tonight, and I'll teach you something else tomorrow. After saying that, she stood up. It was already dark outside, and she was not willing to stay in such a place with sorrowful memories for a long time, as such she was preparing to leave. Zhou Weiqing stood up hurriedly, but as he did so, Shangwan Binger immediately stepped back, keeping a safe distance from him. Giving him a quick glare, Shangwan Binger left. Zhou Weiqing kept his eyes trained on her as she left, looking through the small gap in the tent flap, thinking to himself, that ass, how pert. However, he had learned his lesson now, he wouldn't dare to voice out such thoughts, but just enjoying inside silently, at least that way she wouldn't know. Shangwan Binger did not take along her oil lamp when she left, and Zhou Weiqing sat back onto his bunk and opened the Immortal Deity Technique manual to the 5th page. He had already broken through the first 4 death acupuncture points, and if he wanted to cultivate further, he naturally had to start on the 5th page of the first part. The 5th death acupuncture point for the first part was the Yongquan point, which was located on the sole of the feet, and it would cause damage to the dantian on being hit, injuring the functional activities of body's vital energy. Calming himself down, Zhou Weiqing could immediately feel the energy whirlpools which had opened up in the 4 death acupuncture points that he had previously broken through. According to what Shangwan Binger had told him earlier, he understood that the energy that they were absorbing was the heavenly energy coalesced from the atmosphere. The method of cultivating heavenly energy in the Immortal Deity Technique was rather simple, consisting of just one line: when the energy in your dantian is full, it means it has peaked, break through the next death acupuncture point means a level up, failure means death. From the words, it could be understood as the following: after breaking through a death acupuncture point successfully, it was just a matter of cultivating and storing heavenly energy. Once the dantian was full of heavenly energy, it would be time to break through the next death acupuncture point, in which case success means getting to the next level of heavenly energy, while failure means death. As for the actual cultivation method, there was no other hint. However, since his testing in the morning, Zhou Weiqing had already started to understand the profound mysteries of this Immortal Deity Technique. No doubt, training this technique was tantamount to suicide, but once successful, the cultivation process would be easier than other cultivation arts. Zhou Weiqing had tried many different cultivation arts since he was very young. You had to cycle your heavenly energy around the meridians in a cyclic rotation, and was usually very complicated. Completing a whole heavenly circuit revolution, all of the various arts had made his head ache just looking at them. Now, this Immortal Deity Technique was so much easier in comparison. Just the whirlpools which had formed after breaking through the death acupuncture point were extremely invaluable, as they would automatically draw in heavenly energy from the atmosphere to strengthen his body. Even if he did not intentionally concentrate on cultivating, his heavenly energy would still grow slowly by itself. When he focused his will on the whirlpools, the speed of drawing heavenly energy would grow by a large amount. Such a cultivation method was extremely simple. The truth was, there was always 2 sides to every coin. This Immortal Deity Technique that Zhou Weiqing had gotten was indeed a miraculous technique, and was created by a true crazy genius. However, even that crazy genius himself had only mastered it to around 10 plus acupuncture points before failing to break through and dying. After that, there had not been anyone else who had even managed to break through the first death acupuncture point. The unique thing about this technique was that it was extremely difficult to break through bottlenecks, but the usual cultivation was very easy. As for what happens after breaking through all 36 death acupuncture points, even the creator could only guess according to his own estimations. As such, Zhou Weiqing was now focusing on the whirlpools, hastening its absorption of heavenly energy. At the same time, he was also checking out his dantian's circumstances. As he did so, he realized that his dantian was empty of energy. The heavenly energy absorbed from the surroundings had barely filled even a tenth of it, and his consciousness was able to make the energy start moving. With the experience from breaking through the clavicle acupuncture point, he started to move the heavenly energy into 2 paths, slowing heading towards both his arms. This process was extremely slow. After all, Zhou Weiqing was new to moving substantial amounts of heavenly energy. Although this amount of heavenly energy was little compared to the total amount in his dantian, but compared to the amount he had used to break through the clavicle acupuncture point, it was almost more than 100 times. As the heavenly energy passed through his meridians, he felt a cool, comfortable feeling at the area. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Profound Secrets of the Immortal Deity Technique, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. However, at the same time, Zhou Weiqing could clearly feel that his emotions were being changed. As his heavenly energy cycled, he could feel a rising feeling of fierce bloodlust. What was going on? Obviously, it was not from heavenly energy, as Shangwan Binger had not mentioned it when she was explaining things to him just now. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and Zhou Weiqing remembered the huge black tiger from that night. Wasn't that fierce bloodlust the same aura that the tiger gave out in his memory? Even the cold feeling from that night has also appeared. Luckily, these unique auras did not seem to be hurting him. In fact, when they appeared, it seemed like his heavenly energy started moving faster. Finally, the two streams of heavenly energy reached the clavicle acupuncture point, unavoidably touching the energy whirlpool which had formed there. As the two streams of heavenly energy both touched the respective whirlpools at the clavicle acupuncture point, they suddenly accelerated, rushing down Zhou Weiqing's arms and giving him a fright. The next moment, the twin streams had reached the Taiyuan acupuncture points in his wrists and flared up there, melding together with his respective jewels. A sense of complete harmony descended on Zhou Weiqing's mind, and he felt like his heavenly jewels were part of his body. With a single thought, the jewels entered his body through the Taiyuan acupuncture point, settling firmly in his meridians. He could still sense the presence of the jewels, but they did not have a substantial feel. I succeeded just like that? It seems like it was not as difficult as I had expected. Zhou Weiqing was delighted to have succeeded in receiving his heavenly jewels on the first try. Actually, how was he to know that the real reason why it seemed so easy for him was because he had already broken through to the Taiyuan acupuncture points on his wrists, which was extremely good for receiving and releasing heavenly jewels. Otherwise, how else would such a cultivating newbie like him succeed so easily? This point was also something that Shangguan Binger had not expected, and it was also just the tip of the iceberg for the benefits that the immortal deity technique would grant him. With a thought, manipulating the link between his heavenly energy and Taiyuan acupuncture point, the two heavenly jewels sprang out of his wrists. Another thought caused them to be kept within again. The whole process seemed so easy. If Shangguan Binger knew about the process of his training, she would definitely be shocked. She was already considered a genius, but it had taken her half a month before she could receive and release her heavenly jewels so easily, while Zhou Weiqing had managed that feat in just a single try. Zhou Weiqing was very curious about his own heavenly jewels, and since his training target for the day had already been met, he decided to investigate the exact benefits that his two heavenly jewels brought to him. Not even mentioning the fact that he was only 13 years old, even a steady, mature adult would also be hasty to find out what his heavenly jewels could do if they just awakened. He chose to examine his icy jade physical jewel first. After all, his Alexandrite cat's eye elemental jewel had been praised so much by Shangguan Binger that he was rather nervous about it. Earlier on, when he was trying to control the receiving and releasing of his heavenly jewels, Zhou Weiqing had used his heavenly energy to wrap around the jewels, letting them meld with his energy, and they were easily moved through his Taiyuan acupuncture point. At this point, he carefully used his heavenly energy to enter his physical jewel. In the instance that his heavenly energy entered his physical jewel, Zhou Weiqing's whole body shuddered, as a jet of pure, incomparable strength seemed to originate from his right hand to encompass his whole body. His muscles, bones, meridians, all seemed to be filled with that same strong feeling. He felt as though he could easily lift a large bull if it were standing in front of him. After his heavenly jewels had awakened, although Zhou Weiqing had felt that his body had gone through much change and improvement, but it was definitely far from the obvious feeling he had now. Previously, it had only been a slight improvement in strength and agility, with his body feeling lighter. However, at this moment, the sheer explosive strength that coursed through him felt so real and unparalleled. He just felt like unleashing the explosive power within him. However, at the same time, Zhou Weiqing also found that while this burst of strength was active, the heavenly energy within his body was slowly being consumed. Even though the rate of consumption was not fast, but it was a constant outflow. By now, he had already broken through 4 death acupuncture points: clavicle, Taiyuan, Jusanli, Saninjiao, whose energy whirlpools had increased their absorption rate when his heavenly energy had entered his physical jewel, an increase even greater than when he focused his attentions on the whirlpool alone. However, though the absorption rate was fast, but it still wasn't enough to offset the consumption of heavenly energy, but could only slow down the draining rate. Zhou Weiqing did not think much of this, and thought it was normal. However, if Shangguan Binger knew about this, her jaw would definitely drop in shock. No matter physical, elemental or heavenly jewel masters, whenever they made use of their jewels, they needed to sustain the usage with heavenly energy, and that energy had to be accumulated through cultivation. Although some advanced cultivation techniques were able to slowly recover heavenly energy even while not cultivating, but it was definitely unlike Zhou Weiqing, who could still absorb the heavenly energy even when he was using his jewels. This was another secret of the immortal deity technique. After all, by risking one's life to break through the death acupuncture points, after going through so much danger, how could there not be any advantages? The creator of the immortal deity technique had accidentally broken through 1 death acupuncture point and discovered all the various amazing powers, which was why he continued developing the technique and couldn't resist recording it down, despite its danger. One could imagine, as the amount of death acupuncture points broken through increased, the strength of the immortal deity technique would grow exponentially, as the automatic absorption rate of heavenly energy while using the heavenly jewels would be even faster, thus allowing Zhou Weiqing to have greater sustainability during fights than any other heavenly jewel master. Of course, that is on the premise that he can survive breaking through more death acupuncture points. Withdrawing the heavenly energy from the physical jewel, the feeling of great strength also vanished, and the sudden loss made Zhou Weiqing lick his lips involuntarily. That feeling of great strength was just so addictive. Unfortunately, it required the continued consumption of heavenly energy. After his successful trial of his physical jewel, Zhou Weiqing grew in confidence and picked up the nerve to focus his heavenly energy to carefully enter his Alexandrite cat's eye jewel. This time, Zhou Weiqing was even more careful and meticulous, moving his heavenly energy slowly into the Alexandrite cat's eye. Just as his energy entered it, a curious phenomenon appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Profound Secrets of the Immortal Deity Technique, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing saw a flash in front of him and felt his surroundings blur and change as his Alexandrite cat's eye gave out a strong burst of light. It was nighttime now, and the jewel was now bright red, and the burst of light caused the whole tent to be illuminated in red. At the same time, the silhouette of a wheel entered Zhou Weiqing's vision. It was transparent, yet distinctly having 6 parts, and was just hovering right in front of him, keeping in its vision even when he moved his body or turned. He raised his hand to try and touch it, but realized that his palm was behind the wheel. After trying a few times, and waving his hands in front of his eyes without blocking the wheel, he finally realized that it was not in the world, but was rather just appearing in his eyes, and only he could see it. There were 6 parts to the wheel, and each part was of a different color: green, blue, silver, black, gray, and a transparent colorless part. When he focused his attention on a certain part, the wheel would turn until that part was right on top. A strange feeling then appeared right then when Zhou Weiqing focused on the green portion. He felt his entire body brimming with a brisk agility, making him feel as light as a feather, as if he could fly. Lifting his left hand, he could vaguely see a green glowing between his fingers. This should be the wind element like Shangguan Binger. What Zhou Weiqing didn't know was that it was exactly because Shangguan Binger's elemental jewel was of the wind attribute that was why she was able to become his sacrifice the previous night when it was extremely dangerous for him during his heavenly jewel awakening. If at that point, Shangguan Binger did not share a similar element with him, the final result would have been him dying via self-implosion, and Shangguan Binger would have also been ripped apart by that explosion. As the wheel spun towards the blue portion, he instantly felt a sense of numbness as bolts of lightning appeared. The green light at his left hand was replaced by thick and rough blue electrical lights snaking around, and the whole tent was lit with a flickering glow. Zhou Weiqing blinked and thought to himself, so, my second elemental attribute is lightning. Do elemental jewels have such an attribute? I've never heard of it before. Looks like I'll have to ask Shangguan Binger tomorrow. With a thought, the status wheel spun and changed to the silver portion. Immediately, the numbness and the electricity disappeared, and the tent's flickering light was replaced with a soft silver light which was extremely stable. Strangely, this silver light was not just around Zhou Weiqing's hand, but surrounding his body. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that when the wheel was at this portion, the drain on his heavenly energy was a lot higher. However, he was not clear on exactly what element this silver portion signified. Since he did not know what the elemental attribute was, he just casually called it the unknown element. Turning to the 4th portion, the black color, without question it was the darkness attribute he had inherited from his father. The dark and gloomy aura filled the entire tent, causing him to be unable to even see his hands in front of him, and the heavenly energy consumption was almost equal to the silver unknown element earlier. Zhou Weiqing vaguely realized what the unknown element could be. After all, the darkness attribute was one of the 4 great elemental attributes. Since they both drained an equal amount of heavenly energy, it stood to reason that the unknown element was also one of the 4 great elemental attributes. Besides darkness, the other 3 attributes was light, life, and spatial. It was unlikely to be light, since light and darkness were opposing attributes. It also did not feel like the life attribute, as that had a rather obvious feel. As a result, by the elimination process, it could only be the spatial attribute. Out of the 4 great attributes, he had already possessed 2 of them. This made Zhou Weiqing rather pleased with himself. Along with the wind and lightning attributes, he was extremely strong. Furthermore, there were still 2 other attributes. The wheel spun once again, reaching the 5th portion. Upon reaching this portion, Zhou Weiqing only stopped for a very short period before quickly turning to the next portion. The reason for that was simple. As soon as he reached the 5th gray area, the cold aura that had appeared several times for him appeared once again, bringing along the fierce bloodlust and other negative emotions along with it, swarming his mind and almost causing him to lose control. As he reflexively spun to the 6th part of the wheel, the next instant the remaining third of his heavenly energy had been consumed, vanishing into thin air. Zhou Weiqing felt his body twisting, and his vision blackened as a sense of frailty invaded every part of his body. The vision of the status wheel disappeared, and the light of the Alexandrite cat's eye also dimmed. Panting heavily, Zhou Weiqing was really afraid in his heart. The earlier attributes were still okay, but what exactly were those last 2 attributes? The 5th attribute was still slightly describable, that evil and bloody aura. It was likely the evil attribute. However, what was that last attribute? Why did all my remaining heavenly energy get drained instantly when I focused my attention on that portion? The 4 energy whirlpools from the 4 death acupuncture points already broken through was already absorbing heavenly energy from the atmosphere to replenish his reserves, making him feel slightly better. After a while, his emotions had finally calmed down, and Zhou Weiqing also had some possible judgment on the 6th attribute. Although he wasn't able to guess the actual attribute, but at least he knew it definitely existed. The Alexandrite cat's eye was a unique elemental jewel which required the heavenly jewel master to have more than 4 attributes. Although he was unable to detect what attribute it was, but it was somewhat similar in nature to the spatial attribute, in that there were no revealing traits. However, from the fact that it instantly consumed so much heavenly energy, there was only one possibility: his current level of heavenly energy was not sufficient to sustain the power and ability of this attribute. Having thought through this, Zhou Weiqing's heart was placated. Having insufficient heavenly energy now did not mean that it would always remain so forever. As long as he kept up training and cultivation and continued breaking through the immortal deity technique, one day he would be able to make use of that attribute. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Profound Secrets of the Immortal Deity Technique, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. As he thought up to here, Zhou Weiqing received his heavenly jewels back into his Taiyuan acupuncture point, before falling down backwards. Since cultivating heavenly energy was a matter of focusing on the whirlpools, there was no difference between sitting and lying down. He sure gave himself a good reason for lying down lazily, closing his eyes and focusing on the energy whirlpools. Unfortunately, although the immortal deity technique was able to cultivate while lying down, unlike other cultivation techniques, this position was way too comfortable, and before long he was fast asleep. Luckily, the 4 energy whirlpools still continued absorbing energy from the surroundings even without his focused will, though it was at a slower speed. Little fatty Zhou, wake up. With a shua sound, a strong light focusing on Zhou Weiqing's face, causing him to wake up from his beauty sleep. What? Let me sleep a while more. Zhou Weiqing turned around and said lazily. There was a loud bang as a kick landed on his buttocks, and Zhou Weiqing got a big fright and flipped up to stand upright, only to see company leader Mao Li standing in his tent, and the strong light was the sunlight shining in from the open tent flap. Mao Li said exasperatedly, "You're still not up yet? You better get up now. What time is it already? Such lazy soldiers like you will have to be properly molded by me." Zhou Weiqing had no choice but to get up, saying, "Company leader, let me go eat breakfast first." Mao Li was both angry and exasperated, thinking to himself, "This rascal is sure a piece of work. No wonder the other day after he had been frivolous with the battalion commander he still behaved as if nothing had happened, making her so angry. Did I wake you up just to eat? Who asked you to wake up so late? Eat? Eat your own farts, there's nothing to eat anymore. Come with me, the battalion commander has summoned you." As he was talking, Mao Li grabbed Zhou Weiqing by the shoulder and pulled, trying to drag him out of the tent. However, he was surprised. He had originally thought that he could easily drag Zhou Weiqing out of the tent, but when he actually tried doing so, he found that his body was as heavy as a mountain. Even exerting his strength, he could not move Zhou Weiqing at all. "And?" Mao Li said as he looked at Zhou Weiqing in surprise. "Brat, you have cultivated heavenly energy?" Zhou Weiqing said proudly, "Yes indeed." After his body had been evolved from the awakening of his heavenly jewels, he barely felt the strength that Mao Li applied on him. Of course, due to his promise to Shangguan Binger, he immediately shut up after that. Even so, just that simple 2-word answer made company leader Mao Li's look towards him change drastically. After all, in the commoner world, barely 1/100th of the population could even start to cultivate heavenly energy, and of that number, 1/100th could cultivate enough to become a jewel master. Of course, the other portion of people who only managed to cultivate to the 1st or 2nd stage of heavenly energy by the age of 16, although they were not able to awaken their power jewel, they were still a lot stronger than ordinary people. In terms of cultivation of heavenly energy, the first 3 stages of the heavenly Jing energy was the most important, and also the most difficult. Every stage was tantamount to a new rebirth, remolding and evolving the body. For someone like Zhou Weiqing who directly broke through to the 4th stage, thus melding all the rebirth and remolding stages together as one, it was previously unheard of. As such, even if it were those who had only cultivated up to the first 2 stages of heavenly Jing energy, they were still highly wanted in the army. After the recruit phase, most of them would likely be promoted to a role of squad leader, and they definitely had greater combat capabilities than any ordinary soldiers. Mao Li himself was someone who had managed to cultivate up to the 2nd stage of heavenly Jing energy, and had almost been able to become a jewel master. As soon as he found out that Zhou Weiqing also had heavenly energy, his attitude towards him warmed considerably. "Alas, we are in the same sorry boat, ah. Being able to cultivate heavenly energy, yet unable to become jewel masters, in a way such talents like us are the most tragic, seemingly having the chance yet ultimately failing to become a jewel master. It might be better off not having the chance at first, to be an ordinary person. Mao Li said with much feelings. In truth he was not wrong. If one had always been a commoner, having not felt the strength and power of heavenly energy, they would not have an inkling of the true power of a jewel master. Yet for those who had tasted the benefits of heavenly energy, they were the ones who truly lusted after the strength of becoming jewel master. Ignorance was indeed bliss sometimes. Zhou Weiqing had no choice but to shrug his shoulders. After all, he couldn't just reveal to Mao Li that he was already a jewel master, and Mao Li would also never suspect such a thing. After all, who would join the army as a common soldier as a jewel master? In any country, jewel masters were considered nobility. Let's go, looks like these 2 days the battalion commander has still been kind, at least she didn't torture you and you aren't missing any limbs. You better be careful next time. But you're part of my 4th company brothers, I will look after you. Mao Li patted Zhou Weiqing on the shoulder. He did not try to drag him along anymore, but turned and walked out. Zhou Weiqing put on an overcoat and followed him out of the tent, and followed Mao Li to Shangguan Binger's commander's tent. As soon as he entered the tent, Zhou Weiqing spotted Shangguan Binger, who was seated on the seat of honor. Even though he had seen her several times previously, and had even had intimate relations with her, but the sight of her still gave him an intense jolt. Today, Shangguan Binger was dressed in a martial attire. The battalion commander's silver mail she was wearing made her look especially valiant and heroic in bearing. She wasn't wearing a helmet, and her long hair was braided in a ponytail behind her head. Although she was only 15 years of age, she looked very much the part of a general seated on the commanding officer's chair. To the left of her sat a handsome youth of about the age of 20, black hair to the shoulders and a face with a complexion like jade. Unfortunately, he seemed to have a pair of bewitching, seductive eyes like peach blossoms. He was dressed in light armor, with a yellow feather topping his helmet, showing that he had the same rank as Mao Li, company leader. The other side of Shangguan Binger was empty. This time round there were 2 companies recruiting men. Obviously the other seat was meant for Mao Li. Behind those 2 seats, each sat 10 squad leaders dressed in leather armor. In Heavenly Bao Empire, only officers of the rank of company leaders and above would have differences in their armor, either by the feather in their helmets or by their armor design or colors. As such, the squad leaders who were in charge of 10 men were also jokingly referred to as no-feather squad leaders. Mao Li brought Zhou Weiqing into the tent, and everyone's gaze immediately turned to them. Mao Li gave a sharp salute to Shangguan Binger, reporting to battalion commander, "I have brought little fatty Zhou here." Shangguan Binger said in cold clear voice, "Company leader Mao Li, thanks for your efforts. Please take your seat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Purple Dawn Bao, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Yes. Mao Li walked to his place at the right-hand seat of Shangguan Binger and sat down. Zhou Weiqing looked on critically, realizing that company leader Mao Li did not have much liking for the handsome youth company leader, not even giving him a look but instead just sitting down in his seat expressionless. Shangguan Binger and Zhou Weiqing looked at each other, and he raised his eyebrow gently at her. The small action seemed very natural, and most others would likely not pay attention. However, Shangguan Binger was a heavenly jewel master, and more importantly, an archer. How good was her eyesight? Furthermore, she was so familiar with Zhou Weiqing's character, a thread of hatred flashed in her pupils. Sometimes, she really wished she could give this rascal a good beating. "Little fatty Zhou, you stand behind me. From today onwards, you are the battalion commander's personal aide." After she glared once more at Zhou Weiqing, she ordered with a tranquil expression. "Yes." The Zhou Weiqing said compliantly, and started walking towards Shangguan Binger's back. It would be good to be her personal aide. Not only would it be convenient to continue learning the more about heavenly jewel masters, just being able to spend more time with her would make him satisfied. Luckily he did not dare to go too far when he in front of so many people, but his eyes still revealed his happiness. Wait. At this moment, an inharmonious sound appeared suddenly. Though Zhou Weiqing had to acknowledge that the voice was clear and melodious, sounding quite good, it actually belonged to that handsome young company leader. "What's wrong? Do you have any questions, company leader Zhao?" Shangguan Binger turned to look at him, the bitterness in her eyes vanishing as she assumed a tranquil, even gentle countenance. The handsome youth company leader Zhao nodded his head slightly, not hiding his ardent look at Shangguan Binger, saying, "Battalion commander, with your status you definitely should be assigned a soldier as a personal aide. However, your personal aide doesn't need to only be able to handle the simple everyday routine business for you, but should also be able to shoulder the responsibility of protecting you. This little fatty Zhou is just a fresh recruit. Won't it be difficult for him to shoulder such a heavy responsibility?" Shangguan Binger, who was easily able to maintain her cool as long as she wasn't facing Zhou Weiqing, showed a faint smile and said, "Company leader Xiao, do you really believe that I need the protection of my professional aid? What candidate do you have to recommend instead?" Zhou Weiqing had halted his footsteps when company leader Xiao started speaking, feeling a sense of foreboding and vigilance in his heart. It was rather clear to everyone that company leader Xiao was looking at Shangguan Binger with an admiring expression. Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but stare at him, secretly critiquing to himself, "This fellow, why does he have such a gigolo face? They say handsome gigolos like that do not have good intentions. One look at him I can tell he is a bad egg." Originally, he did not have much hope for wooing Shangguan Binger, but when he became a heavenly jewel master, our dear Zhou Weiqing, little fatty Zhou, had just righteously regarded Shangguan Binger as his. Of course, that scheming mind of his that rightfully should not appear in an ordinary 13-year-old youth would not let him display those feelings outright. Hearing Shangguan Binger's question, company leader Xiao said in a serious tone, "Naturally, with our battalion commander's strength, you do not need the protection of a mere personal aide, but as a fresh recruit can he even shoot arrows? By following you into battle, wouldn't it be a loss of face for you asterisk? Furthermore, even if you do not need the protection of a personal aide, but he should still be able to follow your steps in the battlefield. I, Xiao Sei, am willing to resign from my commission as company leader to follow battalion commander about. I pledge to fight to the death to protect the battalion commander's life." This company leader Xiao said it with such a strong sense of righteousness, with such an appearance that is unafraid of death, that Zhou Weiqing was almost moved by him. Yet, in the heart he was criticizing, if he doesn't act, will he die? Shangguan Binger said with a lovely smile, "Many thanks for your good intentions, company leader Xiao, but you are our 3rd battalion's pillar of strength. How can I let you hold the mere post of a personal aide? As for Zhou Weiqing, although he is a recruit, but I have tested him these few days, and he indeed has the talent to be developed. He also has had some previous practice with shooting, and should be competent enough to be a personal aide." Xiao Sei wrinkled his brow, saying, "Battalion commander, how about this? Let's get little fatty Zhou to demonstrate his ability to us, at least we can all set our minds at ease." Shangguan Binger still had unfazed appearance, facing Xiao Sei's persistence. She did not pull rank. "Okay, let's do as company leader Xiao said. But how does company leader Xiao plan to test my personal aide?" The composure she was maintaining did not truly represent her thinking in her heart, but in the 3rd Battalion, although she was the battalion commander, but company leader Xiao actually had greater influence than her. Even though his noble title was lower than hers, but he had a background that Shangguan Binger could not ignore. Xiao Sei stood up and with quick motion of his hand, he took out a longbow from beside his seat. His longbow was similar to Shangguan Binger's, its body was entirely purple, and Zhou Weiqing was very clear on this quality material. The wood from the stars trees from the stars forest could be used to create bows after the trees were at least 10 years old, but generally speaking, the wood that the army uses was at least over 30 years of age. This was because the wood would be strong enough by then. The purple longbow that Xiao Sei and Shangguan Binger used was also made from the wood of the stars tree, but it was made from trees of over 100 years old. The wood from stars trees was a dark red color, and when they grew to beyond 100 years of age, they would transform into a deep purple, with thin, tiny surface trace lines like ox hairs present. If one examined it carefully, they would be able to see golden luminous spots as well. This is also one of the origin of one of the star wood's nicknames. This kind of 100-year-old star's wooden characteristic was called ox hair Venus star. When star's wood's growth surpassed 100 years, its would experience a substantial qualitative leap, its strength and tenacity increasing by a large margin. A longbow that was created with the 100-year stars would had a tensile strength of at least 3 times that of an ordinary longbow, needing over 100 kilograms of pulling force to be able to draw it to the max. As such, its firing distance was also a lot further, the effective striking distance reaching 500 yards. If one were to further add heavenly energy, the effective striking distance would be even farther. Therefore, the longbow was also known as the Purple Dawn Bow, each one having the value of at least 100 gold or more depending on the quality. This longbow was definitely not something that an ordinary company leader could use. Even if the Heavenly Bow Empire was renowned for their bows and archery, it was rare enough that it usually warranted a rank of battalion commander to be given such a high-quality bow. Xiao Sei took his Purple Dawn Bow and walked right in front of Zhou Weiqing, and with a faint smile said, "Little fatty Zhou, right. As long as you can draw my Purple Dawn Bow, it will show that you have qualification to be the battalion commander's personal aide. Go ahead and try, use all the strength that you possess, but be careful, do not overstrain yourself. If you wet yourself in the pants it will not be too good." Xiao Sei's words immediately caused those no-feather squad leaders to burst out in raucous laughter, especially the 10 who were under his command. They were doubled up in laughter, not showing Shangguan Binger the respect the battalion commander's seat warranted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Purple Dawn Bow 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing looked at the purple dawn bow in Xiao Sei's hands with a face full of curiosity, then took a look at Shangguan Binger again with a face full of confusion. Battalion commander, what kind of bow is this? How different is it from our bows? Are we allowed to varnish our own bows so casually in the army? Shangguan Binger looked at Zhou Weiqing with exasperation. If company leader Xiao wants you to try, then you should just go ahead and try. Stop with all the useless idle talk. Zhou Weiqing received the purple dawn bow from Xiao Sei, sneering secretly in his heart. In truth, he was much more familiar with the purple dawn bow than an ordinary star's bow. Initially, in order to draw a purple dawn bow, he had practiced hard for 2 years. In the admiral's mansion, whenever he practiced, it was usually with the purple dawn bow. This was also why the other day when Shangguan Binger had tested him on his shooting accuracy that day, he had been slightly off target. The reason was that he was not used to the ordinary star's bow. After all, for the whole of those 2 years, he practiced drawing with it every day. His arm had been swollen countless times. Despite wind and rain, Admiral Zhou would not let him rest. In Admiral Zhou's words, even if you are a waste, you are also Zhou Shuenyo's trash son. If you can't even use a bow, this father of yours will punch you till you arch into a bow shape. The weight of the purple dawn bow was almost 2 times that of an ordinary star's bow, fully 20 kilograms, and was quite heavy. Zhou Weiqing seemed lifted with much difficulty, and asked Xiao Sei questioningly, Company leader Xiao, your purple bow is quite heavy. How do you even use it? Xiao Sei gave a humph of disdain. Just depending on your own strength, you still dream to draw my purple dawn bow? Even if you were to reborn and drink milk all over again, you still won't have that strength. You better hold it carefully. If you drop it, do not blame me for being impolite. Oh. Zhou Weiqing's simple and honest expression on his face made him seem like a simple youth from the countryside, uncontaminated by city life. At the same time as he was replying, he grasped the bow and pulled back the bowstring, only to have it remain entirely still. His face turned red, as if he was exerting all his strength with every fiber of his body. Xiao Sei was not even deigned to take another look at Zhou Weiqing. Turning his head, Shangguan Binger and said, Look, battalion commander, how can this little fatty Zhou have the qualification to be your personal aide when he can't even draw my purple dawn bow? Before Shangguan Binger could say anything, company leader Mali couldn't resist and said, Company leader Xiao, little fatty Zhou only just joined the army. Being able to use the ordinary longbow is already quite good. As for the purple dawn bow, let alone him, even for those seated here, not everyone can actually draw it right. Xiao Sei shot a look at him, a chill in his eyes, but did not bother replying him, instead treating him like air. His gaze remained on Shangguan Binger, waiting for her reply. Shangguan Binger only wanted to do one thing now, which was to rush forward to give little fatty Zhou a beating. Although she did not know that Zhou Weiqing was already able to activate his strength physical jewel, but knew that he had already gotten a large increase to his physical abilities after awakening his heavenly jewels. Let alone as a purple dawn bow, even if it were 2 and 3 he could also draw them all. After all, his physical jewel would boost his strength. However, this rascal's acting was so realistic. Looking at his face that was flushed with exertion, with an expression that showed such anxiety, Shangguan Binger was so angry that her face turned green. Company leader Xiao, little fatty Zhou has not given up yet, why don't we wait and see? While speaking, she also stood up, though she did not walk forward, instead looking at Zhou Weiqing with a fierce glare. Zhou Weiqing felt a slight itch in his ear. A voice as soft as a mosquito sounded out in his ear, Damn little fatty Zhou, you better stop acting or I'll punch you till you won't be able to take care of yourself. Shangguan Binger thought that Zhou Weiqing wouldn't dare to continue acting after her threat, but who knew that right after she had said those words, Zhou Weiqing actually let go of the bow. Furthermore, that rascal was panting heavily, taking in big gulps of air, giving the appearance of being incomparably exhausted. Xiao Sei said with scorn, Battalion commander, look and see for yourself, it is impossible for him to draw the purple dawn bow. I think that you should also withdraw your order. Shangguan Binger gripped her fist tightly. If she did not have to keep up her image as befits her rank and status, she would probably have rushed over and hit him by now. Who said that I am unable to draw this purple dawn bow? It's just that just now my body was not warmed up yet. I can definitely do it if I try again. Zhou Weiqing was saying in an unconvinced manner while still panting heavily. There was even a thin sheen of perspiration on his forehead. Xiao Sa laughed, putting both hands behind his back, showing a natural and elegant state, saying, Even if I let you try 100 times you still will not be able to draw this bow. Did you think that the purple dawn bow was meant for you, this kind of third-rater, to use? Zhou Weiqing said with a face filled with grief and indignation, Third-rater? Aren't third-raters also human? Who said I can't draw it? I will definitely be able to. Let me bet with you, if I cannot draw it, I will commit suicide right here. This time, Molly did not speak up, because, even he had noticed something awry. Although he did not have as much contact with Zhou Weiqing as Shangguan Binger, but he did also know that this young rascal was not as good or naive as he seemed. Furthermore, earlier that morning he had already witnessed Zhou Weiqing's strength for himself. Even if he could not fully draw the purple dawn bow, he should still be at least able to pull back the string a little. Xiao Sei said with a cold humph, "Then you can try pulling again. I definitely want to see if you really dare to commit suicide here." In his eyes, the death of an ordinary soldier is nothing. Zhou Weiqing took up the purple dawn bow again and was just about to start pulling, but just as he was about to exert strength, this fellow seemed to suddenly remember something, and he turned his head to look at Xiao Sei, saying, "Since we made a bet, we need to have the stakes on both sides. If I draw the bow, will you also commit suicide here?" With his honest and simple looks, coupled with him asking such a question now, gave the people around the feeling that he was very naive and childish. Xiao Sei said proudly, "What do you think you are? Can your life be compared with mine? I have the title of Viscount. Humph, this purple dawn bow will be my gambling stake. If you cannot draw it, I also do not want your life. You'll have to kneel here and call me 3 times grandfather, then I'll let you off." Zhou Weiqing listened to Xiao Sei's words and shook his head vigorously. "No, that will not do. I will lose out that way. My father told me that for men, we have gold under our knees. Your bow is so heavy, but it is still inferior to the gold. If you lose, you must kneel down and call me grandfather in order for things to be even." Xiao Sei did not believe that he would lose, and looking at Zhou Weiqing's obstinate face, he said with disdain, "As long as you can draw the bow, why won't I call you? Quickly, stop wasting our precious time." "Good." Zhou Weiqing smiled. Perhaps in the eyes of others, his smile would seem simple and honest, but in the eyes of Shangguan Binger, it was an incomparably sly and deceitful one. However, she did not prevent Zhou Weiqing from continuing, as in heart even she felt it was truly funny. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Purple Dawn Bow, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Before Zhou Weiqing could even begin to try drawing the bowstring, the squad leaders under Xiao Sei had already started to make a scene, shouting, "Don't waste your energy, boy, quickly called your grandfather. Being able to recognize our company leader to be your grandfather, it's this brat's, good fortune." Zhou Weiqing turned his head to look at the squad leader that had called out, pretending that he had not heard clearly, asking, "What did you ask me to call out?" The squad leader subconscious replied, "Grandfather." Zhou Weiqing smiled, and said happily, "Oh, such a good boy. However, having such a grandson like you, your ancestor must have been lacking virtue." "What did you say?" That squad leader realized that he had been fooled by this seemingly simple and honest recruit. He stood up fiercely, but at the same time, Zhou Weiqing sneered, and exerted his strength with both arms, and the ox-hair Venus purple dawn bow was instantly drawn to a full crescent. The squad leader who had just stood up had wanted to curse angrily, until he suddenly saw that Zhou Weiqing had fully drawn the purple dawn bow to its max. His jaw dropped, an expression of sheer disbelief written on his face. He was not the only one, all the squad leaders under Xiao Sei had similar expressions. Even Xiao Sei looked as if he had seen a ghost, shock written all over his face. One must know that for normal humans who did not have any heavenly energy cultivated, it is almost impossible to draw the purple dawn bow. Zhou Weiqing did not let loose the bowstring after drawing it, instead maintaining the posture without moving. The simple, honest look, the indignation, all the various expressions he had earlier all disappeared, and only scorn remained in his eyes, and he looked toward Xiao Sei and gave a loud cry, "Kneel down, call me grandfather." After Zhou Weiqing said that, with a crashing sound, all of Xiao Sei's squad leaders immediately charged forward, encircling him. Looked at their appearances, they were about to attack Zhou Weiqing. However, at this moment, an evil light flashed in Zhou Weiqing's eyes. Under cover of his sleeves, the icy jade physical jewel swirled out quietly like fog in the night, appearing out onto his right wrist and instantaneously melded with him. Heavily energy and physical jewel melded in an instant, and Zhou Weiqing suddenly felt as if the purple dawn bow in his hands was as of negligible weight, his whole body feeling full of indescribable great power. Subconscious, both his hands exerted strength once again, and a cracking sound issued out, as the purple dawn bow in his hand was pulled until it snapped apart unexpectedly. With an idle toss, Zhou Weiqing threw the purple dawn bow to the ground like it was a piece of trash, then lifted his gripped right fist in front of his eyes, blowing on it before saying with disdain, "I thought it was such a good thing, I didn't expect it to break so easily upon pulling. Do you call this a bow, dot?" The no-feather squad leaders who were preparing to attack Zhou Weiqing were completely startled by his actions. That was a purple dawn bow made from 100-year-old star's wood. As company leader Mao Li had said earlier, few amongst them could even draw the bow, let alone draw it until it snapped. What sort of terrifying strength was required to be able to achieve such a feat? Complete silence filled the room, as none of them dared to make a move. "Enough. What are you all trying to do? Do you want to be charged under military law?" Shangguan Binger's voice resounded in the air in icy cold tones, and the no-feather squad leaders took advantage of the opportunity to quickly back down. Shangguan Binger took a glance at the broken purple dawn bow lying on the ground, and a flash of surprise appeared in her green eyes. She then turned towards Xiao Sei, saying, "Company leader Xiao, I thinks there isn't any further need to prove anything else, right?" Xiao Sei's face was ashen, turning absolutely green and white. He had never expected to get fooled by little fatty Zhou, a mere recruit. Furthermore, it was done so in front of Shangguan Binger, and his own purple dawn bow had even been destroyed. However, he finally managed to suppress the rage in his heart, giving a forced smile and said, "So brother Zhou is such a hidden talent, I have misjudged you. Congratulations battalion commander for finding such a qualified personal aid." Being able to draw a purple dawn bow to breaking point, naturally he does not need to prove anything further. "Battalion commander, the new barracks for recruits will be open a few days later. I will go and handle the recruits first." After saying that, he led his 10 no-feather squad leaders away. "Company leader Xiao, I seem to remember that you have not kept your promise yet. You have neither knelt down nor called me grandfather yet you are walking away already?" Zhou Weiqing said mockingly. Xiao Sei looked at him, then suddenly this fellow also has smiled rather unexpectedly, with a rather deceitful sly-looking smile. "Brother Zhou, earlier I said that the purple dawn bow can be my gambling stake. Afterwards, what I said was, why won't I call you? I never agreed to kneeling down. Since you really want to hear me call you, then I'll just call you 3 times of little fatty Zhou. As for the gambling stake, the purple dawn bow, it was destroyed by you, so I have no relation with it any further. Let's go." As he was speaking, he waved his hands fiercely, and led his men to turn around and leave. "Bah! What thing is that?" Zhou Weiqing looks at Xiao Sei's retreating back, saying somewhat exasperatedly, and with some anger. He was still young after all, and had not previously noted the word game that Xiao Sei had been playing. It looks like this fellow was more sly and deceitful than he had imagined. At the other side, Xiao Sei, who had left the command tent, no longer had a smile on his face. With an ashen face and gritted teeth, he said, "Go check out this little fatty Zhou. I must have a look and see where Shangguan Binger this girl managed to find such a fellow. Could he be from the royal family?" The squad leader who had been tricked in calling Zhou Weiqing grandfather said in a low voice, "Boss, looking at that rascal, he just has a greater natural strength. There is no need to mobilize the forces right tonight. I will go to his tent and help you to get revenge and vent your anger." "Humph." Xiao Sei said coldly, "Do you think that any mere individual can break the purple dawn bow? If I have not guessed wrongly, that boy should be a physical jewel master. With his physical jewel gives a majority boost to strength. I know almost all of Heavenly Bow Empire's jewel masters, yet this boy isn't one of them. You better go and search carefully, do not miss any clues, however minute they are." "Yes." After Xiao Sei had left, Shangguan Binger also dismissed Mao Li and his squad leaders. Just before leaving, Mao Li gave Zhou Weiqing a big thumbs up from a hidden position, the expression in his eyes showing his approval. It was clear that Xiao Sei taking this minor made him extremely happy. After everyone had left, only Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger were left in the command tent. "Little fatty Zhou, you can meld with your heavenly jewels already?" Shangguan Binger asked, her surprise on display markedly. With no one else around, she no longer needed to hide her earlier thoughts. Zhou Weiqing said in a natural, matter-of-fact manner, "Yes, of course. I could do it after yesterday evening. The method you taught me was very simple. I managed to pick it up after some practice, then I just tried to link up with my elemental and physical jewels, and it went quite smoothly as well." But Shangguan Binger was very silent. Was the practice of jewel masters really that easy? Certainly not, especially for Heavenly Jewel Master. It was even more difficult to practice and cultivate. There was a reason why she was called the Heavenly Bow Empire's top genius talent of the younger generation. It was because initially when she practiced receiving and releasing her heavenly jewels, it had only taken her 5 days to be skilled in it, but linking up with her heavenly jewels had taken 10 whole days. Yet, this upright, honest-looking, yet truly sly fellow unexpectedly only used 1 night to master all of that. Although she was not willing to acknowledge it, but she also understood that it was now time for her to give up her title of top genius. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Purple Dawn Bow, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. After all, how was she to know that all those accomplishments were not because of Zhou Weiqing's talent, but rather it was just some of the amazing things that were granted to him because of the suicidal art immortal deity technique, the miraculous skill that had let him master the basic skills of Heavenly Jewel Master so smoothly. Seeing Shangguan Binger staring at him in a daze, Zhou Weiqing stepped in closer and grinned, saying, "I know that I am very outstanding, but if you keep staring at me like that, I will still be embarrassed." Shangguan Binger awoke from her daze, flushing red in embarrassment, and with a flying kick onto Zhou Weiqing's buttocks, she said with clenched jaws, "Little fatty Zhou, I have been waiting for a very long time to punch you." Zhou Weiqing immediately understood that trouble was about to befall him, and quickly exhibited a panic-stricken appearance. Alas, how could Shangguan Binger possibly be swindled again? Her movements were like the wind as she descended upon him with fiery anger. No. 10 minutes later, our dear little fatty Zhou was curled up on the ground, like a boiled shrimp, his whole body trembling as he groaned incessantly. He looked so pitiful, as if he would die at any moment. Shangguan Binger looked at that rascal, speechless. In truth, she had barely punched him at all, but this fellow's acting skills were truly top-notch. Even when she obviously knew he was acting, she still could not continue her beating. Shangguan Binger could not help but to burst into an exasperated laugh. "Stop acting already, get up quickly, I'll let you off for today." On hearing that, Zhou Weiqing, who seemed to be on the verge of death just moments ago, immediately somersaulted from the ground, jumping up in a burst of energy. Although there were still a few bruises on his face, but he was clearly full of spirit and vigor. From young, he had taken many a beating, his physical resistance was naturally something an average person could not compare to. Previously, at the Ice Spring Lake when he had run into Defuya, if not for the fact that he did not imagine that Defuya would dare attack him with her elemental jewel, he wouldn't have been injured so severely. Therefore, he had learnt that no matter what, he had to always be on his guard. Defuya's attack had gave him the valuable lesson, that nothing in this world was impossible. Shangguan Binger stared at him, saying, "Who asked you to break that purple dawn bow? Do you know the value of that kind of high-quality bow? Xiao Sei already lost it to you in the bet, you should have just taken it for your use." As she was from common birth, where the poor person's child usually learned to manage his finances early, looks at the broken purple dawn bow on the ground, she felt a pain in her heart. Zhou Weiqing shook his head, assuming an air of self-approbation. "I do not want his bow, I'm afraid I will dirty my hands. One look at that gigolo, I know that he is not a good thing. If it were your bow given to me to use, I will definitely take good care of it and keep it as my collection. Every day, I can smell your residual fragrance on it, I will be re-energized." Shangguan Binger once again clenched her the fist. "You are asking for a beating again?" Zhou Weiqing's body shrank back immediately, staring at her with widened eyes and said, "Didn't you just say that you will let me off for today? If you really want to hit me, then come." Shangguan Binger was realizing more and more that she just could not easily deal with him. You truly could not judge this rascal with conventional thinking, his slyness was truly at another level. Less idle talk. Since you have linked with your heavenly jewels, so what attributes do your elemental jewel contain? As soon as the practice of heavenly jewel masters was mentioned, Zhou Weiqing immediately became serious, a rare sight indeed. He said, "After my heavenly energy and elemental jewel melded, I saw several different colors. When I focused on each color, my body would have a corresponding change. I have 5 different colors, and I have judged what they likely are: green, which should be wind attribute, blue, which should be the lightning attribute, black, which should be the darkness attribute, silver being the spatial attribute. The last one is gray in color. When I focus on it, I am immediately consumed with bloodlust and have the urge to kill. My heavenly energy is also consumed very rapidly. It was very strange. I have temporarily called it the evil attribute." He did not mention his last attribute, not because he did not trust Shangguan Binger, but because he was sure that even Shangguan Binger would not know what attribute that was. Upon listening to his words, Shangguan Binger's pupils constricted. In the heart she mused, "I do not understand why this rascal has so many good attributes. Moreover, because of him I also." Shaking her head, Shangguan Binger tried to make herself stop dwelling upon the events of the other night, and the way she looked upon Zhou Weiqing became somewhat strange. "Follow me." As she said that, she carried her purple dawn bow on the back, took 2 quiver of arrows and walked out. Zhou Weiqing followed her out of the command tent, towards the outskirts. Very soon, both of them had exited the camp area, and Shangguan Binger turned to look at him, saying, "Use your wind attribute." "How do I use it?" Zhou Weiqing asked blankly. Shangguan Binger said, "Focus your will on the green-colored portion of the status wheel." Zhou Weiqing stopped, and released his heavenly jewels. He then slowly moved his heavenly energy into his elemental jewel, and immediately, the 6-color wheel of light appeared once again, and he focused his will onto the green region as asked. Almost instantly, he felt his body becoming very light, as if a swirl of flowing air was revolving around his body, making him feel extremely comfortable and buoyant, as light as a feather. Amongst the various attributes that his elemental jewel contained, the wind attribute was the one which consumed the lowest amount of heavenly energy. While he activated his elemental jewel, the 4 death acupuncture point energy whirlpools that had formed also accelerated, speeding up their absorption of the heavenly energy from the environment. Shangguan Binger waited for Zhou Weiqing patiently as he started wielding his elemental jewel. The entire process took almost 2 minutes, until she saw a layer of dim green light started surrounding Zhou Weiqing's body. She then started her own movement, and in a flash of green light, she also activated her own wind attribute, leading Zhou Weiqing along at an extremely high speed. This was Zhou Weiqing's first time making use of his elemental jewel's ability, and he felt like his body was so light and buoyant, and everything seemed so effortless. He only needed to lightly touch his feet on the ground, and he would naturally float 3 to 4 meters ahead. This method of running was not only several times faster than normal, and also did not take much effort. No wonder so many people want to become jewel masters. The ability of jewel masters is really miraculous. As Zhou Weiqing curiously examined the various advantages that the wind attribute brought to him, he couldn't help but exclaim that in his heart. However, at the same time, he also could see the huge disparity between his abilities and Shangguan Binger's. She had activated her wind attribute instantaneously, not requiring the long preparation time which he needed. After a while, they had almost traveled 10 miles from the military compound, reaching the outskirts of Heavenly Bow City, entering the Stars Forest. "Binger, you wouldn't be trying to silence a witness of a crime asterisk, right?" Zhou Weiqing said jokingly with a laugh as he followed Shangguan Binger. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Elemental Jewel Stored Skills, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Shangguan Binger controlled her own speed at a pace which allowed him to keep up, and did not even look at him as she said, "Address me as battalion commander." "Anyway, if I wanted to kill you, would I have waited till now?" After continuing for a while more, she stopped at one of the more spacious clearings in the Stars Forest. "Okay, this place will do. There is some time before the recruit training starts, and during this period of time, I will be teaching you some of the cultivation and training methods of Heavenly Jewel Masters, as well as my own experience. After the recruit training starts, you do not need to train together with the ordinary recruits, but you need to practice by yourself." "I have a lot of things to handle then," Shangguan Binger said coldly. Looking at Shangguan Binger's aloof expression, Zhou Weiqing was also very helpless. This was also the idea that Shangguan Binger had came up with, which she felt was the best way to handle him. No matter what he said or did, she would just give him a cold emotionless face, so that the rascal wouldn't reach out for a yard after taking an inch star. Shangguan Binger said coolly, "You currently have your first set of heavenly jewels, and have become a true heavenly jewel master. Your title should be called lower level sure stage heavenly jewel master. I have 2 sets of heavenly jewels, so I'm currently a mid-level sure stage heavenly jewel master. The cultivation for us heavenly jewel masters is very difficult. If you want catch up with me, then you need to practice hard and cultivate to the 8th level of heavenly energy, and have your heavenly jewel split. Naturally, I can teach you all this when the time comes. Now, I will teach you more about the usage of the heavenly jewels." Zhou Weiqing's spirit perked up when he heard that, and he listening carefully and respectfully. Shangguan Binger said, "I am also a heavenly jewel master, yet I have chosen the occupation of an archer. Do you know why I have done so?" Zhou Weiqing instantly said with much certainty, "It must be because you fear death just like me. As an archer, we can hide in the shadows and do sneak attacks by shooting arrows, which is definitely much safer. After all, safety first." Shangguan Binger's sweat dropped, unable to even maintain the ice-cold expression on her face, and said angrily, "Do you think that everyone is as shameless as you? The reason why I choose to be an archer is because I am very poor. Even our heavenly bow empire is unable to fully support the training of a heavenly jewel master." Zhou Weiqing was surprised. How is that possible? Besides Admiral Zhou, you are our empire's only heavenly jewel master. If you are lacking money, I would think the imperial family would give it to you unconditionally? Shangguan Binger sighed lightly, "Things aren't as easy as you think. The amount of money and resources to fully develop a heavenly jewel master is an unfathomable, astronomical figure." To explain why comes down to the basics of the elemental and physical jewels. When we have both the elemental and physical jewels, the physical jewel may strengthen the attributes of our body directly, and the elemental jewel can also give us the element attributes, allowing us to have much greater abilities than the average person. However, if we do not go further, it's only restricted to this. For example, the wind attribute that we used a while ago can only increase our speed a little. When our heavenly energy and the wind attribute is merged, it can be called wind-type heavenly energy. When using a weapon or just your own physical attack, you can get an increase in attack speed. Another example is your lightning attribute will imbue your attacks with some lightning attributes. For ordinary jewel masters, this might be enough, but as heavenly jewel masters, it is insufficient. For the heavenly jewels that are so difficult to cultivate, we want to maximize their strengths. We need some additional external assistance to improve both our elemental and physical jewels. Zhou Weiqing was rather puzzled. "I don't really understand what you mean." Shangguan Binger said, "Let me cite a simple example for you to understand. The ability of our elemental jewels attribute, before adding on the external assistance, can only affect yourself, you can't actually discharge it externally to wound your enemy. However, once we've completed the special way to add the external assistance, it can form skills which allows us to unleash the element externally onto our enemies. You just need to remember these 8 words, that is, physical jewel consolidating equipment, elemental jewel storing skills. These 8 characters state the basis of how we can improve our physical and elemental jewels. Physical jewel consolidating equipment, elemental jewel storing skills? Zhou Weiqing repeated Shangguan Binger's words. Although Admiral Zhou was very strict with him, especially regarding education, but due to the fact that his meridians were blocked, he had not been taught much regarding heavenly jewel masters. At this moment, Zhou Weiqing had the clear feeling, as if a mysterious door was slowly opening wide for him. Shangguan Binger continued saying, every additional physical jewels we manage to cultivate will always give our bodies an additional large boost. This is especially so for us heavenly jewel masters pure physical jewels, with a boost as high as 150%. However, the power and mystery of physical jewels are actually not limited to this. Look at this. As she was speaking, she lifted her left hand slowly, where 2 glittering and translucent dragonstone jewels were circling. As Zhou Weiqing looked on, he saw the first dragonstone jade jewel suddenly let loose a bright light, and it actually flew away from Shangguan Binger's wrist. After which, the green light surrounding it gentled, and the physical jewel started changing shape in midair. After a short while, the dragonstone jade jewel had unexpectedly changed form into a long arrow, its entire body seemingly made from dragonstone jades, glittering and translucent, but its size was in no way different from a normal arrow with the exception of a green light surrounding it. So, this is physical jewel consolidating equipment? Zhou Weiqing was staring dumbfoundedly as he said. He had never known that physical jewel could actually have such wondrous uses. Shangguan Binger nodded, and with a wave of her left hand, she gripped the purple dawn bow, the index finger and middle finger of her right knocking the dragonstone jade arrow to the bowstring. Pay attention. With that reminder, she drew the purple dawn bow into a full crescent arch, and in the next instance, a flash of green light accompanied with the buzz of the bowstring appeared momentarily. Its sheer speed made it seem like an illusion. The strangest thing was, after the dragonstone jade arrow was released, Zhou Weiqing did not hear any sound, and the only thing he saw was the quick flash of green light. Furthermore, it did not fly in a straight line, instead flying with twists and turns in the forest, as if it was able to see, dodging the stars trees ahead. This is possible? Zhou Weiqing shuddered. In this rascal's mind, the first thought was that if Shangguan Binger used this physical jewel consolidated equipment to shoot at him, even if there was 100 of him, he would still die. This is my first physical jewels consolidated equipment, the silent tracking arrow. It is controlled by my will until the attack lands, and it will then return. As she spoke those words, the dragonstone jade arrow reappeared in her fingers with a twinkle of green light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Elemental Jewel Stored Skills, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. What is known as physical jewel consolidated equipment refers to our physical jewels being able to form into the shape of a weapon, armor piece, or even other shapes. Once it is set into a shape, it will also have the characteristics or attributes of your physical jewel, which can thus form a very unique weapon for us. This is what I meant previously by the external assistance. For myself, my silent tracking arrow can attack any enemy from any angle in a 500-meter radius from myself, and its speed is 3 times that of any normal arrow, and also an additional armor-piercing effect. So long as I have enough heavenly energy to support it, I can keep reusing it. However, with my currently 8th level of heavenly energy, I can at most support the release of 12 arrows. The Dragonstone Jade silent tracking arrow changed back to its original shape of its physical jewel and returned to circling Shangguan Binger's wrist. At this moment, Zhou Weiqing had sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he had always known that jewel masters were extremely formidable, but he had not expected their strength to be of such extent. He was lucky that on that day, Shangguan Binger had not followed her impulses, otherwise. Shangguan Binger did not display pride after displaying her silent tracking arrow, but instead seemed somewhat despondent. Now you know the difference in power between a power jewel that has external assistance and one that does not. To carry out the consolidation of equipment for our physical jewel requires the purchase of corresponding consolidating equipment scrolls. However, the cost of these consolidating equipment scrolls are astronomical. Furthermore, the success rate of consolidating equipment is very low. For a small country like our Heavenly Bow Empire, no one can support such an immense expense besides the imperial family. That's why the number of jewel masters in our country is so low, as most jewel masters are unable to complete external assistance to their power jewels. I choose to be an archer because under the circumstance of being unable to complete external assistance, archers are still able to make some extra use their power jewels. As she said that, Shan Gongbing drew her purple dawn bow once more, but this time an ordinary feathered arrow appeared on the bowstring instead, and as the purple dawn bow was drawn to a full crescent, the two king tourmaline elemental jewels on her left hand flashed in a brilliant red light, integrating into the purple dawn bow as well as the feathered arrow instantaneously. A clear buzzing sound rang out, and the arrow flew out trailing with red light, and immediately the star's tree 50 meters away was shot through. The physical jewel's boost to speed allows me to shoot arrows at a speed way above an ordinary archer, while the wind attribute elemental jewel can increase the speed and penetrative power of the released arrow. When both effects are added together, the might increases exponentially. As such, choosing to be an archer allows me to better use the abilities of the physical and elemental jewels. Zhou Weiqing nodded his head, saying, "What about the elemental jewel stored skills then?" Shangwan Binger said, "If the physical jewel consolidated equipment gives us a weapon, then elemental jewel stored skills grants us great skills. Look at this." Lifting her left hand, one of the king tourmaline jewels integrated into her palm quietly. Instantly, a thick green light jumped from her left hand, dancing around her fingertips. As she flicked her fingers, 3 sets of green wind blades, in the shape of crescent moon and having a diameter of about 1 yard each, floated before her. The next moment, the wind blades started to revolve around Zhou Weiqing and her. The very air itself seemed to be sliced apart, making a sharp sound that caused was hair-raising for Zhou Weiqing to hear. "This is the stored skill of my first elemental jewel, wind blades. It is a relatively close combat skill, with an attack range of 30 meters. Generally speaking, the weapon from physical jewels and skills of elemental jewels are able to complement each other well, balancing offense and defense, short and long ranges. This also maximizes the power of heavenly jewel masters. Although ordinary physical or elemental jewel masters can also consolidate equipments or store skills, but the same skills in their hands compared to in the hands of a heavenly jewel master is completely different in terms of strength. For example, the wind blades I use, if a wind elemental master uses the exact same skill, he can at most generate 1 wind blade. Physical jewel consolidated equipments require the purchase of the consolidating equipment scrolls from consolidating equipment masters, and the price is considered very exorbitant. However, the storing of skills for the elemental jewel is even more troublesome, and it requires the elemental jewel to store the skills from heavenly beasts. Furthermore, one elemental jewel can only store 1 skill, but heavenly beasts have many different skills. Without even mentioning the difficulty in dealing with heavenly beasts, if you manage to store a skill from a heavenly beast, but it does not suit your own abilities, then you have wasted 1 jewel skill, and that particular elemental jewel can be considered abandoned. Therefore, when attempting to store skills on their elemental jewels, all jewel masters are extremely careful, and they will generally spend an extremely high price to enter the skill-storing palace, to at least guarantee they manage to get a useful skill. By now, Zhou Weiqing finally understood how difficult it was to actually be a heavenly jewel master. It was not just the difficulty in cultivation, but even the consolidating equipment masters and skill-storing palace, just listening to all that made him dizzy. However, Shangwan Binger's words at least made him understand one thing, that is, a heavenly jewel master who has not consolidated equipment or stored skills, was a lot weaker. Shangwan Binger looked at Zhou Weiqing's thoughtful and pensive-looking appearance, and felt somewhat gratified in her heart. Although in the heart she was still unable to accept the matters of that day, but all that she had now could be said to be given by the Heavenly Bow Empire, and as such she was absolutely loyal to the Empire, and was certainly willing to see the Heavenly Bow Empire to gain another strong heavenly jewel master. If not for this, how could she have let Zhou Weiqing off the hook that night? At this point in time, seeing his rare solemn and serious self, her heart also felt slightly better. "Little fatty Zhou, if I let you carry out consolidate equipment on your physical jewel, what would you prepare to consolidate?" Shangwan Binger asked calmly. Zhou Weiqing replied without hesitation, "Of course it would be armor, definitely the complete set including helmet. I must arm myself to the teeth, the best would be an invulnerable unbreakable armor." Wah-aha! Shangwan Binger turned green instantly, and once again landed a kick on Zhou Weiqing's ass. "Can you be a little distinguished? Do you fear death so much?" Zhou Weiqing covered his ass, with a face as if he were suffering from much injustice, saying, "Humans who do not fear death will be condemned by heaven and earth. Our lifespan is only a few dozens years, I have not lived long enough." Shangwan Binger said coldly, "You better limit your daydreaming as soon as possible. Your idea is quite impossible. The volume of the consolidated equipment for each physical jewel is limited. You can at most consolidate the volume of a long sword or a longbow. To actually consolidate a complete set of armor is nearly impossible." Zhou Weiqing blinked and said, "You can't say it so absolutely like that. If for my first physical jewel I consolidate the helmet, the second one a heart protection mirror asterisk, I can eventually complete a whole set one day. Asterisk TL, heart protection mirror is basically a small piece of protective metal covering the heart area, usually slotted at a breastplate of armor for additional protection since the heart is one of the vital points. Shangwan Binger was angered till she was shaking all over, and looking at Zhou Weiqing's laughing and playful appearance, the resentment and anger over the past few days, coupled with the sense of injustice erupted in her heart, and beads of tears started falling from her tender face. She tightly bit her lower lip, forcing herself not to make any noise by crying out loud. Seeing that Shangwan Binger had started crying, Zhou Wei felt a stab of pain in his heart, and cautiously went to her side. Don't cry, okay? If you cry some more you won't be beautiful anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Elemental Jewel Stored Skills, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Who wants you to care, get lost. Shangwan Binger said angrily, sobbing in between. Zhou Weiqing scratched his head. I'm wrong, okay? I'll listen to you, I'll consolidate any equipment you ask me to. Even if you let me consolidate into a pig, I will not oppose you. At the same time as he said that, he lifted both hands to his ears, and imitated the appearance of pig ears flapping. Puff star. You originally already are a pig, if not why are you called little fatty Zhou? Shangwan Binger was provoked into laughter by his pitiful acting again, and once again shot a kick his way. This time, Zhou Weiqing stood still and received it, although his face was contorted in exaggerated pain, but he did not move at all, giving an appearance that he was willing to accept being hit, to accept punishment, to be forgiven. Shangwan Binger lifts her hand to wipe the tears from her face, giving him a quick glare. In her heart she was thinking, this damn little fatty Zhou is really my lifelong adversary? Why am I always unable to deal with him? You will do as I say and consolidate whichever equipment I tell you to, that's what you said. Also, same for your elemental jewel stored skills. Zhou Weiqing quickly nodded his head repeatedly. He wasn't afraid of Shangwan Binger hitting or scolding him, but was terrified of her crying. As the saying goes, beating is affection, scolding is love. This rascal very naturally regarded those actions by Shangwan Binger as intimate actions. However, when he saw her crying, Zhou Weiqing was at a loss. Even though on the surface he always had a laughing, happy face, in truth, he had a very guilty conscience from the events of that day. Shangwan Binger saw that he was being honest, and her anger also diminished. Let's head back. You pack your things up, we will be leaving the army camp tomorrow early in the morning. Leaving the army camp? What are we going to do? Zhou Weiqing asked curiously. Shangwan Binger said, you will know when the time comes. You must have the mental preparation. This time we will be leaving for at least 2 to 3 months. You will not need to participate in the recruit training. Zhou Weiqing blinked, just you and me. Shangwan Binger stopped in her tracks, turning her head to glare angrily at him. If you want to die you can continue speaking. If you dare to have any dirty thoughts, I will. Zhou Weiqing immediately continued, you will cry for me. I fear that the most. As he spoke those words, he immediately activated his Alexandrite cat's eyes wind attribute and ran off at top speed. Looking at his flustered escape, Shangwan Binger was provoked into laughter again, even unexpectedly playing along, shouting out to Zhou Weiqing, here comes the silent tracking arrow. With a putong sound, Zhou Weiqing fell down to the ground upon hearing that, directly falling right into the woods, looking so disconcerted and distressed that even Shangwan Binger had a scare. She did not know that earlier on this fellow had been attacked from behind by Defuya, and was especially sensitive now. Only after Zhou Weiqing had fell hard on the ground then had he realized what had happened, and as Shangwan Binger's crafty yet beautiful laughter resounded out, a shrill, pitiful yell rang out in the stars forest, murdering of your husband. Instantly, that delightful laughter stopped, followed by the increased volume of that pitiful yell of pain. The next day, dawn. Shangwan Binger had changed into a simple cotton shirt and skirt, shouldering her purple dawn bow on her back as she left the army camp. Even the simple clothes were not able to cover her outstandingly moving beauty. Just as she reached the exit of the army camp, she saw Zhou Weiqing, who was still dressed in his military uniform, lounging nearby the front exit. He was also shouldering a longbow on his back, as well as 2 quiver of arrows, the standard longbowman attire, down to even the archer's wind hat. Seeing Shangwan Binger come out, Zhou Weiqing immediately stood at attention, giving a very proper salute, and shouted loudly, "Good morning, battalion commander." Shangwan Binger glared at him exasperatedly. "Didn't I tell you yesterday to wear ordinary clothes?" Zhou Weiqing scratched his head sheepishly. "I do not have any ordinary clothes, I'm on left with this military uniform. I don't even have a spare set for changing." At the same time was saying, he shot a sly look at Shangwan Binger. Shangwan Binger bit her lower lip, once again suppressing the urge to punch him, saying coldly, "Let's go then." As she said that, she had already started moving. Zhou Weiqing hurriedly released his Alexandrite cat's eye elemental jewel, activating his wind attribute, and set off in pursuit. They two of them ran in tandem, and very soon they had left the vicinity of the military compound, heading in an eastward direction along the Stars Boulevard. Shangwan Binger did not speak with Zhou Weiqing on the way, knowing that this was the best way to cope with this rascal. Although she held some hatred against little fatty Zhou, but after making the three-point covenant with him, she no longer wanted to kill him. She told herself unceasing that all of this was for the sake of the empire. Indeed, Shangwan Binger's method was extremely effective. Zhou Weiqing followed beside Shangwan Binger, trying unceasingly to tease and tempt her into speaking, but no matter what he said, Shangwan Binger just ignored him, causing him to be so anxious that he was touching his ears and scratching his cheeks. If he said anything sensitive or untactful, then Shangwan Binger would just pick up her speed. Since she had the additional boost of her agility physical jewels, she could instantaneously distance herself from him, causing Zhou Weiqing to chase her till he was panting heavily. From dawn to noon, more than 4 hours, Shangwan Binger had barely said a sentence to Zhou Weiqing, and also had not stopped to rest. At this time, the sun was high above in the sky, and Zhou Weiqing was perspiring heavily. Of course, running for 4 hours was nothing big for him, but the problem was following Shangwan Binger's speed. At this time, the heavenly energy in his body was at the limit. When it was used up, his speed would drop, and the 4 energy whirlpools at the 4 death acupuncture points would absorb energy from the environment, and after some recharging, he could make use of the wind attribute to accelerate once more. He endlessly duplicated this process of depletion of heavenly energy and then re-accelerating. By now, Shangwan Binger was also very curious. All along she had reduced her speed to allow Zhou Weiqing to follow. After all, he only had the wind elemental attribute boost, and could not compare with her double boost of both physical and wind elemental jewels. However, she soon discovered that this fellow who had just awakened heavenly jewels, and whose heavenly energy should only be at the 4th stage, seemed to have a resilience and stamina to his heavenly energy that way surpassed her judgment. This was especially so after the 2nd hour, when he started the strange movement of slowing and accelerating, causing her to be even more curious. The unique strength that the immortal deity technique possessed in absorbing heavenly energy from the environment so easily was not something that other heavenly energy cultivation techniques possessed. Let's rest a while. Shangwan Binger came to a halt. Even at the sheer speed that the both of them were moving, after walking a whole morning they were still in the stars forest. If they wanted to exit this large forest, it would still take them the evening to do so even when maintaining that same speed. Zhou Weiqing plopped his ass down and leaned on one of the stars trees at the side of the road, panting for breath in deep gulps, sweat soaking his entire body. However, he also discovered the marvelous ability of his heavenly energy. When his heavenly energy was depleted, even when he did not focus his attentions in stimulating them, the 4 open death acupuncture points energy whirlpools would still spin at full strength to automatically absorb heavenly energy from the environment to recharge his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Elemental Jewel Stored Skills, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Shangwan Binger sat at a big tree about 10 meters away from Zhou, taking off her backpack, and retrieving her dry rations and water to eat. Zhou Weiqing continued panting a while more, and he gradually caught his breath and his breathing grew uniform. He did not have any dry rations with him, and seeing Shangwan Binger eating and drinking, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, as he edged closer to her. Battalion Commander, I also want some. Shangwan Binger looked at that fellow's greedy eyes, gave a humph and continued ignoring him. Zhou Weiqing said, a general does not have hungry soldiers asterisk. If I don't have anything to eat, then I will not continue walking. As he said that, he once sat down beside Shangwan Binger, although he did not bump into her, but just sitting together at the big tree, he could smell the subtle fragrance that she had, although his belly was still empty, but he still felt rather satisfied. Shangwan Binger moved her body a little to keep a distance from him, continuing to eat slowly. She did not believe that Zhou Weiqing would not come and beg her when he got hungry. This rascal was like a crafty hooligan. If she did not deal with him properly, how would he listen to her later? She did not believe that little fatty Zhou would have any problems missing a meal or two. Just as Shangwan Binger secretly thought that she had succeeded in her little scheme, Zhou Weiqing, who was sitting beside her, suddenly burst into motion. The next instant, his body was leapt up like a leopard, bounding deep into the woods. What are you doing? Shangwan Binger was startled, standing up along with him. I'm going to look for something to eat. Zhou Weiqing throws down those words, before he disappeared into the forest. Shangwan Binger was stunned momentarily, before keeping her dry rations to pursue Zhou Weiqing into the forest. The reason she followed him was because she was afraid that this rascal would not keep his promise and run away instead. Furthermore, she was also rather curious how Zhou Weiqing would go about looking for something to eat. After these few days of contact with him, the more she grew to believe that little fatty Zhou was of humble birth. Although there weren't many good people amongst the nobles, but it was unlikely for there to be such a hateful little rogue like him, right? Shangwan Binger activated both her physical and elemental jewels, going forth at a higher speed than Zhou Weiqing. Although she was not as familiar with the stars forest as Zhou Weiqing, but relying on her superior hearing and speed, she was still able to keep up with him easily. Looking at Zhou Weiqing twisting and turning uncannily through the forest, extremely agile, what was the most unusual was that the green light only shone from him occasionally, but that alone gave Shangguan Binger quite a shock in her heart. After all, she was a pure agility heavenly jewel master, and was definitely well researched regarding movement styles. From Zhou Weiqing's movements, she clearly found that he was only using his wind attribute heavenly energy only when he needed most, on those occasions when he needed to jump up high, or just when he needed a quick speed boost, mostly used to surmount any difficult obstructions in his way. In doing so, not only did he manage to maintain high speeds, he could also conserve as much heavenly energy as possible. Shangguan Binger could also do this, but most importantly, how long had it been since Zhou Weiqing only awakened his heavenly energy? It was barely a few days, and he could already display such amazing control over his wind attribute heavenly energy. Shangguan Binger found that she was increasingly unable to see through this fellow anymore. After Zhou Weiqing had advanced approximately several hundred meters through the woods, he suddenly jumped upwards with a huge leap, grabbing a branch to propel himself forward, and in the next instant, he had firmly landed on top of a thick branch, his right foot hooked steadily into the branch, while his left foot trod steadily on the branch, and in completing those movements, he slung off the longbow from his back and in a swift motion, nocked an arrow and drew the bow to a full crescent. The arrow tip moved in a minute motion as he constantly adjusted his aim. What experienced and adept archery! Shangguan Binger thought, rather startled in her heart. As a formidable heavenly jewel master archer herself, she was extremely familiar in the ways of archery, and she could easily distinguish clearly that Zhou Weiqing had not made use of his heavenly jewels during that previous movements. Such experience and skill in knocking the arrow and drawing his bow along with his familiarity with the environment, just those points alone meant he was already an outstanding archer. Even if he were not a heavenly jewel master, just based on those skills, he would be able to make his mark in archery battalion. At the same time, Zhou Weiqing's eyes flashed with a bright light, and with a whiz, he released the arrow which flew out like a bolt of lightning, flying towards the depths of the jungle. However, at the same moment, Shangguan Binger's both hands blurred in movement, a green light shot out from her purple dawn bow, though it was shot out later, but it quickly reached Zhou Weiqing's arrow instantaneously and struck it, causing it to lose its course, and with two light thudding sounds, both arrows embedded into a large tree in the distance. Zhou Weiqing almost subconsciously swiveled his body around the tree, his whole body slid down the stars tree, and in doing so making sure his body being completely covered by tree trunk. You still fear death so much? Shangguan Binger said exasperatedly. On hearing it was Shangguan Binger, Zhou Weiqing poked his head back up and said with a grin, fearing death is basic human nature, what if it had been an enemy? My dear beautiful battalion commander, you should praise me instead for my resourcefulness, right? Having such a subordinate like me, don't you feel proud? Shangguan Binger said with a humph, that little rabbit is so cute, yet you wanted to kill it. With me around, you shall not take an innocent life. Zhou Wei said with a pitiful face, beautiful battalion commander, how can I live like that? You don't give me any dry rations to eat, and when I hunt for food to eat, you also prevent me from doing so, where's the justice in that? Shangguan Binger did not know why, but looking at Zhou Weiqing's distressed appearance, her heart felt a pleasant satisfaction, and her beautiful face revealed a self-satisfied smile as she said, didn't you say you have the ability to look for food? Feel free to do so, but under the premise of not taking lives. Zhou Weiqing came back around from behind the tree, re-shouldering his longbow onto his back and gave a long sigh with a suffering face, looks like I will not have any meat to eat today. Beautiful battalion commander, I'm still in the stage of growing, to suffer from malnutrition, so pitiful, Humph. You're as strong as a bull, what malnutrition are you speaking of? Shangguan Binger said exasperatedly. However, as soon as she finished saying those words, her face flushed red. After all, she had experienced firsthand that little fatty Zhou's vigor and strength. However, Shangguan Binger's words were also true. After Zhou Weiqing had awakened his heavenly jewels, not only had his height grown, his entire person also seemed to be filled with vigor and energy, his muscles clearly defined under his military uniform, as if he had an inexhaustible reserve of strength. If his appearance were to be judged as a soldier, he definitely had the stature of an elite soldier, definitely more than comparable to any stout adults. Do not forget that he was still less than 14 years old. Unfortunately for Zhou Weiqing, he had not seen her embarrassed blush, or he might have had a greater sense of self-satisfaction. As he spoke to Shangguan Binger, he was also lowering his head to the ground, as if looking for something. Both his hands were moving around the shrubbery with seeming experience, and after a short while time, his bosom was filled with several items like bamboo shoots, and he had also picked up several large stars trees leaves, before he finally straightened his back. Beautiful battalion commander, is it okay I eat these? Zhou Weiqing said as he gave a solemn expression. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Feili Empire Flying Hill City, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Shangguan Binger's beautiful eyes were immediately filled with wariness, her experience with this rascal telling her that whenever he acted solemn and proper, he definitely had something up his sleeve. Eat all you want, if you eat to death then you get what you deserve. Unexpectedly, Zhou Weiqing did not argue. Instead, he found a relatively spacious spot, plucking the wild grass on the ground to clear a stretch of less than 2 square meters, before placing the leaves and bamboo shoots he had gathered onto the ground. He then returned to the forest, and after some time, he managed to find some dry deadwood and thin vines. Shangguan Binger noticed that Zhou Weiqing's hands were very nimble, with his 10 slender fingers, and in a few quick motions, the vines and deadwood branches had been formed into a simple rack, braced steadily into the ground. The huge thick leaves in his hands seemed to flutter up and down. She had not even managed to get a clear look at his actions before the leaves had been folded together into the shape of a small pot, which he then surrounded and tied up with 4 thin vines, before hanging it on the rack he had put up. From start to completion, Zhou Weiqing had only used several minutes, his movements were adept, and it was obviously not the first time he had done this. After that, he started breaking apart the bamboo shoots above the small pot, and with a clear sound of falling liquid, the bamboo shoots were unexpectedly hollow in the center, holding a clear liquid within. After breaking apart several of the shoots, the leaf pot was filled with that liquid, and most mysteriously, not a single drop had leaked out. Zhou Weiqing piled the surplus deadwood's leaf pot, then rummaged into the small backpack he was carrying and retrieved flint from within. He sparked up a flame, which gradually grew larger, the burning deadwood making a crackling sound, and it was already heating up the leaf pot. Shangguan Binger subconsciously gathered closer to Zhou Weiqing as he was doing all of that, and couldn't help asking, "Won't the leaves be burnt and destroyed?" In such a rare occasion that her voice was not ice cold, Zhou Weiqing rejoiced secretly in his heart as he heard it. Of course not, because it contains water inside. His hands did not stop moving while he was speaking, as he retrieved a sharp small knife from within his bag, his left hand picking up one of the bamboo shoots that he had broken apart earlier, slicing off its outer layer, before throwing it into the pot layer by layer. After repeating this for a while, several bamboo shoot slices as thick as a baby's arm had been sliced into the pot, and at the same time, the water and leaf pot had also started to boil, indeed a perfect timing. Shangguan Binger had by now subconsciously squatted beside Zhou Weiqing, watching as he completed all of that, her gaze had also gentled considerably. A man who could cook would generally find it easier to give women warm feelings. Furthermore, Shangguan Binger preferred light food, and this bamboo shoot soup definitely held more attraction to her than a meal of meat. Zhou Weiqing clapped his hands before keeping his knife, and said with a grin, "This bamboo is the unique local specialty in our stars forest, and it can only be found here. Very few people actually know about it as it only grows in the shelter of the older stars trees, and it will absorb morning dew in its hollow metal, which is extremely sweet and tasty. I call it the reveal bamboo shoots, and it is extremely delicious, especially when cooked in the dew from its own middle. It maintains its original taste best. It can be eaten after being boiled for a while to eat, and only adding a bit of salt is needed." After all, he had once been thrown into the wild by his admiral father for survival training. No matter jungle, desert, or even mountain ranges, he had experienced survival training in all those areas. From the age of 10, he, who was known as a trash by others, had been living a life of suffering, thus looking for food in his most familiar stars forest was just too easy. The bamboo shoot stew soup in the leaf pot gurgled with air bubbles, and a light fragrance lingered in the air, the smell whetting the appetite of anyone who smelled it. Zhou Weiqing stole a glance towards Shangguan Binger, just happening to catch the 15-year-old girl taking a gulp as she tried to swallow her saliva subtly. At first, he wanted to tease her a little, but then his heart was inexplicably filled with a warm feeling. Picking up 2 ladles that he had carved out earlier from the bamboo shoots covering, he gave one to Shangguan Binger, then took out some salt, scattering it into the bamboo shoot stew soup. The bamboo shoots were very fresh and tender, and could be eaten after boiling for a little while in the dew. Zhou Weiqing gave Shangguan Binger an inviting hand signal, then impatiently scooped up a ladle of bamboo shoot stew soup, blowing a few breaths to cool it then bringing it straight into his mouth. He was after all both hungry and thirsty now. Shangguan Binger lifted the ladle, and was just about to start eating, but her hand stopped suddenly in mid-air, and she bit her lower lip with a complex look in her eyes as she glanced at Zhou Weiqing. Just a moment ago, she had refused to give him her dry rations to eat. How could she actually eat the food that he had prepared now? She had a very entangled feeling in her heart. "Give me a piece of dry rations. This soup isn't sufficient to allay hunger. I'll trade the soup with you, okay?" Zhou Weiqing looked at her and reached out with a piteous expression. Shangguan Binger gawked at him a while, before taking off her backpack and taking out a piece of dry rations to give Zhou Weiqing. She suddenly felt that this rascal was not as bad as she thought. The bamboo shoot stew soup was a pale green color, the pieces of bamboo shoots floating within like pieces of jade. The sweet fragrance was light, but did not disperse, even though they did not have any other condiments to add. The fresh and tender bamboo shoots were already extremely delicious, made even more so with the dew and leaves. As soon as Shangwan Binger took her first mouthful of the bamboo shoot stew soup, she fell deep in love with it, the sweet soft delicate fragrance flowing from the tip of her tongue to the very ends, entering her stomach, and a warm feeling seeped through her whole body, the sweet aftertaste remaining in her mouth and nose, and such an amazing feeling was definitely much better than eating mere dry rations. She even felt a tinge of regret for not allowing Zhou Weiqing hunt and kill the rabbit. Perhaps this fellow could similarly make an amazing delicacy. Zhou Weiqing did not tease or provoke Shangwan Binger, instead sitting beside the leaf pot, eating the dry rations together with the bamboo shoot stew soup as eating, his eyes somewhat dazed. Shangwan Binger's appearance while eating was just too beautiful, especially the expression she revealed on her face when she took her first mouthful of the bamboo shoot stew soup, which made Zhou Weiqing's heart clutch in a sudden movement. In his eyes, Shangwan Binger's beautiful face was even tastier than the bamboo shoot stew soup. Just like Shangwan Binger falling in love with the bamboo shoot stew soup he made, at that moment, he also deeply fell in love with her satisfied appearance. He gripped his fist, decides inside that he would do anything to pursue her, and make her his wife. As he daydreamed of marrying Shangwan Binger, being able to hug her fragrant tender moving body to sleep every day, the smile on Zhou Weiqing's face immediately became lascivious. Luckily, the young beautiful woman in front of him had her attention focused on the bamboo shoot stew soup, and did not notice that rascal's dirty expression. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Faili Empire Flying Hill City, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. After a short while, the entire pot of bamboo shoot stew soup had been polished off by the two of them. In fact, Zhou Weiqing had only eaten one-third of it, and the majority was eaten by Shangwan Binger. After finishing the pot, she even licked her lips and sticking out her lovable pink little tongue, as if not fully satisfied yet. She usually ate at the mess in the army camp, which never had such delicious food. She looked at Zhou Weiqing somewhat abashedly, and happened to see him still chewing away at the dry rations. Instantly, this kind girl's heart was filled with regret and shame. She was thinking about how she had refused to give him her dry rations earlier, and instead finally eating his good food, and her beautiful face turned hot and flushed, as she hung her head in silence. Zhou Weiqing asked in softly, "Is it delicious?" N. Shangwan Binger nodded slightly. Zhou Weiqing smiled, and continued saying with an alluring voice, "Then in the future shall I always keep preparing it for you?" Shangwan Binger nodded once more. Zhou Weiqing's voice sounded out again, with a hint of bashfulness, "Then, since I'm such a handsome fellow who also excels in the kitchen, how about giving me the opportunity to pursue you?" Because of the previous lines, Shangwan Binger almost nodded subconscious, N. Ah. No. Only then did Shangwan Binger realize she had been tricked and leapt up in response, but just as she was about to rebuking Zhou Weiqing angrily, she saw that this fellow had both his hands held up to his head, curled up on the ground, saying with a pitiable expression, "Even if it's not okay, you shouldn't hit me." Walking over to give him a light kick on his buttocks with her foot, Shangwan Binger said exasperatedly, "Who wants to hit you? Time to go." They set off once again, and although Shangwan Binger still ignored little fatty Zhou, but after having the bamboo shoot stew soup, she wasn't able to put up her cold expression any longer. "Battalion Commander, where are we going to? At least let me have some idea." Zhou Weiqing asked curiously. Shangwan Binger shot him a glance and said, "We are going to the Faili Empire's Flying Hill City." Zhou Weiqing paused in surprise. He had not thought that Shangwan Binger would be bringing him to a place so far away. No wonder she said previously that they wouldn't return to the camp for months. Faili Empire and Heavenly Bao Empire shared a border, and was to the northeast of Heavenly Bao Empire. Faili Empire was one of the larger empires in the Boundless Continent, and was almost over 100 times larger than Heavenly Bao Empire, which was a very small country. Of the various empires in the western region of the Boundless Empire, only Baidi Empire, which was separated from Heavenly Bao Empire by the Khalees Empire, was as strong as the Faili Empire. As for the Flying Hill City which Shangwan Binger spoke of, Zhou Weiqing also knew of it. The Flying Hill City was strategically one of the most important cities of the southern border of Faili Empire, and in the entire Faili Empire, it was also in the top 5 largest cities, and was about 10 times larger than Heavenly Bao City, and was extremely prosperous. Heavenly Bao Empire and Faili Empire were on rather good terms, just like the Khalees Empire were closer to the Baidi Empire. Besides Heavenly Bao and Khalees, there were several other smaller countries close to Baidi and Faili empires, which separated the two large countries. If not for that, perhaps both of these large empires who had a very disharmonious relation might have already exploded into major war. "We're going to Flying Hill City? That is so far. Although our walking speed is very fast, but at the rate we are going, it will take us at least 10 days to reach. Isn't it better for us to take the horse carts from the relay stations? We can reach in around 5 days. Although their speed was fast, but they were still unable to compare with galloping horses, as there were special transportation horse carts and relay stations from Heavenly Bao City to Flying Hill City, which would be a lot faster than walking there. Shangwan Binger shot him a stern look, saying, taking the horse carts are not free. The cost for one person is 2 gold coins already. By walking, we at most need to buy some dry rations, both of us added together will spend less than a gold coin. Zhou Weiqing stared at her dumbfoundedly. Battalion commander, I never thought that you were a little miser. After all, you are one of the pillars of the state, the top genius of the younger generation, our only heavenly jewel master, and also a viscount of the empire. Your monthly salary should be about 80 to 100 gold coins, right? Why do you care about a mere 4 gold coins? Shangwan Binger said, the best metal alloy has to be used on the knife-edge star. As heavenly jewel masters, we require a lot of money to cultivate. The empire has given us so much to train us up. Shouldn't we be more economical on things that aren't necessary? Furthermore, you just became a heavenly jewel master. By walking the distance, you can better adapt to using your heavenly jewels. *TL, direct translation of, it means to allocate resources properly. Zhou Weiqing gave a big thumbs up and shook it at Shangwan Binger. She asked questioningly, what are you doing? Zhou Weiqing said with a smile, marrying you will really be something happy. Shangwan Binger's face turned cold once more. You are asking for a beating again? Zhou Weiqing shifted the topic instantaneously. Battalion commander, I made a mistake. Anyway, what are we going to Flying Hill City for? Shangwan Binger couldn't help but want to punch him again. This rascal was surely quick to admit his mistakes, but never did change after that. We are going to try our luck. I also just got my second heavenly jewel, and your first one also does not have consolidate equipment or stored skills. Our heavenly Bao Empire does not have any consolidating equipment masters or skill storing palace, only the larger empire's big cities have them. Flying Hill City is the closest one to us. Listening to her words, Zhou Weiqing's spirit was greatly inspired. Battalion commander, what skill should I store? You wouldn't let me consolidate a set of armor. What do you plan on letting me consolidate then? Shangwan Binger said exasperatedly, it's not as easy as you think. Firstly, whether or not we can meet an appropriate consolidated equipment scroll or a heavenly beast to store skills, even if we do find a good one, we may not have sufficient funds to get it. As such, I said earlier that we can only try our luck. To us heavenly jewel masters, our physical jewel consolidating equipment and elemental jewel storing skills are really too important. Only when we have completed these 2 huge steps can we completely wield our full strengths. However, you must remember our 3-point covenant. Without my permission, you must not reveal that you are a heavenly jewel master. Most particularly, you must never let anyone see your Alexandrite Cat's Eye elemental jewel. Do you hear me? Yes, I'll definitely listen to you. Zhou Weiqing said immediately. At this time, his mood was really excited. Putting aside the success of his own first consolidated equipment and stored skills, just experiencing all of this was extremely good. As he entered the heavenly jewel master world step by step, the feeling was very wonderful, so much so that he didn't even feel as tired anymore while moving along. Shangwan Binger looked at Zhou Weiqing, whose Alexandrite Cat's Eye on his left hand was a cyan color in the day as he made use of his wind attribute heavenly energy. She sighed lightly and said, your talent is extremely good, but with that also comes great trouble. Your elemental jewel having 5 strong attributes also means that every one of your elemental jewel needs to store 5 skills. The sheer price of that is something that even the empire cannot support. Furthermore, your attribute also include the darkness and spatial attributes, which are the greater attributes, as well as that evil attribute. All those may require heavenly beasts, which are more difficult to find in order for you to store skills. Your future cultivation route will be 100 times more difficult than any ordinary heavenly jewel master. The reason that I do not want you to reveal your Alexandrite Cat's Eye to anyone else is because I'm afraid that when other heavenly jewel masters see your talent, they will want to kill you off early. After all, the more talented the heavenly jewel master, the higher the possibility for them to die at a young age. Unless, if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Fei Empire Flying Hill City, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. As Shangwan Binger spoke up till here, she suddenly stopped and looked at Zhou Weiqing with a complicated look on her face. But what she saw was Zhou Weiqing with an intoxicated look on his face, causing her to say in irritation, I am discussing important and serious things with you, what are you doing? Zhou Weiqing blinked, Battalion Commander, you were so good to me, so caring towards me, I am really so moved. I have decided that no matter how difficult it is, I will train hard and become a formidable heavenly jewel master, and I will then be able to protect you. Shangwan Binger's heart trembled a little, then she shook her head, saying, I do not care about you, I am doing this for the empire. I don't need your protection. Zhou Weiqing said firmly, of course I must protect you, how can a husband not protect his wife? Shangwan Binger was speechless with anger, and a foot flew out to knock that rascal back a few meters, and she angrily exclaimed, "No matter what serious matters we discuss, you can always bring it to some improper talk. You sure are a talented person, Zhou Weiqing rolled around on the ground before standing up, grinning away as he said, "A husband protecting his wife is a proper and serious matter, right? Ah. Don't take action, let's talk this through. Oh right, you were saying a moment ago, unless what?" Seeing that the Shangwan Binger was on the verge of hitting him again, he quickly hid behind a large tree at the roadside, poking his head out to ask. Shangwan Binger paused a while, hesitation showing in her eyes, and she stopped moving and said to him, "Little fatty Zhou, come out here." Looking at Shangwan Binger's face, which had become extremely serious, Zhou Weiqing was surprised momentarily, then walked out from behind the tree. Lifting his hand to shake it front of Shangwan Binger's face, he asked, "Battalion Commander, are you alright, Dut?" Shangwan Binger said in a very serious tone, "Little fatty Zhou, although you are sly, cunning and shameless, and your speech is very irritating, but no matter what you must remember that we come from the Heavenly Bao Empire. Other matters I can still tolerate you, but, if you ever violate the promise and betray the Empire, I will personally kill you. No matter how formidable you become, I will still never let you off." "Yes." Zhou Weiqing blinked and mused in his heart, "Of course, do I need you to say this? The Heavenly Bao Empire's emperor is my godfather, and my father is admiral of the empire." The notion flew across in his mind, before his train of thought instantaneously fell onto the improper word usage. Shangwan Binger said, "Other matters she can tolerate me doing." Those words made this rascal immediately start daydreaming. Luckily, he also knew that the situation was serious now, and did not dare reveal anything on his face. Seeing that he had replied relatively honestly, Shangwan Binger's face relaxed a little and she said, "Little fatty Zhou, just now I said was saying that unless you join the skill storing palace." "Join the skill storing palace?" Zhou Weiqing asked curiously. Shangwan Binger nodded, said, "It is extremely difficult for ordinary jewel masters to join the skill storing palace. The very basis for joining the skill storing palace is to be a heavenly jewel master, and they also have to go through a thorough inspection. Each great empire has its own skill storing palace, belonging to the empire's imperial family. The heavenly jewel masters who join their empire's skill storing palace will have the full support of their empire, no matter physical jewel consolidating equipment or elemental jewel skill storing. The expense will be fully paid by their empire. However, the heavenly jewel master must take an oath giving full loyalty to their empire. Our own empire does not have the ability to create a skill storing palace, but the Feli Empire already has one. If they will try to recruit you in future, will you choose to join?" As she asked in her last few words, Shangwan Binger was very anxious in her heart, but also concealing some killing intent. She only had a surface understanding of Zhou Weiqing, and did not fully know what his natural disposition was. She could only help but think, if this little fatty Zhou will betray his own empire for his own benefit, then she would never be able to accommodate him. Even if she did not kill him, she must destroy his heavenly jewels. Zhou Weiqing said without any hesitation, "Of course I will join. Why shouldn't I join?" A strong killing intent erupted instantly from Shangwan Binger. "You are shameless, Zhou Weiqing said in surprise, "Was I shameless? I'll join their skill storing palace first, then wait for my heavenly jewels to cultivate to the max before I return to our empire. Doesn't that work? As long as my strength is strong enough that nobody can stop me, who cares which empire's skill storing palace I join?" Puff. Shangwan Binger had no choice to laugh out despite being mad at that rascal. This little fatty Zhou really had a really uncommon outlook on everything, but the killing intent in her heart also instantaneously vanished. "You are dreaming. Did you think that they do not have any limitations in place? To join the skill storing palace, you have to be mind shackled. If you betray the skill storing palace or the empire's imperial family, you will die." When Zhou Weiqing heard that, his face immediately turned sad. So petty. However, what are mind shackles? In Shangwan Binger's ear, she was asking herself, if previously Zhou Weiqing had actually said he was willing to join Feli Empire's skill storing palace, could she really kill him off? She really could not answer herself, but despite his many faults, he was also her first man. Furthermore, although he was at times irritating, but these few days that she had spent with him, the number of times that she had been both angry or laughing, was a lot higher as compared to entire of the previous year. Let's talk as we walk on. Mind Shackles is a high-level skill for darkness alignment heavenly jewel masters. Under the cooperation of the other party, they are able to place a seal in their minds on a vow that the party has pledged. Once the vow is violated, the Mind Shackles will erupt, and the person who broke the pledge will perish. It is a very overbearing skill. They continue on their travels until dusk before they finally exited the Stars Forest. Before they left the forest, Zhou Weiqing made another pot of bamboo shoot dew soup for Shangwan Binger to drink. After all, they would not be able to drink it once they leave the Stars Forest. When Shangwan Binger was eating the delicious soup he made, she was a lot better to him, but he was still not allowed to hunt. 12 days later. Little fatty Zhou, go look for something for us to eat. Shang Binger cleaned up a small area of brush and sat down. Zhou Weiqing sighed, my sad life. It's me again. Shang Binger shot a look at him, saying, you are my personal aide, serving your commanding officer, isn't that your job? Zhou Weiqing said helplessly, yes, I'm going now. After the past 12 days of travel, Shang Binger was still as bright and beautiful as always, but Zhou Weiqing was showing the signs of travel fatigue with an ashen face. If when they had just left Heavenly Bao City he had thought that Shang Binger was a little stingy, he now believed firmly that this beautiful woman battalion commander would even be extending her hand out for money even when in her coffin star. For 12 whole days, they had passed by several cities but detoured around them and always camped outdoors. They had not entered any city, let alone checking into a hotel. With the sky as their blanket, the earth as their bed, they did not spend a single cent throughout the journey. Even Shang Binger's dry rations, Zhou Weiqing estimated that they were for the military mess. What made Zhou Weiqing even more gloomy was that Shang Binger was actually extremely satisfied. She had always traveled like this all the time, and this time she actually had an additional accompanying chef. Although little fatty Zhou was always rather perverted, but he had an impressive ability to make use of local materials to create delicious food. Furthermore, Shang Binger had implemented her rule to speak with him as little as possible no matter what he said, which made him unable to display his tricks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Faili Empire Flying Hill City, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. After a while, Zhou Weiqing managed to scrounge up some sweet potatoes, and roasted them to eat with Shang Binger. In his hands even the simple roasted sweet potato also turned into a delicacy. After removing the slightly burnt skin, he scattered a bit of salt on the roasted sweet potato, and the flavor was unexpectedly extremely good. What made Zhou Weiqing the saddest was that Shang Binger still did not let him hunt. Throughout the whole 12 days of traveling he had been a vegetarian. He almost felt he was quickly becoming a sweet potato himself. Battalion Commander, didn't you say earlier that we will be reaching Flying Hill City in a few dozen miles? Why don't we have a good meal in the city? Zhou Weiqing said discontentedly as he gnawed on his sweet potato. Shang Binger shot a look at him, eating a meal in the city is free? One less meal there will save us one meal's cost. Zhou Weiqing rolled his eyes and said, forget I said anything. I must make a lot of money in the future, otherwise I'll be starved to death by you. Humph. Shang Binger did not continue speaking, completely not allowing that rascal the opportunity to continue. These past few days had actually been a good training for Zhou Weiqing. The unceasing use of his wind attribute heavenly energy allowed him to be a lot more familiar with the usage of heavenly energy, although he was still unable to wield it like Shang Binger who could use it like her own arm, but at least he no longer needed to take the time to gather it up before usage. The immortal deity technique was slowly starting to display its superiority. Zhou Weiqing's heavenly energy upper limits had increased very obviously. If we likened the maximum volume he had at the start to the size of a pigeon egg, it currently was quickly reaching the size of a chicken's egg. Hurrying along without stopping every day also caused the whirlpools at the 4 death acupuncture points which he had broken through to continuously draw energy at full speed constantly, and that had a great effect on cultivating his total heavenly energy. However, it was still quite a distance from breaking through the next stage of the immortal deity technique, to break through the Yongquan acupuncture point. Yongquan acupuncture point, being the last of the death acupuncture points in the first level of the immortal deity technique, it was definitely a lot more difficult to break through, and the meridian route for it was also a lot more complex. Zhou Weiqing had tried one time, but the heavenly energy he had currently was unable to even reach the Yongquan acupuncture point, and it was clear that he needed to continue cultivating a lot more before he could. After an hour, a huge city entered Zhou Weiqing and Shang Binger's eyes. The broad city walls that did not seem to have a boundary in their sight, and was about 40 meters tall. Any human standing before the city seemed to be as tiny as an ant in comparison. On top of the city there stood the Faili Empire's national symbol, a pair of crossed saintly sword which was black with gold layers, on a flag which was fluttering in the breeze, showing the formidable empire's elegant demeanor. 3 drawbridges gave access to the 50-meter wide moat surrounding the Flying Hill City, connecting to the 3 giant arched city gates, with the name of the city carved in bold strong characters above the center city gate. The bustle of people entering and leaving the city was endless, and even though they had not entered the city yet, they could already sense the bustling and prosperous scene within. It was clear that it was not Shang Binger's first time here, as she brought Zhou Weiqing through the central hanging bridge, walking with familiar ease into the depths of the city. Within Flying Hill City was a picture of busy, heavy traffic, and Zhou Weiqing looked around unceasingly, feeling as though he could not take in all the sights. This was truly the sign of a great nation. Although the Heavenly Bao City was also quite prosperous, but compared with the Flying Hill City, it really fell short. Battalion Commander, where are we headed to? Zhou Weiqing lowered his head to have a look at his own rather dirty Heavenly Bao Empire attire, and said with a rather painstaking look on his face.
Shangwan Binger said, "We'll go to the skill storing palace first."
Zhou Weiqing brightened. Elemental jewel skill storing?
Shangwan Binger shook her head, but did not explain further, instead hastening her steps towards the depths of the city.
Although she was no longer rushing as they did in the wilderness, but she still moved rather rapidly, causing Zhou Weiqing to be unable to look around at the shops that lined the path, and he could only follow closely beside her. The Flying Hill City was really too huge, and the both of them walked for almost an hour before Shangwan Binger finally slowed down, and as Zhou Weiqing followed her gaze to look ahead, he saw that not far off to the front there was a large building that seemed like a grand palace.
Although he was not familiar with the Flying Hill City, he could tell that this should be the central business district of the city.
The palace in front was several tens of meters high, with 12 huge white columns supporting the building. Right in the center position, a huge golden cross Saint sword symbol stood out strikingly. Just with a quick look with the naked eye, it was rather difficult to judge exactly how big the palace was. Behind the 12 great columns stood a large gate, and stationed in on both sides of the gate were 8 soldiers who were all dressed in shining silver armor. Their weapons were heavy swords, which were 1.5 meters long and almost a foot thick. The heavy swords were rested on the ground, with their both hands grasping the sword hilt, as their ice-cold gazes kept a constant lookout on every passing pedestrian. The 50 meters surrounding radius of the palace was void of any average pedestrian, as none dared approach it, clearly showing its status in the city. After Shangwan Binger had paused for a while, she brought Zhou Weiqing and headed towards the palace building. Obviously this was the skill storing palace that she had mentioned earlier.
"Halt!"
The 2 outermost silver-armored soldiers simultaneously shouted in a low tone, the 2 heavy swords lifted off the ground and blocking Shangwan Binger and Zhou Weiqing paths. From the calm looks that were focused on them, Zhou Weiqing could feel a clear killing intent. These soldiers were clearly elite infantry soldiers who had been forged in the fires of the battlefield, and their Heavenly Bao Empire did not have any such elite infantry soldiers, as the cost to build such an army was really too high. Yet, in the Fei Li Empire, they were actually used as palace guards. Shangwan Binger stopped immediately, and lifted her right hand. With a bright flash of light, her 2 pale green pure dragonstone jade physical jewels appeared above her milky white wrists, sparkling brilliantly. With 2 loud clangs, the 2 heavy swords fell back to the ground, and the silver soldiers said respectful, "Welcome, mid-level Heavenly Sure Master, please enter."
Shangwan Binger nodded, and turned to Zhou Weiqing, "Show your physical jewel."
"Oh." Zhou Weiqing gave the silver armor an envying look as he moved his heavenly energy while lifting his right hand. At the same time he was secretly thinking that the defense of the silver armor should be really good. If he could just wear it, arrow shot from a distance would probably not be able to penetrate it. Such a good thing. A pure icy jade physical jewel appeared around Zhou Weiqing's right wrist as he showed it to the silver-armored soldiers. The gleam on the physical jewel seemed as a layer of icy fog was about to erupt from the jewel. "Low-level Heavenly Sure Master, please enter." Previously they had only set down their heavy swords, but after seeing the pure physical jewels on Zhou Weiqing's right wrist, which meant he was also a heavenly jewel master, the 2 silver-armored soldiers simultaneously took a step back, making a path for them to enter.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Overlord Bao, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Shangwan Binger led Zhou Weiqing deeper into the skill-storing palace past the silver-armored soldiers. As she walked she said to him, "For ordinary jewel masters who want to enter the skill-storing palace, they need to have a heavenly jewel master to recommend them, but as heavenly jewel masters ourselves, we do not have such restraints. You must remember, if anybody wants to look at your proof of being a heavenly jewel master, you only need to reveal your physical jewel. The elemental jewel is our heavenly jewel master secret, and we will not show it easily outside of fights." Zhou Weiqing looked around and said in a low voice, "Battalion commander, this Fei Li Empire is really rich. We are at the skill storing palace now. If we are not going to carry on with skill storing, what are we doing here?"
Shangwan Binger said, "We are here to get you a change of clothes.
We are here this time basically to look for a consolidating equipment master.
I have very limited funds so we are unable to spend much here.
Even if we find a good consolidating equipment master, we are still only trying our luck.
I just hope we can get something out of this trip."
Entering the skill-storing palace, as compared to the with the greatness shown outside, the inside of the palace seemed a little smaller. After entering the threshold they reached a hall which was only about 200 square meters, with 9 exits in the different directions separately. Shangwan Binger then led Zhou Weiqing towards the first entrance on the left. There were no more guards here, not even at the doors, and following the road inwards for about 30 meters, they finally saw a bright light ahead. A hall which appeared a lot larger than the main hall outside revealed itself to Zhou Weiqing's eyes. Around the hall there were several counters, and behind each counter sat a staff member. The age of the staff varied, but they all wore long white robe,
with the same gold cross saint sword symbol embroidered across the chest area.
Shangwan Binger brought Zhou Weiqing in front of a counter, and the staff at the counter immediately stood and asked to them, "Are you both here to register or to report a rise in ranking?"
Zhou Weiqing did not understand what was going on and turned to look at Shangwan Binger, who said, "I'm here to report a rise in ranking, he is here to register." The staff said respectfully, "Good, please show me your physical jewels for verification."
Shangwan Binger signaled with her eyes to Zhou Weiqing, and displayed her 2 Dragonstone Jade physical jewels once more.
Seeing the pure physical jewels, the look of respect on the staff's face grew even more respectful.
Shangwan Binger took out a golden plaque from her bosom and handed it over to the staff.
At the back of the plaque was the same cross saint sword symbol of Fei Li Empire, and the front of the plaque there was a small dragonstone jade mounted, surrounded by tattoos as well as a serial number below it. After the staff received the plaque and checking it for a while, said, "Good day Shangwan Binger, you have been promoted from low-level Heavenly Sure Master to mid-level Heavenly Sure Master, please wait a while and we will provide you with your new Sure Master plaque as well as your robe." As for Zhou Weiqing's side, there was another staff to receive him. "Welcome to register here at the Skill Storing Palace of Flying Hill City, a big welcome to you sir as a low-level Heavenly Sure Master.
Can I carry on with the registration for you now?"
The staff member who was receiving Zhou Weiqing was a 20-year-old girl, with her features only slightly above average, but her figure was very outstanding, especially her chest, which instantly captured Zhou Weiqing's attention.
"Ah, yes, of course, certainly." Zhou Weiqing swallowed his saliva and blinked his eyes. "May I please have your name?"
The young girl could feel Zhou Weiqing's scalding hot vision on her and knitted her brows. In this place, even a heavenly jewel master would seldom dare to be so rude, furthermore his age seemed so young.
36D cup size, Zhou Weiqing muttered to himself.
The young female staff immediately sweat dropped, her arms raised up to cover her chest, saying low-level Heavenly Sure Master, please show some respect. Otherwise, the Skill Storing Palace has the right to handle those who affront our dignity. Zhou Weiqing could clearly see that the young girl's left hand, 2 sapphire elemental jewel representing the water attribute has appeared, showing her strength amid Sure level elemental jewel master. Although he did not know much about this place, but he could easily guess that elemental jewel masters working here would definitely be able to achieve their skill storing for their elemental jewels. Even though he was a heavenly jewel master, without having consolidated equipments or stored skills, furthermore he had only 1 set of jewels, he was probably no match for her.
Ah!
It was not intentional, it all happened subconsciously. Big sis, your amazing talent was so strong that it made me make a judgment subconsciously, you cannot blame me for that. Zhou Weiqing said seriously, but, as he said those words, the 36D cup young girl had already stood up in anger.
Zhou Weiqing hurriedly looked to the nearby Shangwan Binger with a pleading look, hoping to seek help.
However, she calmly said aloud as if to herself, I do not know him. Zhou Weiqing's response was so quick, and on seeing that he was about to suffer, he immediately changed the topic, registration, time to register right? Name, Little Fatty Zhou, gender, male, from the Heavenly Bow Empire, age, 13 years old. Low-level Heavenly Sure Master, an unmarried handsome strong man. His look was that of complete compliance. He was after all a Heavenly Jewel Master, and the young girl suppressed her anger and sat back at her position to carry on with the registration.
However, the next instance, both she and Shangwan Binger's surprised gazes fell simultaneously Zhou Weiqing. Almost in a single tone they exclaimed together, "You are only 13 years old?" Zhou Weiqing's face revealed his trademark simple and honest smile, and said, "Yes. I'm early to puberty. Even my hair is fully grown, do you need to inspect it? In 2 months I'll be 14 years old. What made Shangwan Binger most speechless was that Zhou Weiqing's face kept his simple and honest look while he was mouthing off. Still, she really had not expected that this little fatty Zhou was actually only 13 years old. Suddenly, in her heart, the hatred towards him was reduced by several points. After all, although he was irritating at times, but that incident was not intentional, all she could say was that was fate. If he had not met her, perhaps he would have died already by now. The young girl who was helping Zhou Weiqing register was obviously not willing to linger around this rascal, and completed the registration as fast as possible, quickly passing him his own plaque and robes. The plaque was almost the same as Shangwan Binger's, except the Dragonstone Jade was replaced by an icy jade. The robes were all white, with a small golden cross saint sword symbol on the left part of the chest area. Shangwan Binger's own promotion had also been completed, and on her plaque was now mounted 2 Dragonstone Jade stones. Her robes also had an additional cross saint sword symbol. Let's go. Shangwan Binger was not willing to remain here. She did not want to allow that little fatty Zhou to continue staying here and causing her to lose face. As they exited the skill storing palace, Shangwan Binger's foot flew out to kick Zhou Weiqing's ass, and she reprimanded him, "Enough with the trash talk or I'll sew your mouth shut. You're so young yet with so many dirty tricks, what will happen when you grow up? Humph, you're only 13-year-old, why did you enlist in the military? If he had not joined the army, she wouldn't have. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Overlord Bao, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Zhou Weiqing said with a pitiable face, I have made a mistake, it really was not intentional, it was all subconscious, absolutely subconsciousness. Shangwan Binger gave a cold humph. Remember, only after you register with the Skill Storing Palace, and get the Skill Storing Palace plaque, then can you carry on with storing skills in the palace.
Ordinary physical and elemental jewel masters can also register here and get the plaque, but they will not have the robes which represent heavenly jewel masters. When going through with skill storing, heavenly jewel masters can enjoy a 10% discount.
Every additional gem increase promotion will mean another 10% discount. Therefore, if you have the opportunity to come alone to carry on with skill storing, you must remember to register any promotion first. Zhou
Weiqing said in surprise, doesn't that mean that those heavenly jewel masters with 9 jewels do not need to pay?
Shangwan Binger shook her head, saying, I do not know either, but it is rumored that those heavenly jewel masters who are above 6 jewels seldom go to the skill storing palace anymore.
The actual reason is not for those heavenly jewel masters of our level to know. Battalion Commander, can I ask how much money does our skill storing require?
Zhou Weiqing's heart was really itching to try it out, having the means of growing stronger right in front of him, yet being unable to do so due to money. This made him feel very out of sorts in his heart. Although his father was very honest and did not have much money, but his godfather was after all the ruler of their country. Furthermore, he was now a heavenly jewel master. In the future, when he returned to the heavenly Bo Empire, he should be able to ask for some money for skill storing.
Shangwan Binger said, one attempt at skill storing is about 500 gold coins. Zhou Weiqing blinked, 500 gold coins, that's not really very expensive. Shangwan Binger looked at him coldly, the success rate has less than 1%.
If your luck is bad, you may not even succeed after trying several hundred times. The worst thing is the loss of the time. A jewel master can only go through one skill storing every day.
The price I mentioned is also only for the ordinary heavenly beasts. If we are talking about the higher level Zune beasts or zone beasts, the price is astronomical.
However, the success rate is slightly higher for them, and their skills will also be generally better. Zhou Weiqing was struck speechless. To his knowledge, the annual tax revenue of Heavenly Bao City was only 500,000 gold coins.
No wonder Shangwan Binger mentioned that their empire was not able to support many heavenly jewel masters.
So heavenly beasts are similar to us and have some sort of ranking.
Alright, let's forget about skill storing for now. Let's go to the consolidating equipment master that you mentioned.
This was the first time that Zhou Weiqing realized how important money was. The cultivation of heavenly jewel masters was more difficult than he had thought.
Shangwan Binger nodded, saying, now you know why I always place so much importance on saving money.
Honestly, even if our heavenly Bao Empire has that many heavenly jewel masters, our empire is not able to support us all. After all, our country is really too tiny compared to the huge empires like Feili Empire or Baide Empire. Without our own skill storing palace, it is impossible to organize a team of formidable heavenly jewel masters.
Let's find a place to stay first.
After we wash up a little and change, we can go look for a good consolidating equipment master.
Shangwan Binger thought after thinking a while. Did I hear correctly? Did a steel tree bloom asterisk?
Zhou Weiqing said as he looked at her in surprise.
Asterisk TL, a direct translation of an idiom meaning something almost impossible happening. He is referring to her being miserly and willing to spend money on a room to stay. Shangwan Binger's beautiful face turned red. Are you courting death? Do you want to stay or not?
Stay, of course I'll stay. After 15 minutes, the two of them were standing in the hall of a small little hotel. This hotel was really small and only had one level. Besides its cleanliness, Zhou Weiqing could not find another merit in it.
Boss, please give us a room. Shangwan Binger told the 50-year-old hotel boss standing behind the counter.
The hotel boss looked at the two of them and gave them a lascivious smile, before handing over a key covered with embroidery. He said, Room 1, 1 silver coin for 2 days. You young people must learn to control yourselves, but.
Taking the key, Shangwan Binger just turned unemotionally and walked off.
But Zhou Weiqing actually gesticulated to the boss and showed off his muscle. Boss, what sort of eyes do you have?
Look at me, so vigorous and healthy, why would I need to control?
Zhou, little fatty.
Here.
Zhou Weiqing answered quickly, and rushed to follow.
Following Shangwan Binger, he asked with a sad face, Battalion Commander, we finally entered a city and you only took one room. You won't make me sleep outside on the streets to save money, right?
Shangwan Binger shot a look at him, saying, you and I will stay in this one. Zhou Weiqing was stunned instantaneously, his brain dazed as he opened his mouth, his saliva flowing out, and he muttered, this, happiness comes so quickly. Battalion Commander, are we advancing too quickly? Little fatty Zhou, I have endured you for too long. Shangwan Binger gave a low roar that made Zhou Weiqing shut up instantly. He knew that generally before a tigress attack she would roar like that. The room was not very big, but was at least clean. It actually had a bathroom for washing and excretion, and could be considered fully equipped. There was only a single bed in the room, and Shangwan Binger dropped off her backpack before sitting on the bed. At this moment, her beautiful face revealed her weariness, and Zhou Weiqing, who was looking at her, felt a pain in his heart.
Little fatty Zhou. Come here. Shangwan Binger beckoned to Zhou Weiqing, who was standing at the side. ORH.
Having angered her earlier, this time Zhou Weiqing came honestly, his face a picture of simple sincerity. Before he could even come to a stop, Shangwan Binger moved all of a sudden, her speed pushed to the limit in that very instance. Zhou Weiqing was sure that in that moment she had simultaneously used both her physical and elemental jewels. All he saw was a flash in front of his eyes, and suddenly both his hands were gripped and his arms were pushed down hard onto the bed.
Battalion Commander, don't be so violent, I won't resist.
Feeling the soft smoothness of Shangwan Binger's hands, Zhou Weiqing's heart instantly became lascivious.
However, in the next instant he was unable to maintain that lasciviousness.
Shangwan Binger took out a string from nowhere, and quickly tied up Zhou Weiqing's hands and feet, then fastening him firmly to bed.
Battalion Commander, did you like this? You won't be using the leather whip and candle, right? I'm afraid of pain.
Even at this time, this rascal could not control his mouth.
Shangwan Binger gave him a quick kick. If you talk more trash, I'll take your sock and shove it in your mouth. I'm shutting up now. Nobody knew clearer than Zhou Weiqing how dirty his socks were. Probably if he took them off and threw them at the wall, they might even stick on, if those were shoved into his mouth. A moment later, Zhou Weiqing finally understood why Shangwan Binger tied him up, as he heard the sound of running water. This beautiful lady battalion commander was taking a bath now. Obviously, tying him up was to prevent this rascal from peeping. In truth, Shangwan Binger's actions were definitely correct. Even tied up there, Zhou Weiqing's mind couldn't help but drift off into a daydream, as lascivious pictures fluttered across his mind. After all, he had actually seen her before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Overlord Bo, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. After less than an hour, the bathroom doors opened, and the next instant Zhou Weiqing felt his bindings loosened as the string was untied. When he looked up, he was absolutely stunned instantaneously.
The Shangwan Binger in front of him had her blue hair wet around her head, the large heavenly jewel master robe wrapped around her body. Because she had just taken a bath, her beautiful face was blushing red like a ripe apple, her entire body also giving off an alluring scent after bathing. That incomparable attraction made Zhou Weiqing's mind freeze in its tracks.
Little hoodlum. Go take a bath. Shangwan Binger suddenly blushed and turned around to the side.
The reason was very simple, she accidentally saw that little fatty Zhou's certain body part bulge out star. Earlier when that rascal was daydreaming, his body has gotten a reaction. The speed that Zhou Weiqing took his bath was in no way faster than Shangwan Binger. Throughout the journey, Shangwan Binger had frequently cleaned her body in creeks or rivers while he prepared food during that time. As such, he was extremely dirty as you could imagine. Finally being able to take a bath, how could he not be happy and slowly enjoy it? When Zhou Weiqing came out from the bathroom, he saw in front of him that the quilt from the bed had been spread out on the ground. Obviously, this was the place that he would be sleeping tonight. Shangwan Binger also couldn't help but take a second look at him when he walked out from the bathroom. Although Zhou Weiqing was not particularly handsome, that he was the decent-looking sort that was easy on the eye. Most particularly was his grandiose stature. After absorbing the black pearl, his height had reached nearly 1.75 meters. You definitely could not tell that he was less than 14 years old from his looks, especially from the nimble and resourceful black eyes he had. At this time, after changing into a heavenly jewel master robe, it was as if he looked like a totally different person.
Let's go.
Shangwan Binger was not willing to show the chaos in her heart to be seen by him, and immediately set off again. The both of them wearing the heavenly jewel master robe, although you couldn't say they were a perfect match, but at least when they walked together there wasn't that huge contrast like when they were entering the city. As they left the hotel boss eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw their heavenly jewel master gowns. He had never expected that one day he would have two heavenly jewel masters would be staying at his tiny little hotel. Zhou Weiqing felt the obvious change when they once again walked onto the streets of Flying Hill City. The passerbys on the street would obviously give way to both him and Shangguan Binger, their eyes showing much respect. This was the treatment towards heavenly jewel masters. Even in Fei Li Empire, such a formidable empire, the status of heavenly jewel masters was still incomparably lofty.
Battalion commander, can we walk slowly?
Having just taken a long enjoyable bath, Zhou Weiqing felt his whole body being extremely comfortable and languid, yet as soon as Shangguan Binger had exited, she had moved at a high speed. After just a short while, Zhou Weiqing discovered with some amazement that Shangguan Binger had actually led in to return to near the skill-storing palace again, but instead of entering it again, she walked towards a bunch of short houses opposite the palace. These short houses did not look unique in any way, and was composed of several small courtyards, and compared with the grand architecture of the skill-storing palace, it looked very simple and ordinary. However, as they got closer, Zhou Weiqing actually discovered that the area was unexpectedly very quiet, and very few people actually approached it. In between the small courtyards there was an alley of about 2 meters width. Shangguan Binger walked familiarly deeper through the alleys, and as they walked along she told Zhou Weiqing, if we are not wearing the heavenly jewel master robes, once we approach this area, we will be stopped by the jewel masters who are guarding this place. A consolidating equipment master is staying in each courtyard, and they are all very honored elders. Later, you better be carefully, if you speak rubbish at such a place, I cannot guarantee your safety. In any country, the status of consolidating equipment master is absolute. There are even fewer of them than heavenly jewel masters. In fact, most of them are actually heavenly jewel masters who have the spatial attribute.
N.
Zhou Weiqing agreed. This time he did not trash talk again.
Shangguan Binger brought into one of the deeper small courtyards and stopped in front of the gate. She walked forward and knocked lightly on the gate. Huyan Senior, are you at home? A moment later, the gate opened. A middle-aged man walked out from within. He was very tall, about 2 meters, but not very well built and had a slim figure, looking around 40 years of age, with his face like an ancient moon, wearing simple grey cotton garments. He seemed very ordinary, except with a very cold face. The first thing Zhou Weiqing noted were his hands. Both were very large, slender just like his stature. His 10 fingers were clear like jade, as if his hands were the most important core of his body. When Shangguan Binger saw the middle-aged man, she immediately bowed in greeting, saying respectfully, Win Senior, hello. Is Huyan Senior in?
On seeing her, the middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. Oh, it's you, little girl.
You've promoted so quickly?
Huyan, that old fellow, is in, but you know he is famous for being stingy. He will not lift a finger to help.
Do you have enough money prepared? Hearing the description from the middle-aged man, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but to give out a quick laugh, saying to her in a low voice, Battalion Commander, isn't that Huyan Senior your teacher then? Shangguan Binger turned head and glared at him angrily, shut up. Quickly greet Win Senior now. Zhou Weiqing then saluted the middle-aged, hello Senior, my name is Little Fatty Zhou. The middle-aged man nodded, saying, comes in then.
As he said that, he entered the house. They entered the courtyard behind him. Inside, it seemed like a different world altogether. Besides a small path that was paved with gravel which led to the main house, the entire courtyard was filled with various flowers and plants. Although there weren't any huge trees, but it was a scene of abundant spring beauty, the air fresh, and the fragrance of the flowers gladdening the heart. As they walked along the path and entered the room right in the middle, the middle-aged man said loudly, Huyan, old man, guests have arrived. The furnishings within the room were arranged elegantly. The innermost part of the room there was a screen of painted art, and in the front was a square table and a large round-backed wooden armchair. There weren't actually any furnishing for entertaining guests. Before Zhou Weiqing had a chance to size up the room, he noticed a meatball walking in from a side room. When he focused his eyes, he realized it was an old man. This man looked to be around 60 to 70 years old, his beard and hair totally white, but was still glowing with health. His face did not have wrinkles, but his eyes had been squeezed by the fat on his face that only 2 slits remained, yet they still seemed to glow with vigor. He was dressed in the similar simple grey cotton garment, but his sleeves were particularly long, covering both hands. The most obvious characteristic was his stature, as he looked like a large round watermelon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Overlord Bo, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Greetings Huyan Senior.
Shangguan Binger's look turned more respectful than before, her hand also pushing Zhou Weiqing to salute to the chubby old man respectfully. The fat old man's small eyes rolled about as he waved his hands. No need for pleasantries or idle talk. You want consolidating equipment scrolls, right? The price tags are all displayed clearly. I currently have 3 for sale, you can choose for yourself. As he said that, he waved his sleeves, and 3 pieces of paper appeared on the square table. Zhou Weiqing rubbed his eyes, checking that he had not missed seeing anything, but he had not actually noticed how these 3 pieces of paper appeared. Shangguan Binger squeezed Zhou Weiqing's hands forcefully, giving him a severe warning glare, warning him not to speak, before pulling him to the square table. Zhou Weiqing, who was being pulled by her soft tender hands, felt extremely comfortable, and he was also rather curious about the consolidating equipment scrolls, thus he did not try to do anything funny and followed her to the table. The 3 pieces of paper on the square table were actually 3 pictures, each depicting different things. The first to attract Zhou Weiqing's attention was the leftmost picture, which was a drawing of a round shield. The shield's surface was densely covered with lines like that of a turtle's shell, and right in the middle there was a small round indent. Although it was just a picture, it actually gave out a dignified and tough feeling. To someone like Zhou Weiqing, who was coveted life and feared death, it was without a doubt of enormous attraction to him. Written beside the picture was a single line of words, Xianwu Shield, limited to either strength, endurance, or toughness attribute heavenly jewel masters to use.
Able to mount elemental jewel.
Zhou Weiqing could understand the words in front, but the sentence at the end about mounting elemental jewels was something he was not quite clear about. Furthermore, the restriction of the shield being only usable by heavenly jewel masters made him somewhat puzzled. The picture on the right was that of a pair of boots, although it only several simple patterns on it, but it actually gave forth a light and lively feeling. At the ankle area of the boots there was another of the small round indents. Inscribed beside were the words, Wind-wielding boots, limited for agility attribute heavenly jewel masters to use, able to mount elemental jewel. Shangguan Binger's gaze lingered on this picture for a while, before turning to the central picture, almost at the same time as Zhou Weiqing. The picture was that of a long bow, in a simple and unsophisticated style. The bow arc was rather very small, and there was no bowstring, the small round socket in position at the hand grip area. The entire bow only had a single large tattoo extending from top to bottom, but it actually gave out an intense and ominous feel, as if it were the blood on a sharp knife blade. Annotation, Overlord Bow, limited to strength attribute heavenly jewel masters to use, able to mount elemental jewels, 10% discount for high-level heavenly shard jewel masters. Zhou Weiqing's gaze only rested on the Overlord Bow for a short while, before returning to the Xianwu Shield, which he was starting to like more the more he looked at it. In his heart he mused that if that shield was large enough, he would be immune to any arrows in the battlefield.
Huyan Sr., how much money does this Overlord Bow consolidating equipment scroll cost? After a moment of hesitation, Shangguan Binger's eyes turned firm and she asked.
The fat old man glanced at her, saying, "Little girl, if I have remembered correctly, you are of the agile attribute.
You should know my rules. You cannot bring away the consolidating equipment scroll." Shangguan Binger nodded, saying, "Of course I know the rules of Senior. I am buying this for my friend here. His physical jewel is of pure strength attribute."
The fat old man said calmly, 200,000 gold coins.
Shangguan Binger's face changed, her delicate eyebrows furrowed as she went deep into thought.
Zhou Weiqing actually raised his head, his face startled. Although he had guessed that consolidating equipment scrolls would be expensive, but this was way above his expectations. 200,000 gold coins, and this was only the price of his very first physical jewel. If he were to complete all 12 of his physical jewels, how much money would that take? His eyes swirling as he thought, Zhou Weiqing thought of something and asked with his simple and honest face, "Senior, how much does this Xianwu shield cost?" The fat old man said, 120,000 gold coins. Shangguan Binger turned around to stare at him. "No, you cannot choose the shield.
This Overlord Bow is more suitable for you." Zhou Weiqing gave a helpless look, saying, "Battalion Commander, I think that those wind-wielding boots are even more suitable for you. How about you buy those first? I am not anxious to get mine." In his heart he had some secret plans. He would go back to ask his godfather for some money, then secretly run back here to buy the Xianwu shield. Shangguan Binger shook her head, saying, "I already have my first physical jewel with the consolidated equipment. It is sufficient to protect myself. You on the other hand do not have anything yet." "Hudian Senior, I have 150,000 gold coins. Can I leave you with the money first, then go back to get the other 50,000 gold coins, and you help me reserve this Overlord Bow consolidating equipment scroll for a few days please?" Listen to Shangguan Binger's words. Zhou Weiqing went totally silent, his face full of disbelief as he looked at her. He had actually been joking when asking Shangguan Binger to buy him the scrolls. In his mind, Shangguan Binger was so miserly that she would definitely not buy such expensive things. He has really never expected her to so decisively decide to purchase the Overlord Bow scroll. More importantly, she was buying that consolidating equipment scroll not for her own use, but to give to him. Zhou Weiqing suddenly felt a burst of hot air rush towards both his eyes, and his gaze towards Shangguan Binger changed a lot. The fist hidden in his sleeves were gripped together fiercely. The fat old man gave a humph. "Reserve? Don't you know my rules? You are already lucky that you found me today with 3 whole sets of consolidating equipment scrolls. I only created 3 sets of consolidating equipment scrolls this year. Within 3 days these 3 sets should be completely sold out. Why should I reserve it for you? If you do not have money, just leave." Saying that, he turned around to leave. His words were cold and did not give any face at all. Shangwan Binger's face was full of anxiety as she pled, "Senior, can't you please stretch the rules a little? I will also leave my purple Dawnbow here as a mortgage. I can rush back here at top speed." The fat old man said impatiently, "Less useless idle talk, go away." Zhou Weiqing suddenly took a step forward, blocking the way of the fat old man. At the same time he said sincerely, "Senior, please stretch the rules for us. We have traveled a long way to you because your consolidating equipment scrolls are the best. Please give us a chance." The fat old man gave an angry humph. "Overlord Bao consolidating equipment scroll, now 300,000 gold coins. Now have you given up? Get the hell out." Zhou Weiqing was momentarily stunned. This fat old man was simply so unreasonable. He had unexpectedly risen the price by 100,000 gold coins with no reason. Immediately, his anger rose as well and he snapped, "Do you need to be so ruthless? If you give others a chance, in the future it will benefit you too." The fat old man glared at him coldly. 400,000 gold coins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, A Tooth for a Tooth, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. When Zhou Weiqing heard the huge price of 400,000 gold coins, he was just about to say something again, but he felt a large force on his arm, and he was pulled to the side by Shangwan Binger. When he turned his head around to look at her, he was surprised to see that she was almost on the verge of tears. The hand that was grabbing onto him was shivering. "Battalion Commander, you, dot. Shut up." Shangwan Binger said fiercely, moving quickly in a flash to block off Zhou Weiqing, and said pleadingly to the fat old man, "Huyan Senior, please ignore him, we are at the wrong here. 200,000 gold coins is okay. I have a piece of spirit jade here which should have the value of 50,000 gold coins. I can leave it here as a mortgage first. After we go through with the consolidating of equipment, we'll immediately go back to get money, before coming back to exchange back for the spirit jade, is that okay?" As she said that, she took off a red string necklace from her neck. It had a cream-colored jade stone hung upon it. The jade was carved into a ruby-shape asterisk, although it was not glowing, but it had a gentle warmth to it. Shangwan Binger held out the jade in front of the old man, her face with a pleading look. *TL, http://baidu.com/subview/315-280/10130415.htm. It's a sort of jade carving meant for luck. The fat old man shot a glance at it, and a surprised look flashed into his eyes, before saying calmly, "If you had taken it out a moment ago, I would have agreed actually. This spirit jade is worth more than 50,000 gold coins, maybe even 100,000 gold coins. With it as a mortgage, I would definitely have sold you the consolidating equipment scroll. However, just now that boy blocked me earlier, and I said that the Overlord Bob consolidating equipment scroll's price is now 400,000 gold coins. I, Huyan Albua, always keep my promises. It's not just for you, I've set the price now, whoever comes to buy it will also be given this same price. If you do not have 400,000 gold coins, you can leave now. There are many consolidating equipment masters around here, you can buy other consolidating equipment scrolls. Is that even possible?" Zhou Weiqing stared with a dumbfounded look at the fat old man Huyan Albua. The words that he had spoken thoughtlessly had caused the unexpected huge rise in price, to a price about double the initial price even. "Battalion Commander, let's go. This old man isn't the only consolidating equipment master around here, he is like a stone in the latrine pit, smelly and hard, why must we buy his scrolls?" Zhou Weiqing grabbed Shangwan Bingers and started to walk out. Shangwan Binger turned his head, saying angrily, "What do you understand? In the Flying Hill City, only Huyan Senior is a Grandmaster Consolidating Equipment Master, how can other Consolidating Equipment Masters compare with his work? Haven't you seen the words able to mount elemental jewels? Only Grandmaster Consolidating Equipment Master and above are able to create such scrolls. 500,000 gold coins. Scolding this old man, you must pay the price. Little brat, if you scold me one more time, you can forget about buying consolidating equipment scrolls from here in the future." Huyan Albua said coldly. Zhou Weiqing's eyes flashed with anger, his hands lifted in fists in front of him and he said, "Huyan old man, I've never wanted to punch anyone as much as I have now." Huyan Albua suddenly smiled and laughed out loud. "There are any people who want to punch, and many others who want to kill me. However, this old man is still living well. Even the Feili Empire's emperor will still be courteous to me. Who do you think you are? To kill me, you'll have to get by Fengyu first. He is a upper-level zone physical jewel master, with 9 physical jewels, all with consolidated equipment. When you can beat him, then you can came to say those words to me." Zhou Weiqing was startled, although he had judged that the middle-aged man would be very strong, but he had not expected him to be at the very peak of physical jewel masters, having 9 physical jewels. Shangwan Binger only had one physical jewel with consolidated equipment and she was already so strong. How formidable was this upper-level zone physical jewel master with all 9 jewels with consolidated equipments? It was no wonder that this fat old man Huyan Aobo was so secure. Fuyu shook his head helplessly, saying, "Little bro, you better just leave. When this old man goes crazy, you can't reason with him." Shangwan Binger was currently just standing there dazed. She knew that they had came here for nothing today. It had been such amazing luck for them to come at a time when there were 3 sets of consolidating equipment scrolls, yet they had not been able to get anything in the end. That sort of feeling of wanting to cry but having no tears left, caused her to not even have the mood to reprimand Zhou Weiqing. A trace of bloodlust flashed through Zhou Weiqing's eyes, even though he himself had not realized it. The energy whirlpools at his 4 death acupuncture points which had broken through suddenly doubled their speed of rotation and energy draw, and a light gray color invaded his pupils. At the center of his forehead, the trace of a black king word was visible indistinctly. The pair of heavenly jewels simultaneously appeared around his wrists. The physical jewels were still alright, just giving forth an icy mist, but his elemental jewel sent forth an extremely brilliant light. When there was no sunlight, the Alexandrite cat's eye would present the red color of a red ruby, and at this time Zhou Weiqing's wrist's Alexandrite cat's eye was blood red, twinkling brightly like the red pupils of a demon. The heavenly jewel master robes that the skill storing palace had issued them had a lot longer sleeves than normal and could cover the wrists. Naturally, it also covered Zhou Weiqing's Alexandrite cat's eye jewel, but in that moment, the sheer brilliance that the Alexandrite cat's eye was emitting was really intense, penetrating the sleeves. Huyan Aobo originally had an arrogant face and was looking disdainfully at Zhou Weiqing. However, when the sudden brilliance emitted from Zhou Weiqing's Alexandrite cat's eye emitted, his proud look suddenly froze. Cat's eye jewel? The fat old man's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Why didn't you say you have this greater attribute jewel? Don't you know you can get a discount?" But Shangwan Binger also came awake at this moment, her expression changing, and she quickly pulled Zhou Weiqing aside, saying, "The consolidating equipment scroll of seniors is too expensive for us, even with discounts we are unable to afford it, we'll be taking our leave now." Saying that, she quickly pulled Zhou Weiqing towards the exit. Compared to purchasing the consolidating equipment scroll, the thing she feared most was having Zhou Weiqing's elemental jewel attributes exposed. Earlier, when the brilliance from Zhou Weiqing's jewel shone out through his sleeves, it had caused her to be shocked into action instantly. No, don't rush to leave. I will not raise the price anymore." Huyan Aobo took a quick step forward, blocking their way to the exit, his gaze locked on Zhou Weiqing's left wrist which was blocked by his sleeves. Shangwan Binger's look was stern. "Senior, you are a noble consolidating equipment master, you won't buy or sell with coercion, right?" Huyan Aobo no longer had the look of arrogance on his face anymore, instead having a rather ingratiating tone, immediately explained, "Little girl, do not misunderstand. I know that you are worried that your friend will have his greater spatial attributes jewel exposed. You can rest assured though, although I, Huyan Aobo, may be greedy for money, but my personal moral character is still good. Furthermore, I have always been neutral and am not controlled by any country. I will not do anything disadvantageous to this little brother. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 49. Chapter 49, A Tooth for a Tooth, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Regarding Huyan Aobo's sudden change in treatment of him, Zhou Weiqing was also extremely surprised. He could also sense Shangwan Binger's anxiety, and immediately received his heavenly jewels. On hearing Huyan Aobo's words, Shangwan Binger's look of wariness lessened a little, and she said, "Senior, what do you mean?" Huyan Aobo sighed and said, "To be honest, this is the sorrowful fate for us consolidating equipment masters. You should know that consolidating equipment masters need to have the spatial attribute, no matter heavenly jewel masters or just elemental jewel masters. As long as you have the spatial attribute, you have the possibility of becoming a consolidating equipment master. However, amongst the 4 greater attributes, darkness, light, life and spatial attributes, the rarest is the spatial attribute. This is especially true for spatial attribute heavenly jewel masters, they are incomparably rare. Therefore, currently most of the consolidating equipment masters are just spatial attribute elemental jewel masters. It is difficult to find a spatial attribute heavenly jewel master to choose to become a consolidating equipment master." After pausing a while, Huyan Aobo continued saying, "I can tell you a secret. The rank of us consolidating equipment masters is dependent on the success rate of our consolidating equipment scrolls as well as the quality of our consolidating equipment scrolls. Most lower-ranking consolidating equipment masters have their consolidating equipment scrolls with success rates less than 1/1000. As such, there are few who are willing to join this profession. Even the consolidating equipment scrolls that I, this Grandmaster Consolidating Equipment Master manufactures, the success rate is also only 1%. This is the limit of my achievement.
Only Heavenly Jewel Masters who have become Consolidating Equipment Masters have the possibility of becoming more formidable Consolidating Equipment Masters, perhaps even reaching God level. That had been the biggest dream in my life, a dream that I know I can no longer complete, but I have more than enough theoretical knowledge, so I hope that my future disciple can complete this dream for me.
Zhou Weiqing said doubtfully, "Are you trying to recruit me as a disciple?" Hu Yanalbua's face grew somewhat awkward. That's the awkward difference between us Consolidating Equipment Masters and other professions.
Other professions, the disciple looks for the master, while us masters have to look for our disciples.
The spatial attribute Heavenly Jewel Masters are just too rare.
Look, you guys do not appear to have much money. To be honest, spatial attribute Heavenly Jewel Masters who are so broke are even more rare.
Little brother, as long as you are willing to apprentice under me and inherit my skills, the price of Consolidating Equipment Scrolls are open for discussion. Not only do you not need 500,000 gold coins, I'll sell it to you for 150,000 gold coins, the exact amount you have? Shangwan Binger loosened her grip on Zhou Weiqing's hand, as she was lost in thought.
Hu Yanalbua's words made her excited. After all, you must know that in the entire Heavenly Bow Empire there was not a single Consolidating Equipment Master. Although Hu Yanalbua was greedy for money and extremely stingy, but in the Consolidating Equipment Master domain, he could be said to be in existence of high authoritative level. In the entire Feili Empire, there were few Consolidating Equipment Masters that could be said to be better than him. If Zhou Weiqing studied how to create Consolidating Equipment Scrolls with him, it would be of incomparable advantage to the Heavenly Bow Empire's future.
No way. Zhou Weiqing had already rejected Hu Yanalbua's invitation without hesitation.
He was currently full of anger at this moment, facing Hu Yanalbua who had been so haughty towards him earlier. How could he easily agree to his terms?
Hu Yanalbua started breathing heavily. Little brat, no, little brother, don't you know how rich Consolidating Equipment Masters are?
Although we have to sacrifice cultivation time to manufacture Consolidating Equipment Scrolls, but we are also the richest and most highly respected.
How about this Overlord Bow Scroll, I will sell it at rock bottom price to you, 100,000 gold coins, how about that?
Zhou Weiqing gave a humph. I have never heard of a master who did not give his apprentice a gift on the first meeting, and instead asking for money.
You are truly a stingy and miserly person. If you become my master, can I live out any good days? I'm not doing it.
Just a moment ago, Hu Yanalbua had raised his price proudly. At this moment, Zhou Weiqing was doing the same in return.
Indeed, it was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Feng Yu was cheerfully laughing at the side. He normally witnessed many people who had no choice but to admit defeat in front of Hu Yanalbua. This was the first time he saw that old man admitting defeat. Hu Yanalbua rubbed his hands together, his face a mask of pain. All right.
As long as you become my disciple, I will give you this Overlord Bow Scroll, okay? Zhou Weiqing was extremely astute, and understood immediately that this was definitely not Hu Yanalbua's limit. The anger that was on his face had long disappeared after Hu Yanalbua mentioned giving him the scroll. With a simple, honest and sincere look on his face, he continued saying, Senior, I thank you for your good intentions. However, cultivation of Heavenly Jewel Masters is extremely expensive as you know, and my fiancé and I come from commoner families, furthermore we are from the Heavenly Bow Empire. You should know that our Heavenly Bow Empire doesn't have much financial resources, and they are unable to support us in cultivation. The 150,000 gold coins that my wife brought was all the support that the Heavenly Bow Empire managed to give us to cultivate. It is truly the tip of the iceberg of our needs. I do not mind studying how to create Consolidating Equipment Scrolls, but this must be delayed. It is not so easy to become a Consolidating Equipment Master, right? To make money is not something that can be achieved in a short time.
I do not know when I can have enough to not just carry out physical jewel consolidating equipment and also elemental jewel skill storing. We have already decided earlier that we must join the Feili Empire's skill storing palace. Therefore, I can only decline your good intention with thanks.
Sigh, this is really predestiny. When Shangwan Binger heard Hu Yanalbua giving Zhou Weiqing the Overlord Bow Scroll for free, she had been struck dumbfounded.
That was just a matter of a short period of time. How everything had changed in an instant. Listening to Zhou Weiqing's words, although she in her heart she hated this rascal for taking advantage of her with his words, she extraordinarily did not say anything to refute him. She was very clear that when this little fatty Zhou's face revealed that sincere, simple and honest look, it was his most dreadful, shameless and deceitful time. No, that is not good at all. You cannot join the skill storing palace.
Do you not know that if you join the skill storing palace, it is tantamount to selling yourself into servitude to the Feili Empire? Upon hearing Zhou Weiqing's words, Hu Yanalbua grew anxious. Zhou Weiqing said with a resigned-looking face, I have no choice. If I have to sell myself into servitude, then I'll have to do it. I've heard that skill storing for elemental jewels is even more expensive. How can the both of us withstand such expenditure?
I think, as long as we do well in the skill storing palace, they will be more than willing to spend to help us buy the consolidating equipment scrolls that we need.
Isn't that right, wife?
This rascal turned his head to look at Shangguan Binger. With his back facing Huyan Albua and Fengyu, he winked towards her. Although Shangguan Binger was being taken advantage of by this rascal's words, she had no choice and was unable to undermine him at this time.
Glaring at him quickly, she actually had to agree with an N. Zhou Weiqing looked back once more to Huyan Aobo, Sr., we shall not disturb you further. That Overlord Bao scroll you can sell to others. We will be heading to the skill storing palace first, perhaps in the future we will still have the opportunity to purchase scrolls from you. Having said that, he pulled on Shangguan Binger's hands and headed out. At this time, Zhou Weiqing was gloating in his mind. Looking at Huyan Albua's awkward expression, he felt he had already paid him back for earlier. Furthermore, he had managed to take advantage of Shangguan Binger, and even managed to hold her hand. This was just too perfect. Don't go, don't go. Wait, let me think carefully first. Huyan Albua paced anxiously back and forth in the room.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 50. Chapter 50, A Tooth for a Tooth, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. At this moment, Fengyu, who had been standing at the side smiling and watching, suddenly opened his mouth to say, Huyan, old man, money is merely an external material good, it will come and go, haven't you understood this by now? A heavenly jewel master apprentice is not easy to find. If you miss this opportunity, you may never find another one again in your lifetime. All these years, why have you been earning so much money for? Are you happy in your heart? Is money more important than your lifelong dream?
Zhou Weiqing gave a surprised look at Fengyu. He had not expected that this Fengyu, who was obviously here to protect Huyan Albua, would actually speak out on his behalf. Huyan Albua's brow wrinkled fiercely, then suddenly a bright silver color light flashed out, and his body suddenly vanished from the room totally. Before Zhou Weiqing could react, the silver light flashed once again, and the fat old man reappeared in front of him and Shangguan Binger.
In his hands, there appeared 2 jet-black wooden boxes, and he handed Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger one each.
You two go to the side room to start consolidating equipment first.
This is the Overlord Bao the wind-wielding boots respectively. Let me think some more. Fengyu, old man, you lead them over there.
Fengyu said with a laugh, Ha, you two kids, come with me. As he said that, he walked outward. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger received the box, which did not weigh much, and followed Fengyu outside.
Shangguan Binger's hand was being held by Zhou Weiqing now, but she did not try to break free. She was still in a daze, everything seemed to be happening like in a dream. Just a moment ago, they could not even afford a single set of consolidating equipment scrolls, and now they actually both obtained a set each, without even spending a single cent. Fengyu brought them to the side rooms, and said with a smile, You two little kids, don't be so reluctant to part with each other, each person to a room, so that when you are consolidating equipment your attributes do not clash. Only then did Shangguan Binger awaken, and she quickly shook free of Zhou Weiqing's hand, but her beautiful face was flushed red. Zhou Weiqing said reluctantly, Wife, you must be careful, okay? Shangguan Binger stomped on his foot, before turning around to run into one of the rooms. When the door finally closed, she couldn't resist any longer, and on her beautiful face her dimple bloomed like a flower as she smiled, tightly holding the wooden box in her bosom. Compared with the silent tracking arrow that was her first consolidated equipment, this wind-wielding boots that could mount an elemental jewel was many times stronger and better. Therefore, even though she had been taken advantage of by Zhou Weiqing, being called his wife, she had not been truly that angry. Looking at Shangguan Binger walking away, Fengyu looked at Zhou Weiqing with a faint smile on his face, saying, Such a young age, and you already know how to seize the opportunity so well. Kid, you are very promising. Zhou Weiqing flashed his trademark simple and honest smile, saying, Senior praises me too much. I also want to give my thanks to Senior for speaking up for me earlier, it was of much help. Fengyu gave a hearty laugh, saying, That's no problem, I have had beef with that Huyan old man for a while. If not for my promise to him, I wouldn't be staying here to defend this stingy old miser. This is your first time carrying out a physical jewel consolidating equipment, right? Go on in, I will teach you how to use the consolidating equipment scroll. Zhou Weiqing entered the room with Fengyu. In comparison with the elegant main room earlier, this room was totally empty. Fengyu said, No choice, Huyan old man was too stingy. Just sit on the ground. Zhou Weiqing followed suit and sat on the ground, and Fengyu sat down opposite him, taking the wooden box from him. As he opened the lid, Zhou Weiqing was surprised to see that the so-called consolidating equipment scroll was not a single one, but instead was a thick stack of them. The uppermost one had an extremely complex pattern, and he could see indistinctly, at the center of those patterns,
there was a semblance of resemblance to the Overlord Bao on the picture earlier.
So many. Zhou Weiqing said in surprise. Feng Yu said, didn't you hear what Huyan old man said earlier? With his Grandmaster standard, the success rate of consolidating equipment scrolls is still only 1%.
Actually, the most important judgment standard of a Grandmaster is, out of 100 consolidating equipment scrolls at least one will succeed for sure.
For lower-grade consolidating equipment masters, this is difficult to say.
Although consolidating equipment masters can earn money, but it is actually very difficult to practice, even if they have the spatial attribute elemental jewel, but they still need to go through painstaking efforts. The consolidating equipment masters who have low success rates will have less patronage. That's the reason why there are so few consolidating equipment masters. As he said that, he took up the uppermost consolidating equipment scroll and handed it to Zhou Weiqing. Zhou Weiqing was finally able to examine the consolidating equipment scroll closely, and he found that it was made from a special leather as the foundation material. The patterns on it were lively and of rich colors, almost as if it were living even. Although he only had one set of heavenly jewels, he could clearly sense the strong special fluctuation of energy in this small leather scroll. You can only carry out one physical jewel consolidating equipment every day, and doing so will also consume more than 50% of your heavenly energy, so you should not be startled when that happens later. Now, you can start activating your heavenly energy and move it to your physical jewel, then rest your right hand on the scroll and silently feel it. You do not need to do anything else. Your physical jewel should naturally start communication with the consolidating equipment scroll under the stimulation of your heavenly energy.
Thank you, Senior.
Although Zhou Weiqing was quite the prankster, but he was not a person who didn't know how to differentiate good from bad, and he definitely had a very favorable impression of this good-tempered upper-level zone physical jewel master. Focusing his will, he guided his heavenly energy from his dantian upwards in a cycle, and as the heavenly energy passed by the right shoulder's clavicle acupuncture point, the energy whirlpool immediately increased in speed. The Taiyuan acupuncture point released the icy jade physical jewel, and under the injection of heavenly energy, released a layer of icy mist fog immediately, and the familiar intense feeling of strength swept through his whole body instantaneously. Zhou Weiqing does not dare pause, pulling up his right arm sleeve with his left hand, his right palm pressing down onto the consolidating equipment scroll. Looking at Zhou Weiqing's pure icy jade physical jewel, Feng Yu's eyes couldn't help but reveal a flash of envy. In the instance when his palm made contact with the scroll, Zhou Weiqing could feel a huge suction from the consolidating equipment scroll suddenly, and the heavenly energy flowed in a torrent outwards. The patterns on the consolidating equipment scroll shone out brightly instantaneously, and a special strange feeling spread over Zhou Weiqing's whole body. It was as if a strange strength was swallowing his heavenly energy while sweeping across his entire body. The consolidating equipment scroll vanished in the next instance, warping into a burst of bright light encircling Zhou Weiqing's right wrist, and in Zhou Weiqing's mind the image of a longbow appeared suddenly, exactly the same as the picture on the table earlier. A strong intense ferocious feel arose in him, flying quickly into the icy jade physical jewel in his right hand. The heavenly jewels of heavenly jewel masters were always together. At the same time his physical jewel was being utilized, Zhou Weiqing's Alexandrite cat's eye also appeared under the cover of his sleeves. What made Zhou Weiqing most startled was that the 6-color will disc had unexpectedly started spinning at top speed when he started on the physical jewel consolidating equipment. As it revolved, both the black and gray colored regions were twinkling brightly, absorbing the heavenly energy from his body, causing his heavenly energy consumption to dramatically increase. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 51. Chapter 51, A Tooth for a Tooth, 4. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing was given a huge scare. What was going on? Still, no matter what, he could not stop everything from happening now. After approximately 3 seconds, for the 6-color will disc in Zhou Weiqing's eyes, the black region representing the darkness attribute and the gray region representing the evil attribute suddenly superposed together unexpectedly. A strange unusual feeling overwhelmed Zhou Weiqing's whole body, and the weird winged black tiger appeared in his mind again, this time with its mouth open wide, as if trying to swallow something. What Zhou Weiqing himself couldn't see was that at this very moment, a black-gray tattoo started spreading out from his right shoulder, and in a short while it had reached his right wrist. In the next instance, the consolidating equipment scroll which had been swallowing his heavenly energy suddenly stopped. Instead, Zhou Weiqing felt that the Taiyuan acupuncture point, one of the 4 death acupuncture point that he had broken through, had suddenly opened like a huge mouth, and suddenly the bright light which the consolidating equipment scroll had warped into was swallowed instantaneously by it. Due to the bright light from the consolidating equipment scroll, it actually caused Feng Yu not miss seeing the black tattoo on Zhou Weiqing's arm which disappeared quickly after, but he actually clearly saw the consolidating equipment scroll get absorbed into Zhou Weiqing's physical jewel, and he was so surprised that his jaw dropped. An indescribable feeling of fulfillment appeared in Zhou Weiqing's mind,
after the 6-color will disc had completely swallowed the consolidating equipment scroll's light, and in the next moment it had restored to its normal 6-color region state. Zhou Weiqing felt as if his physical jewel had came to life. The feeling of being connected to it and the burst of strength it filled him with made his whole spirit feel stimulated. A low cry resounded out from Zhou Weiqing, and the 1/3 heavenly energy that he had left started pouring into his icy jade physical jewel. A strong ferocious aura erupted from his wrist, and the physical jewel separated from his wrist to fall into his palm. When Zhou Weiqing closed his palm around the physical jewel and grasped it firmly, immediately, 2 bright white lights simultaneously emitted out from his palm into 2 directions, and in the next instant, it had changed into a 1.5 m wide longbow without a bowstring in his grasp. As compared to the picture earlier, this longbow was full of the sense of reality. Its entire body looked like it had been carved out of icy jade, glittering with beauty and surrounded with a shimmering icy mist. Its streamlined shape seemed like a ferocious beast giving forth a domineering aura. Zhou Weiqing lifted the overlord bow, and immediately, a sense like he was connected to the bow by his arm made him instantly fall in love with the bow. Although he had previously favored the consolidated equipment scroll of the Xianhua shield, but after he had just succeeded in consolidating equipment with the overlord bow, his heart was flooding with satisfaction.
Senior, how come this does not have a bowstring? Zhou Weiqing looked at his overlord bow and asked doubtfully. Fengyu said in a bit of a shock, you need to continue pouring in heavenly energy. If you just reached the 4th stage of heavenly energy, you will need at least half of your heavenly energy to full form this bow. Even the bowstring requires your heavenly energy to take shape. Zhou Weiqing said in realization, I see, my heavenly energy is insufficient to form the bowstring. Alright, I will try again later.
As he withdrew his heavenly energy, the overlord bow disappeared quietly, forming back into his icy jade physical jewel to encircle his wrist again. However, the physical jewel's brilliance was a lot dimmer now, as Zhou Weiqing did not have much heavenly energy left.
It doesn't seem that difficult for physical jewels to consolidate equipment. I just succeeded like that. Zhou Weiqing said with much satisfaction as he withdrew his physical jewel. Kid, are you really a human? Fengyu sighed out the breath he had been holding, staring at Zhou Weiqing, his face full of shock. Zhou Weiqing also stared back with eyes wide open. Senior, how can you curse at people? Fengyu said with a bitter smile, I am not scolding you, I'm praising you. Do you really think physical jewel consolidating equipment is easy? Even though I have all 9 physical jewels complete, but I have never thought that physical jewel consolidating equipment is easy. The reason why your little girlfriend led you here to look for Huyan old man is because his grandmaster level consolidating equipment scrolls that he makes, although they are expensive, but you are actually guaranteed success. Even so, 100 of them are still required to guarantee. I have never actually seen someone like you who was able to complete physical jewel consolidating equipment with just a single consolidating equipment scroll. Furthermore, it was your first time using a consolidating equipment scroll. This has completely gone beyond my knowledge of physical jewel consolidating equipment. Zhou Weiqing thought quickly and thought he understood. He guessed that perhaps the reason for his smooth success was probably his 6 attributes, especially the black and gray regions as they superimposed with each other. However, he did not want to reveal his secret, so he smiled and said, didn't you say that Huyan Senior's consolidating equipment scroll's success rate was 1%? Naturally it's also possible for this 1% to be done on the first or the last scroll, right? Shouldn't that be normal? Fengyu said helpless, that is true theoretically speaking, however in my 60 years of experience I have never seen or heard of anyone who succeeded on their first use of consolidating equipment scrolls. 60 years? Senior, aren't you joking with me? Zhou Weiqing was rather startled. From his look, Fengyu was at most 40-year-old. Fengyu laughed and said, Kid, my actual physical age is only younger than Huyan old man by 1 year. Why do you think he calls me Fengyu old man as well? He is 75 years old this year, and I am 74 years old. When you compare the two, physical jewel masters of the same rank will probably lose to elemental jewel masters, but their greatest gain is that they have a strong anti-aging. After all, what we do is strengthening the body, while they are controlling the elements. However, as long as you are a jewel master, you will at least have 150 years lifespan. You heavenly jewel masters have an even longer lifespan. There are those over 200 years old who are extremely formidable existences. When they stomp their feet, the 4 seas will tremble. The road in front of you is very very long, you need to put in much more effort along the way. Upon hearing that, Zhou Weiqing was delighted. So heavenly jewel masters can have such a long lifespan. I have really gained a lot. Oh right, senior, can I still keep this remaining 99 scrolls? Fengyu passed Zhou Weiqing the wooden box, saying with a faint smile, Hey kid, do you know why I took a liking to you? Why? Zhou Weiqing carefully took the box and covered it, then swiftly stored it in his own bag. Fengyu said, because you are not artificial. A real villain who shows his colors is better than a hypocritical gentleman. Furthermore, you, this child, are also not a villain.
Certainly, I am very curious, for someone so young, who did you learn to be such a ruffian from? In Zhou Weiqing's mind flashed a rascally old man's image immediately, though that was clearly not his father. Smiling, he said, that
I cannot say.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Physical Jewel Consolidated Equipment Sets. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Fengyu stood up, saying, I estimate that your little girlfriend probably will not be able to complete her consolidating equipment in such a short time. Let's go look for Huyan old man first to consider the future now, okay?
The two of them left the empty room, returning to the main room that they had come from earlier, barely a short while ago. Zhou Weiqing followed behind Fengyu, his mind lost in thought. He was getting more and more curious about the black-winged tiger that appeared in his mind. Without a doubt, the reason why he could become a heavenly jewel master and also succeed in cultivating the immortal deity technique, and even his easy success with consolidating equipment, definitely had a close relationship with that black pearl that he had eaten. Returning to the main hall, as soon as Fengyu entered the room he saw that Huyan Aobo was there pacing back and forth, looking somewhat anxious.
Why are you two back so quickly? Huyan Aobo looked doubtingly at Zhou Weiqing who had came in together with Fengyu. Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, once I've handled things, of course I'll come back, right? Fengyu said, Huyan old man, I think that we have met with a true talent, his first time using a consolidating equipment scroll and he succeeded. Have you ever witnessed something like that before? In any case, I've never heard of such a thing. Huyan Aobo looked with surprise at Zhou Weiqing. Little brother, your luck is just too good, right? You succeeded with just one scroll? Where are the surplus scrolls? Just like talking trash was Zhou Weiqing's habit, the disposition of being stingy was already deep down in the marrow of Huyan Aobo's bones. Zhou Weiqing instantaneously put on a righteous face and said, Huyan Senior, gifts that have been given out, how can they be taken back? But Huyan Aobo was embarrassed by his words, and said to himself, could this really be some divine punishment? Fengyu said happily, it looks like you, this miser, must give something up now. Stop being so hesitant, just decide quickly. Huyan Aobo heaved a deep sigh, both his hands holding his big round belly. Alright, enough, you do not need to come to his aid so subtly. Little brat, show me your elemental jewel. As long as we confirm that you have the appropriate gold-green cat's eye which signifies the spatial attribute of the heavenly jewel masters, I will accept you as an apprentice. Later on, I will be responsible for all your consolidating equipment and skill storing. That should be okay, right? Zhou Weiqing immediately shook his head, swinging it so vigorously like a Bulong drum star. *TL, a sort of children's toy that you shake vigorously. Huyan Aobo said angrily, what else do you want? Zhou Weiqing said aggrievedly, Senior, you don't have to be so fierce. You must think, husband and wife are a link together as one, how about my wife? Furthermore, we must add on one more rule, you cannot restrict my freedom. Huyan Aobo immediately started breathing rapidly again, little brat, you are taking advantage of me. I've never seen such a disciple. Zhou Weiqing smiled and said, I've also never seen such a stingy person like you. You'll get used to it, you'll get used to it. Huyan Aobo looked with a face of pain to Fengyu, but Fengyu actually looked up into the sky, with the innocent look that all of this did not concern him. Fengyu, you cannot defend him earlier for nothing, from now on their elemental jewel skill storing I'll depend on you to be responsible for. I will deal with all their consolidating equipment, okay? Fengyu nodded and said, for below 6 jewels, I will be responsible. Anyway, I am idling around nowadays, going around with the young people is much better than staying with you, old thing. Huyan Aobo gave a humph and said, okay, good. Alright brat, I have agreed to your condition. As long as you can overtake me in creating consolidating equipment scrolls, who will limit your freedom? Quickly show me your elemental jewel. Zhou Weiqing's eyeballs swirled around as he said, you must first use your jewel to make an oath. If my elemental jewel contains the spatial attribute, you will accept me as disciple and agree to the previous conditions. When he swore his own vows he had been slippery and deceitful by using the fake name, but he could see from Shangguan Binger's expression at that time, for jewel masters, pledging an oath with their jewels was truly a very serious pledge. Huyan Aobo scolded, I have never seen such a sly brat like you. Although he was stingy, but once he decided on something he no longer wasted any time, and he lifted his left hand, immediately, a layer of dim silver light covered his body, and Zhou Weiqing could clearly see 7 green color cat's eye jewels simultaneously appear to revolve around his wrist. 7 spatial attribute elemental jewels, that was the rank of a lower position zone elemental jewel master. Not only was this fat old man a consolidating equipment master, he was unexpectedly of such high ranking, indeed you can never judge a book by its cover.
For ordinary elemental jewels, the spatial attribute is denoted by the green-colored cat's eye jewel, but for heavenly jewel masters, it is the highest quality cat's eye jewel, the gold-green cat's eye that Huyan Aobo mentioned earlier. The 7 green cat's eye jewels look like 7 eyes glittering with a strange light, and Huyan Aobo solemnly took the oath by the 7 jewels as according to what Zhou Weiqing had requested. When he said the last few words, the 7 jewels simultaneously flashed with a bright light, and a silver light flashed from the sky to strike Huyan Aobo's brow area, and a light tattoo appeared for a while before vanishing. Huyan Aobo completed his oath, and in his heart was a little uncomfortable. He gave a humph and said impatiently, "Brat, that is okay already, right?" Quickly. Zhou Weiqing smiled and said, "Two seniors, the time to witness a miracle has arrived. I hope your hearts do not have any problems, and you are not frightened by my sheer genius talent of my elemental jewel." Huyan Aobo said exasperatedly, "Little brat, your remarks are too much, as if I haven't seen the gold-green cat's eye before." Just as he was saying those words, Zhou Weiqing pulled up the sleeves of his left hand and released his elemental jewel from his Taiyuan acupuncture point, and the rest of his words died in his throat. Feng Yu originally had a very happy look as Zhou Weiqing was teasing Huyan Aobo, but as soon as Zhou Weiqing's elemental jewel appeared in front of them, his face instantly changed and froze. It was still a cat's eye jewel, and there was only that single one around Zhou Weiqing's wrist, but it was not the gold-green color they had expected, but instead a noble-looking deep red like a ruby. Feng Yu and Huyan Aobo had been in the world of jewel masters for over 60 years, yet this was the first time they had ever seen such an unusual cat's eye jewel. The room was filled with silence, so much so that even a fallen needle could be heard instantly. Feng Yu and Huyan Aobo's gazes were locked on the elemental jewel around Zhou Weiqing's left wrist. Red, how can it be a red cat's eye? Huyan Aobo finally opened his mouth and muttered. Zhou Weiqing turned around, shoved open the door and walked outside. "Two seniors, please come here and look again." But Huyan Aobo and Feng Yu quickly followed him, but this time, they were not just startled, but their jaws actually gaped open. It was still the same cat's eye jewel, but this time, its color had actually turned into a clear sea bluish green. If the red was noble, then this bluish green color was profound. Zhou Weiqing said with an innocent look on his face, "I reminded you both a moment ago, this is the time to witness a miracle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."